What's up, guys? Don't forget to smash that like button, drop a comment, hype up the video, and if you're new here, hit that subscribe and join the family. Guys, if you want to support the channel and get something cool, check the first link in the description. Use my code HugoHenriqueMore to get 10% off on anime lamps. The story begins with lightning being cast in the place. The boy with his hands tied wonders why he has reached this point and where he actually is. The orc raises his sword and says that the next to receive divine punishment will be the inferior human who trespassed into the sacred land. For thousands of years, the sacred land of the beast folk had been isolated from the outside world. For the first time in history, a human had entered into it. This is an act of war against the human who broke the alliance and who may bring divine punishment. The boy thinks that he was in a cave just a short time ago. The orc begins to say divine punishment many times. The frightened boy wonders if he will lose his life in this very world. 5 hours earlier, a voice tells Tsuyoshi to hurry and finish eating. And it's a young man who also tells him not to wander off after they go in. There are 2 other cleaning teams besides theirs today. If they are careless, there will not be any leftovers. While the protagonist eats, he asks why so many people go to a C-rank cave. The young man sits on the sofa and replies that it is the season when more cleaners are showing up. It's not as if they are heroes. A voice calls them and tells them to get ready because the heroes are coming. Sui eats quickly and says he understood. They walk and a voice says that even if it is just a C-rank cave, it still gives chills when getting closer. If a C-rank is like this, he cannot imagine the terror of an A or S-rank cave. They arrive in front of the portal and one of them finds it strange and says that there had been some darklings there. They go in. The warrior says he is lucky to get a reward so easily. He thinks they have done well. His partner at his side agrees. The cleaning assistants say that heroes are very cool and if they could become one, they could earn a lot of money. His partner tells him to stop being rebellious and reminds him that they became cleaners because they failed the awakening test. The cleaner thanks them for the hard work and asks if they can enter now. The warrior woman answers to go ahead. The protagonist is Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro, after the heroes subdued the darklings in the cave. Cleaners like them, commonly known as garbage collectors, come to collect the leftovers. They have no relation to the heroes. Cleaners and heroes live in different worlds. The protagonist failed the awakening test because of his physical constitution, but also wanted to be a hero. A voice says that this is a ruined cave, so it is not very big since it is only C rank, and the cleaner leader says to work quickly because there is not much time, and the cave will close in 4 hours. They need to finish and regroup there. They answer that they understood. They begin to search for the rest. They find a fragment of a shield and say that it is a good sign because that thing is worth money. It seems that his parents are in heaven looking after him. Tsuyoshi says that may be true, he will search a little deeper inside. His partner says he understood and not to forget to meet again in 3.5 hours. Tsuki says he understood and thinks that good things are usually deeper and will continue. 3.5 hours later, after Shiro has searched for quite some time, he finds it strange and asks if there is nothing there and thinks that if all there is a single shield fragment, this is not good. A voice calls him and says it is almost time to meet. The protagonist answers that he is almost done and thinks that this will not even cover 1 day of Karina's medical expenses. He needs to hurry and find something. Until he looks to the side and asks himself if that is a well, he thinks he smells treasure and wonders why there is a well inside the cave. When Suki gets closer, he notices that it looks dry and thinks there may be something valuable, thinking that if he finds some intact equipment, it could cover a week of Karina's medical expenses. Then Shiro notices something shining on the finger of the corpse and says that it is a ring, thinking it is a corpse left behind in the cave. It seems that the heroes did not notice. The protagonist goes down there with his rope. Tsuyoshi takes the ring and begins to shout that he got a rare item, a ring. This kind of equipment normally has some small status increase effect, but is sold for a great price and made a fortune. He thinks that he will use it for now and will have his level checked by Nakazato later, and it is better to get closer and regroup. When Suki puts the ring on, he feels something and asks what this ring is. A message arrives that the Ring Without Limits recognizes him as its owner. From now on, the Ring Without Limits cannot be removed or have its ownership changed. The Gate Without Limits will open soon. And Shiro asks whose voice this is and what it is. A light begins to spin around his hand with the ring, and the protagonist says for the Lord to help him. The cleaner asks if that voice was not the boy's, and if he had not been there a short time ago, the partner answers that he probably went to look in another area and that the boy is surely giving it his all. Unfortunately, he was not able to become a hero, and they will wait for him. There is still time. Meanwhile, Tsuyoshi is pulled, and when he regains consciousness, he finds himself captured by the beast folk in front of an altar as one of the criminals to receive divine punishment. Tsuki thinks that this place seems to be a sacred land for the beast folk, and wonders if he was sent there from that well. The Beast King is sitting on his throne and says to begin. The orc says they will execute 3 great criminals. The first is one of their own who sold confidential information about the territory to the despised elves and humans. The people shout, saying he is a traitor, that he is a disgrace, and that he deserves divine punishment. The Beastman traitor is kicked and falls to the ground, and a voice says that the hammer of the divine king, surrounded by punitive lightning, will crush all sins. No one will ever escape this altar, the domain of divine punishment. Lightning is cast upon the traitor as voices shout to bring divine punishment upon him. The Beastman, with his sword raised, says that the next to receive divine punishment will be the inferior human who trespassed into the sacred land, the first human in history to wander into the sacred land of the beast folk that had been isolated from the outside world for thousands of years. This is a declaration of war and may bring divine punishment upon the human who broke the alliance. The protagonist says to wait because this is a misunderstanding, and he just accidentally got lost there. He is not one of the humans from there. And his sister is waiting for him, and he is begging. The orc says that is enough. Tsuyoshi, in despair, thinks he cannot lose his life there because he still has Karina and has the dream of becoming a hero, and wonders how it came to this. Tsuki is called an insect and asked how a mere human could defeat the great beast folk. The monsters shout for him to lose his life and turn to ashes in divine punishment, and to bring divine punishment upon the sinner. And Shiro thinks that he cannot lose his life in a place like this. He runs dodging the lightning. The beast looks surprised and asks if he dodged. The people around are very surprised. The orc asks if he avoided the lightning of divine punishment and says that this is unprecedented. The king observes. The protagonist says that he refuses to lose his life there. The lightning is cast again, hitting him this time, and the orc, very excited, laughs and asks who said that the lightning of divine punishment strikes only once. Now it is time for the next. The monsters shout, divine punishment. While Tsuyoshi is burned, he thinks that he cannot lose his life there. The system notifies that it is activating the ring without limits. Divine selection system. Tsuki's body begins to shine. More notifications arrive that the activation is complete and that it is initiating body repair and building the supreme physique. The king notices something, noticing the boy at his side, and the orc asks if that guy is still alive. The lightning begins to be destroyed, and the system notifies that it is building the supreme physique, 15% complete. They look surprised. Shiro's body returns to normal while it is notified that it is building the supreme physique. The protagonist walks thinking that something is calling him. Lightning is cast and Tsuyoshi continues walking while the physique is being built. The beast folk are outraged seeing this. Lightning is cast and the orc says that it is impossible because besides the divine king himself, no one has ever come so close to the hammer of the divine king. And someone asks if that guy is trying to lift the hammer of the divine king. Tsuki wonders if it is he who is calling him. The pressure in the environment becomes very intense, and Shiro wonders why it called him. The system notifies that the supreme physique was built 100%, introducing the chosen special status. The pressure in the environment becomes extremely intense, and very powerful energies are emitted from the protagonist's eye. The monsters look outraged. Lightning is emitted around his hand, and Tsuyoshi takes the hammer. The pressure becomes more and more intense, and more notifications arrive about having acquired the divine hammer and reached level 3. Current power of the divine hammer unlocked due to insufficient capacity. The true power of the divine hammer cannot be demonstrated. Special effects unknown. Lack of skill cannot be confirmed. The girl at his side is surprised that a human lifted the divine hammer. The orc wonders if a mere human managed to lift the divine hammer and thinks it is impossible and that they cannot allow a mere human to touch the sacred divine hammer. Not even the great beast king managed to lift the divine hammer, and he wonders again how a mere human managed this, because the one who lifts the divine hammer will become the leader of the beast folk, and this must be something bad. Tsuki looks at his status and thinks that somehow he feels much stronger and wonders if he reached level 3 and if this is the divine selection system. Someone approaches him and it is the orc saying for him not to dare touch the divine hammer with dirty hands. The beast folk say that man is the great general Ryuga, and surely he will not allow a human to act so arrogantly, and that he will help recover the pride of the beast folk. The orc says he does not know what kind of trick he used, but to think that he escaped divine punishment and even lifted the divine hammer, that he should quietly return the hammer and accept punishment. The system notifies that the passive skill Divine Eye has been activated, and the use can check detailed information about any item by focusing on it with cooldown of 0 seconds. Shiro wonders about the passive skill Divine Eye. The protagonist looks ahead, managing to see the data of the orc in front of him with the name Ryuga, title of general, in level 8. Tsuyoshi wonders about the divine eye because he can see the opponent's information and also wonders if it is a feature of the system. The orc calls him inferior human and asks how he dares to challenge him because it seems he has some courage, and he will make sure he loses his life quickly. Tsuki says to wait because it is a misunderstanding and thinks that there is no way he will fight a level 84 warrior. The general tells him to shut up and take this, Shiro says for him to listen. The girl, who is also about to be eliminated, thinks that this human is doomed. General Ryuga is one of the 5 great generals under the Beast King. Even among the beast folk, he is an extremely strong opponent. A human would be cut in half with a single blow. An explosion happens after the general attacks, but the protagonist, using his strength, manages to block and wonders if he blocked. Tsuyoshi thinks that his hands were finished and that this hammer is incredibly resistant. The general thinks that he managed to block his quick blow and his body endured the shock, even though he only used a hammer, and says he was lucky that the hammer saved his life, because next time, it will not. Tsuyoshi says it is a misunderstanding, that he himself is not from this world and that he should listen. The general, without thinking twice, advances again and says there is nothing to listen to. The orc grabs him and thinks he will throw him to the sky and finish him with the earthquake. Notification arrives about the active skill Absolute Replication activated. The use is to feel the opponent's heart with the hand and choose a skill to replicate from all available. Cooldown of a few seconds. However, only one skill can be stored at a time. If a new skill is replicated, the original skill is replaced. Tsuki wonders about replicating skills and about feeling the opponent's heart with the hand and thinks that, in other words, he has to touch his chest. Shiro touches his chest, the general likes it and ends up releasing him without realizing. Several notifications arrive and the protagonist observes, thinking there are so many, as if he could choose one among them. The orc asks what he is doing to himself and says to take this, Heaven and Earth. Tsuyoshi activates his skill, Heaven Shaker, and thinks that it seems compatible with the hammer, goes with it and says that he cannot afford to lose his life there. The general observes and shouts that it is impossible, asking how he can use his technique. Great impacts are caused, everyone looks surprised after the general is attacked. He also says that the control of power does not hurt at all and in fact is a little unpleasant. More notifications arrive that it may be level 3, no profession and inability to use weapon. No damage was caused to the opponent and to improve skills to increase effectiveness. Tsuki looks surprised. The general takes his sword and advances, calling him filthy human and asking how he dares humiliate him. Until someone moves and says, that is enough, the beast folk start shouting that it is the Beast King and that the Beast King himself is taking action. A huge pressure is caused around and the winds become stronger. Smoke dissipates and the king is head lowered, kneeling on the ground. The monsters, extremely outraged, ask if the Beast King kneeled. The king says that it seems he really was chosen by the divine hammer and that this may be a sign from the gods. For hundreds and thousands of years, he's the first to be chosen by the hammer, and tells his companions that no one ever managed to lift the divine hammer, and yet this human managed. The beast folk watch, and the king says that if he really is the future leader of the beast folk, then they should give him his time to grow. The beast folk do not like this at all and say that indeed the prophecy speaks of this, and he is not even a beast man. The general says that he is a human. The king asks what lies behind, and if the prophecy specified that the leader must be a beast man, and if he is saying that, they should ignore the one who embodies hope for the people. The general says that this would be unthinkable, however, even if the prophecy did not specify, if he is not a beast man, then in the future. The king interrupts him and asks the boy what his name is. The protagonist answers his name. The Beast King says that if he is willing to carry their future on his shoulders, then he will release him. However, he is too weak as he is now. Within a year, he must gain strength and return there. At that time, they will see if he is worthy of being the leader. If he does not return in a year, he will use this mental mark to hunt him and eliminate him wherever he is. Thus, his people will be satisfied, and he asks what his answer is. A voice says to accept, and it is the girl saying for him to win his freedom and become stronger. Tsuyoshi thinks that that girl should be punished later, and will try to use the Divine Eye skill, and the system cannot show her name or title. Only that she is at level 72 and the profession is Beastman Warrior, dagger user, without any weapon. The girl says that it is better to be alive and not waste the miracle given by the gods. Tsuki wonders about level 72, and if she really could be a strong warrior and why she was marked as a criminal. Shiro smiles and thanks, and thinks that indeed, as she said, this is a miracle. There is no time for hesitation. First, he needs to survive. After that, he can find a way back to his original world, and he says that he accepts his offer. However, he has a condition. The king asks about the condition. The protagonist says that she goes with him. The girl asks about herself, and Tsuyoshi thinks that Now they are balanced. No debts. Then Suki is leaning against the wall, thinking about that voice he heard at that time. It seems that everything began with this ring without limits, and it will not come off, but thanks to this ring he gained these strange abilities, and he wonders how to say that he will return to the original world. A voice calls him Master and says that the preparations are complete. Shiro asks about Master, and the girl answers yes, and that she decided to serve him, her savior. The protagonist thinks that being called Master by such a cute girl with beast ears is simply irresistible. He gets embarrassed and says that it is nothing much, and that her words also helped him, and from now on, they will support each other regarding being called Master or being served. The girl says that he does not know how much that means to her, and that he gave her a second life, and no one ever supported her or thanked her so directly except him, and that she may call him Master. The girl says that his appearance is nothing less than a miracle for herself, and she wants to dedicate everything to him. Tsuyoshi, embarrassed, says that if that is what she wants, then of course she can call him Master. The girl calls him to walk, as it is getting quite late, and also warns him to watch his step. Tsuki feels relieved and finds the other world amazing, and thinks no, and asks himself what he's thinking since Karina is waiting for him. More notifications arrive that the passage without limits is already available for use, and a note that the cooldown time is 24 hours. Shiro thinks that is right and that he was dragged into the passage without limits and transported to this world, and if he follows the same route he should be able to return, and says to open the passage without limits. A light begins to be emitted around him, and the protagonist thinks that is it and that he can finally go home. The girl looks to the side, no longer able to see him, and calls for him while Tsuyoshi is being pulled, and also says that as expected, the feeling of distortion of space-time is the worst. Tsuki has his eyes wide open and is looking at his hands, asking if he returned. He is still a little confused until he receives more messages from the system, and Shiro says that he got skills that he gained in the other world and they are still there. His level is still 3, and he asks why the Divine Hammer is still there. More notifications arrive that personal attributes are shared between the two worlds, but items are not. To use items from another world, they must be placed in the Divine Consciousness inventory first. The protagonist says that since levels are shared, leveling up in any world should not be a problem, and asks if he managed to bring the Divine Hammer there because it was in the Divine Consciousness inventory, and if that means with his current level 3 status. A voice asks what all the commotion is and says to get out quickly before the cave closes. Tsuyoshi asks why he is still there, since he has been away for hours, and wonders what is happening, since he spent at least 5 hours in the other world and thinks that something is not right. The man says that he was there the whole time, and it is good that he came to get him, and that he should come closer and get out and not to delay because when the cave closes, he will be trapped inside forever. Tsuki begins to climb the rope and thinks that time froze, and wonders if while he was in the other world, time here was completely stopped, and thinks that it is like something straight out of a manga. And Shiro, while climbing, also wonders if time is also frozen in that other world now, and who is the original owner of this ring without limits. The protagonist manages to climb up and says that the next awakening test is tomorrow. Next, a rainy day is shown, and Tsuyoshi is crying and is also covered in plasma, while carrying his sister in his arms running, and around everything is being destroyed by monsters. Karina says that she cannot feel her legs and asks if their parents are okay. Explosions happen. Tsuki stops beginning to tremble and thinks that this cannot be happening. Great impacts happen around. The monster approaches. Shiro, desperate, begins to cry a lot and continues running with his sister in his arms. Someone calls him, putting an arm in front, and says for him to stop. He will lose his life, so he must keep walking. And it is a man saying for him not to go back because if he goes back, he and his sister will be finished by the darkness too, and to stay calm because he cannot defeat the darkness. Attacks continue, and the protagonist shouts about his sister's legs and that they need to take her to a hospital quickly. In the present time, in the hospital, Karina is in a wheelchair and asks if he will really take the awakening test tomorrow and if he is sure he is okay, and says that he just came back from work today. The nurse says that she is still so thoughtful that she should also rest. Tsuyoshi says he is fine and asks about her if her legs still hurt, and says that nerve pain occurs regularly as a result of the nerves, so she needs to make sure to take the medicine. Karina says she is fine, and even though she cannot stand anymore, the pain is still there, but she is already used to it. Tsuki wonders if his sister is really not suffering. More notifications arrived at the target's body information. Both legs were trapped under a collapsed building. 98% of nerve cells necrotized. The condition includes intermittent nerve pain. There is no possibility of natural recovery, the chance to walk unaided again. Shiro thinks that only 1% chance to walk unaided must be very difficult for her, and Karina should have been able to live a normal life. Go to school, go out with friends, travel. She must want to spend every day with a smile on her face. Karina is his only family. He does not want to see her suffer more than she already has. Even if the chances are close to zero, he will ensure that she will be able to stand on her own again. As long as there is 1% chance, there is still hope. There must be a way to do this. And if he could become a hero, he could have access to more information and perhaps find a solution. It is not just about curing her legs, and he wants to live his life with pride, and that is why he will become the strongest hero that exists. At BTG, Brave Test Group, Awakening Test Site, a voice says that the measurement result, Level 3, Combat Power 540, congratulates him for being a hero. The staff member says to accept the hero emblem that was personalized based on the test results. The awakened one leaves very excited, saying that he is finally a hero. The woman beside says that he is her boss and to keep working hard to reach rank C, she will throw a big party to celebrate tonight. The staff member calls for the next and says that retaking the test for having failed the first time, and when ready to enter and place his hand on the measuring device, although he himself doubts it will be different from the last time. The protagonist with a stern face says that they will see if this is a waste of time or not soon. The staff member says that if he failed once, it is likely that the result will be the same every time. After all, this device measures scientifically from all angles. He has seen many stubborn people like him pass through there. Tsuyoshi enters the room and thinks that that last guy was also level 3 with combat power 3. And that is within normal, and he himself is also level 3 now. So he should qualify to be a hero, and wonders how high his combat power will be. Tsuki thinks that he needs to take this seriously. The veins of his arm pulse as he puts his hand, and the environment is filled with enormous pressure. The staff member asks if it is an earthquake. The scoreboard moves quickly, and a voice says that measurement result level 3, combat power 5,400. The record of level 3 hero combat power in 30 years was broken. Ranked first in level 3 hero combat power. The second place in combat power is 930. Shiro wonders about 5,400 and thinks that this is 10 times more than the last, and imagined that he had a somewhat resistant body but did not expect this. The protagonist gets very excited and is quite curious about the power of the divine hammer. Lightning is emitted from Tsuyoshi's hand, and the system notifies that due to insufficient level and other conditions, the true potential of the hammer of the divine king cannot be released. Forcing the release will drain a huge amount of energy. Tsuki takes the hammer and says that in his current state he can only manage 1 second, and 1 second should be enough time for the machine to roughly calculate combat power. He will see how much his combat power increases with this and will try. Shiro begins to release the power of the Hammer of the Divine King, and more notifications arrive that the power of the Hammer of the Divine King has been released for a 1-second launch. The protagonist thinks that all the energy in his body was drained in an instant. The power is extremely powerful, and Tsuyoshi says to show how much his combat power increased. A strong light is emitted over the sky, and people ask if there is an earthquake and what is happening. And the scoreboard shows about the energy overload, that it is impossible to measure. The surroundings begin to shake because of the pressure, and the staff member says that due to the black spot, the test was suspended and that they should evacuate immediately. And they ask who he is. Afterwards, Tsuki walks down the corridor and thinks that he underestimated it and did not expect all his strength to be drained in just 1 second, and he should avoid using the Hammer of the Divine King until he has gained proper strength. Shiro smiles and thinks that at least he is officially a hero now. At the training field, a voice says that she herself is Gaia, the heroine responsible for his training. The instruction will be difficult, but he will need to keep up. The boys respond that they understand. After the protagonist analyzes his data, he wonders if it is only 1,200 combat power at level 9 because he wonders how much his combat power will be when he reaches level 9. Gaia thinks that she is being put in charge of training rookies and would rather be exploring a D-rank dungeon than doing this manual work, and says that all of them will enter a D-rank dungeon tomorrow, and after some field experience they will find out which profession suits them best. There is even a chance to get low-level items. The boy asks if they are already going to a dungeon and if there should not be a week of basic physical training first, and if they should not decide their professions before entering the dungeon. The instructor asks about basic physical training and says that there is no time for that. Now that they are heroes, they will perfect their skills through real combat, and is warning that their training will be rigorous, and if they cannot keep up they can leave, and asks if they understood. They respond yes. Tsuyoshi thinks that this is just him venting his frustration. And in the end, a hero is still human. Tsuki remembers the girl from before and thinks that after all, there is a level 72 beast waiting for him. As soon as the cooldown time of the Boundless Passage ends, he will return to the other world. Later in his apartment on television, the reporter is saying that due to the earthquake around 7 p.m. today, a power outage affected some areas of the city. Fortunately, no injuries were reported in the earthquake. Shiro thinks that it is fine, and now that the cooldown time of the passage has ended, it is time to return to the other world. He thinks that he will get stronger there and choose his profession and gather all the equipment he needs. Open, boundless passage. Then, in another place, the protagonist opens his eyes and thinks that he is back there, and the scenery is still the same as before. And he even wonders if his clothes return to what he wore the first time, because he understands that after he leaves this world, time and equipment return to the original state. The girl approaches and asks if there is any problem. Tsuyoshi thinks that he almost forgot about her and says that it is nothing, and anyway they will start leveling up, and that she can show the way. The girl says that she is glad to see that he is eager. Tsuki says that there is a nest of level 3 goblins nearby and asks what she thinks of practicing there first. The girl says that even if they are level 3, those goblins are scary, cunning, and numerous, so he must stay vigilant. Shiro thinks that if they are cunning, it is she who needs to be careful. Goblins now are starting to feel like a real fantasy world, and he is excited to see what kind of effects the divine selection system will have, and says that it is decided the first target is the goblins. Then the two are hiding behind the bushes, and the girl says to be careful not to wake the goblin sentries. The protagonist says that she is level 72 and should be able to defeat them easily, and thinks that her combat power is 630,000, and that is impressive as expected of level 72. The girl asks how he knows her level. Tsuyoshi says that he is not her master for nothing, and asks if she could show how a high-level hero fights. The girl says that if she fights alongside him, he will not gain experience points and the level difference is too great. Tsuki asks if there are such rules and says that he wanted to see her in action. The girl asks in action and says that he is releasing her, but if he insists she will try, she is not sure how much it will help, but that he can observe carefully. The girl gets into attack position and cuts the opponent in half with just one strike. Shiro says that this is the move of a level 72 warrior, and it is so cool. The girl says that he is very kind and always gives his best even against low-level opponents. Hopes it was useful. The excited protagonist asks if she could teach the technique she used before. The girl says that it is the instant strike, that it is a skill for high-level warriors, so it is not suitable for him now. Besides, she asks if he has not yet decided on a profession. Tsuyoshi says that if that is the case, he will also become a warrior. After all, he has her with him, and thinks that with a level 72 warrior at his side, it would be easier to replicate skills without worrying about class compatibility. But since he himself cannot use the Hammer of the Divine King, he needs to find a substitute weapon. The system notifies about his profession of warrior. The girl holds his hand and says that he chose to become a warrior for himself and will make sure to be useful and will do her best to help him level up. First, they will gather some equipment for warriors. Tsuki gets embarrassed and thinks about this gentle world. A voice says that it is time for a shift change. The goblins advance to attack, saying that there is an intruder. Shiro says that it seems he will have to deal with those guys alone and that he can borrow a dagger, that there is something he wants to try. A notification is received that the equipped silver daggers are lent. The girl says that facing an enemy of the same level, head-on, is a bit. The protagonist gets into attack position and thinks that he has not yet fully tested the power of Heaven Shaker. They will be his guinea pigs. Tsuyoshi stares and advances with the blade causing a huge impact. The girl watches and thinks that to defeat goblins of the same level in an instant, even a group of 6 would have difficulty against them. Tsuki manages to eliminate the opponents easily and says that this seems surprisingly easy and will eliminate the rest of those goblins, and thinks that the divine selection system is quite fascinating. He will reach level 4 by the end of the night. The system shows his status. The girl apologizes for the inconvenience and says to use this as a weapon for now. Shiro extends his hand and takes a staff, saying for her not to worry because even a goblin staff is not so bad. The girl says that they need to hurry and gather some basic equipment. The current equipment hardly offers any defense. The protagonist realizes something and thinks that indeed, without proper equipment, he himself would be completely vulnerable to attacks. He will not only need a weapon, but also armor. By the way, he researched a little about the Divine Consciousness inventory before. Unlike normal item storage, the items placed in the Divine Consciousness inventory can be used in both worlds. It is interesting. For now, there are only 2 slots, and the hammer occupies 1, so only 1 remains. Tsuyoshi keeps observing the system and thinking that it seems that as he trains and grows, the level increases. The Divine Consciousness inventory slots also expand, and he wonders how he can increase the slots, because he cannot simply get rid of the hammer. Having only 1 open slot is inconvenient. In both worlds, a complete set of equipment is divided into 5 parts. The girl asks if there is something on his face. Tsuki observes her limbs and thinks that girls with beast ears are really irresistible. And he would wonder what other types of races exist in this world and says to her that it is nothing. He was just checking if she is still following him. The girl notices something and draws her weapon immediately, saying that there is something behind him. The level 4 goblins advance to attack. The girl in attack position says that the goblins get stronger as they advance and he needs to stay alert. Shiro asks if that means that the experience points gained will also increase. He advances and tells his partner not to interfere because otherwise he will not gain experience. The goblin calls him a reckless idiot. The protagonist advances and attacks without stopping, managing to eliminate them easily with his incredible strength. The system shows his data, and the experience is increasing. And Tsuyoshi says that the higher the level of the enemy, the more experience he gains. But this weapon is too fragile. The girl watches him and thinks that his potential has an incredible explosive power, and that strike with the wooden staff showed a strength that should not be possible at the master's level. Defeating 3 enemies at once in an instant, despite the level difference, that is master for her. As they went deeper, the number of goblins increased and the levels rose. However, the master's explosive power made the numbers irrelevant. Tsuki says that the skill is good, but the weapon is trash, and that is already the 6th. Shiro thinks that he never expected the experience bonuses in this world to be so great, and he is getting stronger much faster than expected. When he worked as a cleaner, the heroes used to complain that the experience from level 3 and 4 kobolds barely added up to 10 if they did not enter dungeons repeatedly. Leveling up would be a distant dream, moreover. In the original world, the heroes' alliance requires forming a group to enter dungeons. The experience is divided equally, making it inefficient. And he remembers before when they said that everything was taken by the guild, leaving them with nothing. Maybe they should join the guild too. The partners said that all the dungeons were being contested and asked when they would level up. In the present time, the protagonist thinks that in this world he can backpack all the experience. Moreover, the monsters here seem to grant more experience, and that is amazing. He will level up like crazy in this other world. At this pace, he will run straight to the boss. Tsuyoshi glances and wonders if that is the goblin boss. In front of him is a giant and terrifying monster, and the girl says that by bad luck this time the boss was possessed by darkness. Tsuki wonders about the darkness, and if there is darkness in this world too, because in the original world there are also lurking darkness dungeons, and he wonders if it could be the same entity. Shiro also thinks that those dark goblins look like the one that killed his father and mother, and wonders if it could really be the same thing. The girl explains that enemies possessed by darkness are formidable. The boss there is level 6, but once possessed by darkness, the strength becomes exponentially greater, and says that darkness possesses not only a terrifying power, but its very existence is shrouded in mystery. That is why she will deal with this boss alone. The protagonist says no and thinks that he does not know what the connection of darkness with the different is, but he will eliminate all of them, those who killed his parents. Tsuyoshi advances attacking, using his techniques, and with much anger on his face, thinks that he ruined his sister's life. Tsuki attacks, but the monster counterattacks and throws him far. Shiro falls to the ground, badly injured. The monster opens its mouth, releasing its huge tongue. The girl talks about her master's weapon. The protagonist gets up and wonders if he is trying to eliminate him, and thinks of those who took his parents and Karina's enemies. He refuses to be finished by people like him. The supreme physical activation is completed, and Tsuyoshi, with a light being emitted around his body that grows larger and larger, Tsuki clenches his fists and the system notifies that the enhancement is concentrated in the right hand, and it is under immense strain, so he needs to be careful. Shiro says that his body will be his weapon. The monster, with its mouth open, devours everything around, causing a huge pressure, but the protagonist with plasma in his eyes attacks. The girl observes the great impact that is caused and the strong light emitted, and Tsuyoshi manages to eliminate the opponent. The system notifies about the data and the experience points, and Tsuki says that he eliminated all the darkness. The girl talks about his arm that is trembling, and the system notifies about warning that the right hand was seriously injured. If not treated promptly, it will cause necrosis. Shiro used too much strength, and another warning arrives that he can adjust the parts freely and strengthen the body stronger. As he concentrated all the energy in the right hand, it is now unable to withstand an equivalent energy load. The protagonist ends up losing strength and falls into her lap, saying that his arm hurts. The girl rummages in her bag and says not to worry, that she has medicine there. An hour later, still in the same place, there are 2 bats nearby. Tsuyoshi gets up feeling much better and thinks that the recovery speed is much slower than the medicine in the original world, but the effects are immense. Maybe the pharmacy of this world has a longer history. The girl says that she is glad the medicine worked so well, Suki says that he feels even more energized and stronger than before. The girl says for them to receive the rewards now. Shiro agrees, and says that he had completely forgotten about the reward. The system warns that rewards were added. The record for the shortest time to destroy a boss in this cave was achieved. The classification will be updated from partial reward to defined reward. The protagonist observes, and the girl says that there is the treasure chest, and it is also a treasure chest of darkness. Tsuyoshi confused wonders about rewards added and about the treasure chest of darkness, and thinks that darkness-type equipment is extremely rare there. It is the kind of thing you rarely find at auctions, and all his hard work finally achieved this reward, and it is a happy world. Tsuki opens the chest and more notifications arrive warning him that he received the set of Dark Goblins. The girl says that receiving the set reward is a true blessing, and this outfit will surely be useful for them. Shiro thinks to wait a second, and at the moment there is only one more space in his inventory. The system asks if he wants to store it in his inventory. The protagonist presses yes and wonders if maybe the entire set outfit counts as a single item, and if placed in the inventory it will fit in one slot. The Dark Goblin set was added to the inventory and he can retrieve the set item whenever he wants. Tsuyoshi thinks no and believes it worked. The girl calls him and asks why he is smiling like that. Tsuki replies that it is nothing. He was just looking at the set reward, by the way. Asks if she knows how to sew. The girl answers that yes, and she has been sewing her own clothes since she was little. And then she has a sewing kit with her. At night they are sitting on the grass outdoors. The girl finishes sewing and says that it is done and asks if it is good enough. Shiro answers that yes, and thanks her. He puts on the outfit and says that she is quite skilled. The girl says that she is happy to be able to serve. The protagonist thinks that now that he leveled up and has his equipment, it is time to return and they should settle down tonight to rest and recover. The girl says yes, and to go there. Later, in a building, inside the room the portal is open, and Tsuyoshi leaves and lies on the bed saying that he finally returned, thinking that after walking with her, they finally found a place to stay, and if he has to wait for her to sleep before returning to rest, and this time, he really got a lot of good things. He cannot stop the time of this world forever and should sleep a little. Tomorrow, they will enter a cave for the first time. The next day, the system notifies that the Dark Goblin set is in the inventory and asks if he would like to wear it. Tsuki presses yes, and the system notifies about activated abilities. A scream makes all low-level enemies within earshot freeze on the spot. At the same time, the hand becomes a giant ghostly tentacle that causes lethal damage. Shiro says that it is amazing and that it has special abilities and this will be fun. The protagonist with another appearance thinks that he will be ruined if he goes out and other heroes see him with this outfit. They say that many heroes eliminated other people and stole the equipment, and if a novice uses this kind of equipment, he will surely stand out. The system asks if he wants to hide the equipment. Tsuyoshi replies yes, and returns to his normal clothes, and Tsuki asks about making them look like normal clothes and says that it is perfect. There are still a few minutes left before the meeting and he needs to buy bread. The phone starts ringing and this is the phone he found in the market. Shiro answers, and a voice asks if he is Karina's brother and says that it is the head nurse and some scary people are at the hospital and want to take her, saying that she owes them money and he must come immediately. The protagonist says not to let them touch her. The nurse says that they took his cell phone and that he should come quickly. Tsuyoshi crushes his phone with his own hands and with great anger grits his teeth. The system shows his data. In the hospital, a desperate voice says to wait for her brother and to stop because this is terrible, and for them not to touch her and asks what they want from her. The thug says that she cannot have the slightest idea, but he has the reasons to take her away. If the brother borrowed money and did not pay within the agreed time, then they will take her according to the contract. The thug next to him thinks that the only reason he lent money to that idiot was because the young boss liked her. Such a pretty girl would be worth a lot on the black market, and the fact that she cannot walk also pleases the risks. He did some tricks when they made deals, but the idiot did not notice. She is a child, and so they can take her and have fun as much as they want. And he does not know what he is doing. He has done this before. Karina says that her brother would never sign a contract and that he tricked her. The thug says that her brother's weekly payments barely cover the interest and asks when he will pay the principal and will say one thing. If she goes gently with him, they will go easy on her. If she refuses, then there will be no regrets. Someone moves quickly and the protagonist arrives, breaking the door with great anger, asks who he is. The thugs immediately look in his direction and Karina calls for her brother. The thug says to look who finally decided to show up and asks why he is so angry, and if this was not what they agreed on, and says that in any case, he will not need a crippled sister like her. Tsuyoshi, without thinking twice, hits him, knocking a tooth out of his mouth, and then hits him again. The system notifies that the strongest part of the body is the leg that was strengthened, and the movement speed increased. The thug falls to the ground and his henchman approaches about to strike. Tsuki, with energy being released from his eyes, blocks the attack, deforming his arm. The henchman falls to the ground with his arm deformed and screaming in pain, and the thug, gritting his teeth, says that no one has ever defied him. The thug draws his weapon and talks about challenging the Blue Snake team. This is the first time, and that he can simply be eliminated. The bullet is fired. Karina, worried, shouts no. The bullet approaches him and Shiro catches it with his hand. His sister is surprised and the thug is outraged, along with his henchman asking if he just caught the bullet with his bare hands. The system notifies that now the strongest part of the body is the hands, which cannot be hurt by ordinary weapons. And the protagonist says that now he is a hero. The three, very scared, ask about Hiro. In the corridor, the nurse guides the police and says that some loan sharks came to threaten a patient and her brother. And when she enters the room, she is paralyzed, looking ahead and seeing the thugs badly injured. The thugs say for him to pay at once as soon as possible because if the payment is delayed, the boss is also a hero and may not stay quiet, and that he should excuse them, and apologizes for interrupting today, and now they will leave. The nurse finds it strange and is very confused. The thug wonders about the boy having become a hero and thinks he must report this to the boss or his plan to take the sister away will fail. And the boss is a level 100 warrior, and by the looks of it, that boy is still a student and they will destroy him. Karina says that they left, and Tsuyoshi apologizes and says that they cannot see her as much as he would like and is sure if they do not pay them soon, the Blue Snakes will return. He spent the last days trying to figure out how to pay them, but he is a hero now, so she does not need to worry. Karina, surprised, asks if he really became a hero. Tsuki replies that yes, but he is still a trainee now. He will be officially recognized as soon as he goes to the cave today, and thinks that he borrowed $60,000 from the Blue Snakes gang for her treatment. And if he were to earn money steadily in this world, it would take a long time. Even if he became an official hero, the only solution is to sell all the hero equipment. The cooldown for the Boundless Passage ends at night and he will finally be an official hero. Gaia asks if everyone is there, and explains that today their skills will be tested to see if they are ready to become officially heroes. There are some rules. The most important is that they must hand over all hero equipment they find in the cave. The apprentices reply that they understood. Shiro thinks that he has heard of these things. It seems that the Heroes Union is being ignorant and thinks that there is nothing wrong with being found in a low-level cave anyway. And Gaia says that as for the test, to be sure that he himself is a level 9 warrior, as long as they follow his instructions, they should have no problems passing the exam. In exchange for becoming official heroes thanks to him, each of them will pay 20,000 yen and asks if they understood. They answer yes. The protagonist asks why they have to pay the extra fee to them and if they are not already receiving all the equipment from the cave, and says that this way they will have no money for themselves. The boy beside says not to go against him because that man is from the Mad Wolf Guild. Tsuyoshi thinks that he has the guild's support, and no wonder he is demanding money so shamelessly. And still he will not pay a man like him to help the strong and crush the weak, even if he had to lose his life for it. The instructor says that those are his rules, and if he is too poor to pay 20,000 yen, then he can apply for a solo test, and asks if he cannot understand this level of logic and what kind of idiot he is, since he does not care what happens to him for provoking him. The boys ask about solo test and say that no trainee has passed that. Even the strongest heroes would not enter a cave alone, and he is a fool for incurring the examiner's wrath for a mere 20,000 yen. Tsuki asks about applying for a solo test and says that this is convenient. A voice asks if he is serious, and it is the staff member, who also says that he must be mistaken to apply for an individual test and would like to make a final check just to be sure. The clerk says no one has ever passed the test, even though it's only a Class C dungeon, and for a Hero Union exam, he asks if this isn't a suicidal mission for a rookie trainee. The protagonist thanks him for the advice but says there's no doubt about it and he should just let him go. The clerk says he's going to enter now and thinks this is madness. The system notifies the test confirmation, and trainee Tsuyoshi confirms for the solo test. Forest Information Class C, recommended number of participants 5 or more, recommended average combat power. Tsuki says he has only seen dungeons after the heroes had already cleared out the darkness, and wonders if this is what an original dungeon looks like. Suddenly, a beast approaches from behind and strikes him. Shiro turns back, energy swirling around his body and eyes, asking if that was a surprise attack, and declares that this level of power won't hurt him. The goblin looks confused, and after striking it, the protagonist says that it's strong, but compared to his combat power of 6,400, it's nothing but dust. The beast is eliminated, and Tsuyoshi says he knew that the experience gained from enemies in the real world isn't even half of what their counterparts on the other side give, that it's no wonder heroes suffer from slow growth, and that one shouldn't avoid him but rather come directly at him. Several goblins appear, and Suki uses his skill to change his appearance, becoming even stronger, unleashing his immense power against all of them. Meanwhile, outside, the clerk notes that nearly an hour has passed, and if he has endured alone this long, he has already done more than enough. He wonders if this rookie fears nothing, since no one in their right mind would go through a test alone. The Union was already about to abolish this test, and in a few minutes, the rookie's obituary would be in the records. Then a voice announces that the solo test results are updated and Shiro has passed. The protagonist comes out covered in plasma and asks if there's somewhere nearby he can wash himself. On the other side, the portal opens and the instructor steps out with the apprentices, saying that if it weren't for him, they would have been wiped out long ago, and yet he managed to become a hero without even helping in the attacks. 20,000 is very cheap. One of them asks if he wasn't the one who said it was the teacher's order not to interfere. The boy says he rejected his offer of healing magic support and asks if he's dissatisfied with 20,000. Another says that besides this being his first time entering a dungeon, there was hardly any explanation. Gaia says he'll remember his level. He should be charged 40,000, but he'll let him go with 20,000. The instructor talks on the phone saying it's him, asking about the Central Hero exam, and adds that he's busy here, so just get to the point. Gaia then looks irritated, asking if that guy really passed the test and calls it nonsense. Later, the protagonist is washing his hands when someone approaches, asking if he really passed the solo test. It's the instructor who says he took a look, and at most he's a level 4 rookie, asking if he used some kind of high-quality items since no rookie has ever passed the solo test before. Tsuyoshi replies that just because it never happened before doesn't mean it's impossible. Maybe it was because of almost being charged 20,000. Gaia grabs him by the clothes, asking if he's mocking him, telling him to answer before he regrets it, and reveals that he is a member of the Lazy Wolf. Suki says that with level 9 and combat power of 1,200, it doesn't look like a significant guild. The instructor demands to know who he thinks he is and how he dares insult him. Gaia tries to strike him, but Shiro blocks and asks if he plans to beat him to death with his level 9 fists. The instructor looks surprised, thinking about his power and speed, unable to believe he's level 4. Gaia steps back, placing his hand on his back and secretly drawing a blade. The protagonist tells him to wait a minute. The instructor shows the dagger and asks what he's hiding. Gaia attacks with the dagger, but Tsuyoshi blocks using his Black Goblin set technique, effect Supreme Physical Defense, and the dagger begins to shatter into pieces. The instructor, still shocked, asks if he's surprised, since he doesn't look like a kid, and insists he must be hiding some kind of equipment, surely high quality. Suki widens his eyes, realizing he accidentally revealed his skill, and thinks it would be very troublesome if the people of this world discovered his secret. Gaia smiles darkly, asking what he has, if he found it in the dungeon or stole it. Shiro feels relieved, saying he was scared, and that if it weren't for that worn-out dagger, things could have gotten dangerous. Someone arrives apologizing for keeping him waiting. The clerk hands him something, saying it's for identity verification, and with this, he is now officially a hero. The protagonist says he understands and will be there now. The instructor stares at him from afar with a frightening expression. The clerk walks away, and Tsuyoshi thinks that, thanks to the system, his combat power is greater than a regular level 4, but facing high-level enemies is still quite troublesome. Later, in his room, Tsuki lies on the bed gazing out the window, thinking it seems he managed to divert Gaia's attention. There are no girls with tool-like ears in this world. His level is still low, so he must avoid attracting notice. In the corridor, two people walk, trying to stay discreet, and one of them asks if this is the place. The mage says that after they break down the door, they are to use magic to immobilize them while defeating and taking them away. The instructor, holding a blade, says they will divide the treasure he has later. The mage tells him not to make loud noises, since that might draw attention, and first to break the chains with magic, as he prepares himself. The mage starts to force the door open, but Shiro opens it immediately with a staff in his hand, saying he's quite fast. The protagonist strikes the mage with the staff and thinks that even with a level 10 mage against him, whose combat power is 3,500, the 6th-level gap puts him at a disadvantage fighting head-on. Combat power is an intuitive indicator to evaluate a hero's ability. His is 6,400, but his level is 4. If the level gap is within 2, he can manage. But even if a level 10 opponent has lower combat power, that level advantage can compensate. In RPG terms, it's like a low-level warrior fighting a weak high-level boss. You should escape relying on equipment and skills, but if you fail, it's instant loss. The mage gets up from the ground, asking if he tried to ambush him, and says he's glad his cloak's defense was reinforced because he'll eliminate him quickly and take his belongings. The bald one unleashes a stream of flames. Tsuyoshi notices the heat and thinks this equipment is strong against physical attacks, but it can't defend against magic. Swinging a staff in a dungeon is completely different from fighting goblins. He needs to escape now, since fighting head-on will lead to defeat. Tsuki runs, jumps through the window, thinking he'll focus body enhancement on his legs, and with the Black Goblin set's defense, he should withstand the landing impact. Shiro uses his supreme physical technique, concentrating enhancement in both legs. The protagonist is attacked and wonders if it was an ambush. The bandit says he got him, asks if he didn't think there was a third person, and says he's wasted on someone like him. Tsuyoshi thinks he's glad he reinforced his whole body before landing. He took a direct knee strike because he removed his abdominal protection when he fell, but thanks to the Black Goblin set's defense, the damage was reduced. The bandit lands nearby and says he's surprised he's still alive. The mage approaches, asking what kind of skill he used to attack earlier, and how a rookie could do such a thing. Tsuki thinks that if they're trying to eliminate him, he's ready to do the same. Shiro activates his technique, changing his appearance and becoming stronger. The mage casts magic using action restriction, and the protagonist realizes his skill was interrupted. The mage says having such an ability at this level means he must have something valuable. The bandit says if they kill him, they'll split the loot. That must be the goal. The system notifies that the cooldown of the Ring of the Unlimited has ended, and the Path of the Unlimited can now be used. Tsuyoshi thinks salvation has come from the sky and that he can open the Path of the Unlimited. A great light is emitted. Tsuki is being pulled and says he'll remember this and all of them. He'll return stronger, and the real fight will be there. Shiro manages to escape, thinking that this time he needs to level up and learn new skills. He got carried away by his good equipment. Without the skills to support him, everything can be taken away. His destiny lies in his own hands. Then the protagonist feels embarrassed seeing the girl asleep beside him, thinking it's still time to rest there, and notices the scent of cherry blossoms. She always smells of those flowers. Tsuyoshi feels intrigued, thinking that if he doesn't take action now, he's not a man. But Tsuki recalls the earlier moment with the bandits and loses heart, saying this isn't the time for that. First, he must overcome the crisis in his original world, plan his level up and skill acquisition. The next day, the girl wakes up saying she slept very well for the first time in a long while. Shiro says he slept well too, but in reality, the protagonist didn't sleep at all because he was restless. And he asks if she could sew another piece of clothing for him so they can go. The girl says that to learn skills, he needs a skill scroll, and the shortcut is to study at the Combat Academy. At the small Combat Academy of the Beastmen tribe, they walk out, and a Beastman asks if he is the human the Beast King took interest in, but adds that there are conditions for enrollment. First, he must reach level 6, then he must pass the exam. And since he is still level 4, it's far too early. Tsuyoshi says that's troublesome. The girl apologizes and says she has been training in the dungeon so long she didn't expect there to be such a requirement. Tsuki says it's fine, besides he needs to level up anyway, he'll come back later. The girl agrees and also says that in that case, he can raise his level in the nearby lower level dungeon until a voice calls him a filthy human and says the Beastmen did not acknowledge him. And if not for the king's words, he would have been torn to pieces. It's the Beastman saying this, and he adds that even if Tsuyoshi reaches level 6, he still won't pass the exam. Bringing up a viaduct racetrack, he says the two of them were a perfect pair. The girl lowers her head, thinking it's really her fault. Her master's so kind that she forgot her place. If she stays near him, it will only cause trouble. She doesn't want to burden her master. She'll eventually have to explain properly and say goodbye. Shiro quickly turns and advances toward the Beastman, grabbing his clothes and calling him a bastard, asking what he just said, and if he should rip his mouth open, demanding that he apologize to her immediately. The Beastman says he was only stating facts. That girl is a hybrid of human and beast. In other words, she is half-beast, ashamed to themselves and doesn't even have her own name. The protagonist thinks that means she is the descendant of a human and a beastman, which is why her name didn't appear when he used the divine eye before. It's because she never had a name to begin with. The Beastman says not to be deceived just because the king took an interest in him. If he disrespects a beast warrior, he will be punished just the same. But he'll allow him to demand an apology from that girl if he passes the exam, though he doubts a mere human could achieve that. The girl steps forward and says he is absolutely right. There is no need to get involved for the sake of someone like herself. A voice says Sakura, and it is Tsuyoshi who tells her to remember that her name is Sakura. The girl's cheeks turn red, wondering if that is the name he gave her. Tsuki tells her to remember what he said before. If she passes, they will demand a proper apology, and they will level up. Elsewhere, Shiro says this is rare and calls her to level up with those guys, and the girl asks why he called her Sakura. The protagonist asks if she didn't like it, saying he gave her that name on an impression. The girl answers that she loved it. She only wanted to know how he came up with it. Tsuyoshi says it's a little embarrassing, She always carries a faint scent of cherry blossoms, and he thought Sakura suited her, so he gave it, and he apologizes for being presumptuous. The girl hugs him and thanks him, saying she truly loves that name and thinks that now her name is Sakura. Tsuki says it was nothing and calls her to begin. Inside the dungeon, a voice asks how the dagger he bought earlier feels, saying it isn't top quality, but it's much stronger than a goblin club. Shiro, holding the dagger, says he's satisfied, that lifting that hammer makes any weapon feel light. Monsters approach. They are fox beastmen. The protagonist tells her to stay back and teach him as usual. He wants the experience, so there's no need to interfere. Sakura agrees and feels excited that he called her by her name. The system notifies the restriction of party mode. If the level difference between the highest and lowest in the group exceeds 5, no experience or items can be obtained from the battle. Tsuyoshi charges forward and says he'll test his new dagger. Sakura warns that foxmen are agile, so he needs to catch their wide swings. Tsuki is about to strike and realizes they really are fast. The foxman raises his weapon and strikes him, but the weapon shatters into pieces because Shiro is using supreme physique. The foxmen stare in confusion, and the protagonist says that with this level of combat power, they can't even scratch him. Sakura thinks her master's defense is just as expected from one chosen by the Iron Hammer. Low-level enemies are no match for him, and with this, he can level up quickly. Tsuyoshi attacks and says that against agile enemies, speed is more important than power, and he has learned that. After all, in this world, leveling up is quick, and there is no need to compete over resources to monopolize experience. At this speed, these ones have a maximum combat power of 3,900, but their levels are 12. No matter how high their combat power is, with that level difference, it's impossible. He's at a numerical disadvantage, and considering their skills, victory will be difficult. He needs to reduce the difficulty of the levels and acquire 4 skills. He will raise his level up to 6 at once, and then make that arrogant beast man bow his head. Sakura agrees. Later, still in the dungeon, there's an armed beast, and in a low voice, someone asks if he's going to defeat that sword. The protagonist says the length and power look perfect for himself. Sakura asks if he wants it, but Tsuyoshi says he was only curious and asks if it really drops. Sakura answers yes. Most items do drop, but the drop rate depends on rarity. It's better to fight until you get what you want. Efficiency varies depending on the dungeon, and using special items can speed things up. The drop rate is the probability of obtaining an item after defeating an enemy. Tsuki thinks that even a drop rate, it really is like a game world, makes the system easier to understand. The Fox Beastman boss is level 7, with combat power of 1,500. Shiro, still hidden, thinks that if he looks carefully, there are all kinds of details written there. The cold black light sword, drop rate of 6%. That's quite low. It looks difficult to get it even by level 6, which is a shame. It's perfect for him. Notifications arrive about the exchange system, needs detected, and the exchange system has been activated, allowing items to be exchanged under certain conditions. The protagonist wonders about an exchange system and also thinks there's still more to it he doesn't know. Currently, the only thing available for exchange is the high probability scroll. The system notifies that the high probability scroll increases the drop rate of all items by 30% for 1 minute. Tsuyoshi wonders about 114 and notices he can trade, questioning if it's 1 scroll for every 30 defeats. Tsuki thinks the number of defeated enemies seems cumulative across both worlds and wonders if trading 3 at once will raise the rate to 96%. Believing then it should drop almost instantly. More notifications arrive. He exchanged 3 high-probability scrolls, conditions fulfilled. Currently, there's no general item inventory, so items cannot be stored. Shiro says they're going to take that sword. It will make him even stronger. Sakura tells him to do his best. The protagonist gets into attack position and tells her to stay focused and give him instructions. The boss notices him there, emits an extremely loud sound, and charges to attack. Tsuyoshi dodges and wonders if that sword has a cold effect attached. Sakura says the Black Fox Beastman is not only agile but also has considerable strength. The weapon is embedded with ice attributes that will slow movement and drain stamina upon hitting, so he needs to aim carefully, exploit the weakness, and end the battle quickly. The Beastman fears fire, so applying flame oil to the weapon will be effective. Tsuki begins to release flames through his sword and says they'll see which prevails, ice or his fire. Flame oil is a mixture of resin and flammable ash. Applying it to weapons grants fire attributes, igniting upon contact with air without needing a spark, an essential item for adventurers. Shiro charges and demands the sword. Sakura says the Foxman's weak points are the armpits and neck. He needs to strike there. The protagonist says understood and attacks with his dagger, spraying plasma. The Foxman begins to scream in pain, and the system notifies that when an enemy's weak point is struck, the status changes to cowardice, allowing double damage. During this period, the enemy's aggression and morale drop significantly, making it more vulnerable to attacks lasting 15 seconds. Tsuyoshi wonders if it has this kind of lifetime effect, finds it interesting, and says he'll take advantage of the opening. Sakura says that enemies in this state have weak points that are easier to identify, so he must be sure to dodge properly while looking for opportunities to attack. Tsuki replies that he understands and thanks her. The opponent tries to strike, Shiro dodges, and thinks that without her advice, he would have lost his life. The Foxman is exhausted. The protagonist asks if it's over and says, now it's his turn. Sakura tells him to aim at the neck now. Supreme Physique is activated, concentrated in both arms. Tsuyoshi strikes the neck, and the system notifies that the attack hit the weak point, dealing triple damage. The enemy's status changes to severely damaged and debilitated. Sakura says it was incredible, but not to let his guard down until the end, and she thinks it may be a low-level fight, but with her master, it feels so thrilling. Tsuki leaps, saying this ends now, and delivers his finishing blow. His partner, excited, says that was incredible. Shiro thinks this was truly a satisfying fight. He almost forgot to use the scroll before the drop. More notifications appear that he used 3 high-probability chess scrolls, raising the item chess drop rate to 96%. A light shines and the protagonist says it was just in time. The system notifies experience gained for defeating the boss and also for obtaining a black weapon. Tsuyoshi says 3,000 experience points, and the weapon dropped too. Sakura says he's very lucky since almost no one gets that weapon on the first attempt. Tsuki thinks that even with his exceptional physique, he could still get hurt if careless. But if he finds a weapon that suits him, he should be able to unleash even stronger attacks. He has never seen such a powerful weapon before. If he challenges those 3 from the Mad Wolf with this weapon, things will get interesting. Just a bit more until level 5. He'll reach level 6 tonight, for her sake and his own, and he asks if there's anywhere else to level up since he wants to reach level 6 as fast as possible. The system notifies about the restart scroll, which reduces monster respawn time in dungeons or caves. Its effect decreases in higher level areas or special zones. Shiro says it's simple, just use a restart scroll. The Fox Beastman cave is a low-level area, so monsters will respawn quickly. Sakura says she has a few of them, enough to reach level 6, and suggests taking a break first, adding that she also has healing potions. The protagonist is impressed that she really has everything. Outside the cave, Sakura says this should be enough, and a notification comes that the restart scroll was used and the cave has reset. Tsuyoshi says he can't wait any longer. This cold black light sword is truly impressive. It can even slow enemies with its frost effect. Sakura says some weapons have special effects, and their strength varies, but she's sure he'll find even better weapons in the future. Tsuki thinks of powerful weapons, like the Hammer of the Divine King, a sacred weapon of the Beastmen, stored in the inventory of Divine Consciousness. But right now, even with Supreme Physique, he can only hold it for a second at most. If he could use it properly, he would be invincible. Later, in the second battle with the boss, Shiro asks if it's been feeling good. After defeating the minions, he reached level 5. He says he missed it, and Sakura wishes him good luck. The protagonist charges, saying he's back. Sakura says he's starting to look a bit cruel now. Tsuyoshi faces the enemy and says, no, it's just how it is. He charges and keeps defeating the boss repeatedly, saying he's already replenished his stamina 6 times. From morning to night, he must have collected a full set of Fox Beastman equipment and finally reached level 6. Now he can take the test. At the entrance to the Combat Academy, a voice asks if that human said he'd take the test after reaching level 6, calling him an idiot. A Beastman sitting around the fire asks if a miserable human is leveling up on Beastman land, saying he doesn't know his place. His partner says that even if he did reach level 6, who knows when that would be? Besides, only sturdy Beastmen can enter the Combat Academy. Someone approaches, calling him out, asking who knows when, and says it's a pity for him because he's already level 6. The Beastman, outraged, can't believe it, asking if he leveled up twice in a single day. Tsuki says he'll wake the examiner, he won't wait until tomorrow, and he prepares to make that apology to Sakura as well. The supervisor asks what's going on, saying he was almost asleep, asking about a human test and warning him that if he wastes his time, he'd better be ready for the consequences. Shiro says he meets the requirements to begin the test and also wants to choose a skill from the skill vault. The supervisor says he talks big. Reaching level 6 doesn't guarantee passing the test. Until the Beastman looks shocked, realizing what he just heard, and asks about going from level 4 to 6 in less than a day and how that's possible. The protagonist says not to back down now, and if he passes, he'll apologize to his partner, and as a warrior, he won't go back on his word. The Beastman says fine and asks where all this confidence comes from. The supervisor says this is interesting, he doesn't know what happened, but Fine, they'll do as he says. The idea that a mere human could pass a test meant for them, the Beastmen, is laughable. The priest commander says that if he's reached level 6, then they'll begin now. They, Beastmen, are a main race of strength, and the criteria to pass, if he succeeds, will grant him the right to use the Combat Academy's skill vault. The test is simple. Look at the stone slab on the platform. If he can break it with a single punch, he passes. Tsuyoshi asks about breaking it, and if that's all. The Beastman thinks the commander plans to test the human using an external stone. Even a level 10 warrior would have trouble breaking it. Normally they use regular stones, so he should enjoy his confidence while it lasts. The system notifies the stone's description. The supervisor says it's easy for a Beastman. All he has to do is break it with one strike. He'll show him how it's done, thinking that anyone below level 10 couldn't even scratch the external stone. It isn't hard if it's a normal stone, but if it's a hated human, it's a different story. He tells him to watch carefully, that this is how it's done, and thinks that even at level 20, he needs to give it his all. The supervisor manages to break it using great force, asks if he saw, and says it's simple. Now let's see what he's got. Tsuki says he'll try. Sakura tells him to do his best. Shiro sighs and thinks that as long as he leaves a mark, thanks to his excellent physique, he can exceed the expected power at his level. But just in case, he'll adjust his enhancement to maximize the impact and strength of his fist. The protagonist uses his technique, becoming even stronger, with ultimate physique at 50% strength focused on his right arm, granting tremendous power. The supervisor says it may be easy for them, Beastmen, but a weak human can't do it. Tsuyoshi clenches his fist and the supervisor says, "At least leave a scratch." Tsuki shatters the stone into pieces, shocking everyone as great pressure shakes the area. Shiro holds his head and asks if he used too much force, saying it really was simple, he expected something harder. Sakura says, as expected, now he can access the skill vault. The Beastman asks if he saw that. The supervisor asks if he broke the external stone with one hit and says, that's impossible. The protagonist asks if that counts as passing. The supervisor answers, no, he failed. Because he wasn't looking when it happened. The crack must have been from his own earlier demonstration. Breaking the external stone doesn't count, which means he failed because he borrowed his power. Tsuyoshi asks what the plan for the test is now. The supervisor says they'll recommend the next one, the iron bar bending test. This test measures strength. The participant must bend an extremely tough iron bar, real steel that even a beast warrior needs explosive power to bend. Tsuki, with his supreme physique in both arms, easily bends the bar and asks what he thinks now. The furious supervisor responds no, he failed again because that bar wasn't for the test. With no choice, they'll use the most primitive method, arm wrestling. If he lasts 10 seconds against their strongest warrior, he passes. This time, the supervisor thinks, it won't be like before. Not even he himself could beat him. Shiro easily wins the match, and the wide-eyed supervisor asks if he didn't even last a second. The protagonist says he's completed 3 tests and passes this time. The embarrassed supervisor answers of course he passes, while a Beastman mutters that this human is terrifying. Tsuyoshi pulls his partner forward and says, now as promised, he will apologize to her. The Beastman says he will keep his word and apologizes for what he said before. Sakura, blushing, says she never expected this. She thought that kind of treatment was simply normal, and tells him not to worry about it. Tsuki says she doesn't need to be reserved. It's only fair that he apologizes. She should just accept it proudly. Sakura says she understands and accepts his apology. At the entrance to the skill vault, a voice says he can only take 1 skill scroll each time he enters. Shiro asks if it's only 1 at a time and says that's ridiculous. The supervisor asks if he thought he could just take whatever he wanted, explaining that the Combat Academy has strict rules. Once inside, he'll have 3 minutes to find a skill scroll he prefers. If he breaks the scroll's seal within that time, it becomes his. If the time runs out, he'll be forcibly expelled by the rules and won't be able to enter again for a while. The protagonist asks about the time limit, the seal, and being expelled by rules. What does this mean? The supervisor explains that the Combat Academy is a significant place representing the region, and to protect the vault, high-level sorcerers or mages were invited to place seals and barriers. The protagonist says this looks more complicated than he expected. Sakura answers that's how it is, and she's heard of even stricter conditions in higher-level combat academies. The door opens and the supervisor says if he understands, then he can enter. They shouldn't even think about stealing a skill or the barrier will expel him immediately. He has 3 minutes to choose a scroll and leave. However, the 3-minute countdown starts right away, and Tsuyoshi is impressed, saying he understands why they need magic to protect this place. With so many skill scrolls, even he would be tempted to steal a few. Tsuki removes his equipment since it's more comfortable wearing just a shirt. Sakura says this is her first time entering the skill vault and each scroll is sealed, so she can't see what they are. It looks like the seals could be broken by brute force. Shiro thinks he was planning to use absolute duplication, but finding a really good skill is difficult. Besides, using absolute duplication might be a bit embarrassing, and he's not sure if she could even do it. He says that either way he'll begin. He just has to use his strength, and he hopes to pick a skill to deal with those three. The protagonist begins releasing his lightning onto the scroll in his hand. The system notifies, shield impact, strike the target hard with the shield, causing physical damage and potentially stunning them. Suitable for defense-oriented warriors or warrior-derived classes. Tsuyoshi asks about shield impact since he doesn't even use a shield. Sakura says he doesn't need this skill, but there's something else to show. The system reveals Wind Step, move quickly to a specific location to dodge enemy attacks and increase attack speed, suitable for speed-oriented archers or archer-derived classes. Tsuki asks about an archer and says that's not her style. The system also shows War Cry, unleash a roar to inspire yourself and nearby allies, raising attack and defense, suitable for command-type warriors or warrior-derived classes. Sakura says War Cry is a support skill commonly used by warriors. Shiro says to pass and keep looking. Time left, 2 minutes. The protagonist asks about only 2 minutes remaining, says that's bad, and checks multi-shot, which doesn't help him at all. Sakura asks about the counterattack skill. The system shows that this skill, for a certain time, retaliates against enemy physical attacks with a chance to reflect status effects, suitable for counter-type warriors or warrior-derived classes. Tsuyoshi wonders about counterattack, thinks it could be useful, and says he'll keep it as a candidate. Tsuki continues scanning through skills, Frenzied Sweep, Charm, Awakening, but none interest him. Sakura says none of these seem right for him. Time left, 1 minute. Shiro thinks 1 minute left is bad, he's being inefficient. It seems he can check inside the scrolls by breaking their seals, and at this point, he'll have to use brute force. He says she has stamina potions and energy potions in her bag. He might need them later, and tells her to step back and hide behind something sturdy. Sakura replies yes. The protagonist crouches while releasing lightning. The supervisor notices something, and the beastmen outside ask what's happening. Tsuyoshi says he's going to break all the seals at once. Sakura thinks even she is impressed by her master's intensity. More notifications appear due to insufficient level and conditions. He cannot fully release the power of the Divine King's Hammer. Forcing the release will consume vast amounts of energy, lasting only for the duration of release. Tsuki keeps releasing lightning, saying 1 second is all he needs. A great energy is unleashed from the sky. The astonished supervisor asks if this is human power. Meanwhile, inside, Shiro continues unleashing his power, and Sakura thinks she wouldn't have believed such a terrifying presence if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. The system notifies, Divine King's Hammer activated. The protagonist slams his hand on the ground as lightning bursts out, saying he'll break all the seals on these scrolls at once. Outside, the supervisor stares, impressed by the extremely bright light being emitted. Tsuyoshi continues on the ground, unleashing his incredible and overwhelming power. The seals on the scrolls shatter as the lightning strikes them. Sakura says all the seals on the skill scrolls were broken in an instant. The system notifies that the deactivation of the Divine King's Hammer has been completed. Tsuki realizes he did it. The time remaining is 50 seconds. Shiro thinks the scroll information is pouring in, while Sakura realizes the invisible information flooding in is so massive it distorts space. If he perceives so much at once, his brain won't be able to handle it. She tells her master to wait. The protagonist feels his head splitting apart and thinks he saw everything, that he should be given the strongest skill, the one that suits him best. With 40 seconds left, Tsuyoshi sees that this isn't good, that it's not enough, and that he needs something stronger. A scroll nearby crackles with lightning around it. With 30 seconds left, Sakura warns that time is running out. Tsuki decides that since it caught his attention, that's the one, and tells her to grab the scroll on the lower shelf, third from the top in the farthest corridor. Sakura quickly moves, leaping, thinking lower shelf, third from the top, this must be it. She takes it and wonders if it's a fragmented scroll, as there must be some mistake. The system notifies fragmented scroll. These are scrolls missing parts for some reason. The user must collect the remaining fragments to complete it. Generally, fragmented scrolls have incomplete content and greatly reduce skill power. Sakura asks if he's sure, telling him this is a fragmented scroll. They're out of time, and she calls him to get out. With only 10 seconds left, Shiro picks her up in his arms, saying he can last a little longer before leaving. Outside, the supervisor notes it's gone quiet. Only 5 seconds remain. Even if he hasn't found a scroll when the time expires, he'll be sent out. The countdown begins. 3, 2. The door bursts open, unleashing immense pressure. The protagonist emerges carrying his partner and says he finished just in time. Sakura steps down from his arms, and the supervisor says he brought out a fragmented scroll. The system notifies combat magic. The user summons a powerful electric current that deals lightning damage. It circulates between 3 targets and is suitable for warriors and mages. First, it strikes the primary target with a powerful bolt, then calls down lightning from the sky. It automatically chains to the next target, leaving them paralyzed after suffering lightning damage, the most potent force of nature. It demands exceptional skill from the user, and its use is forbidden for those without mastery. The supervisor says he heard from his predecessor that in the last 1,000 years, almost no one has attempted to learn this fragmented skill. There are 2 reasons. First, this skill is divided into 6 volumes, and only 3 have ever been found. Collecting the rest without any clue in this vast world is unrealistic. Second, every beast man who tried to learn it in the past lost their life from backlash as they leveled up. Their bodies exploded, ending in horrific deaths because they couldn't control the skill's power. Tsuyoshi says working hard to gather the remaining fragments only to explode in the end. Has no one ever fully mastered this skill? The commander says there was one, 1,000 years ago, the strongest Beastman King, known as the Divine King. He was also the bearer of the sacred artifact, the Divine King's Hammer. This is the only skill the Divine King left behind in that era. Tsuki asks about a skill left behind by the bearer of the Divine King's Hammer, and why such a powerful skill would be thrown away like trash. The commander asks if he's mocking him, if this is some kind of joke. He says no matter how powerful a skill is, it means nothing if no one can wield it. Just like a superior weapon is useless in the hands of someone who can't swing it. Although this skill was left behind by the great Divine King, few believe it still exists, for no one has mastered it in a millennium. Like the old glory of the Beastmen, it will never return. Shiro raises the scroll and says, so be it. It might be perfect for him, and calls his partner to leave. The commander says that fragment is just the beginning. Whether he can obtain the remaining fragments, whether he can master the skill completely, depends on his own strength and luck. Then he looks at her, asking if she's the half-beast who should have been executed, how she dares walk among beastmen, saying that human probably doesn't even know her true identity yet, and asking if she intends to sacrifice him as well. Sakura lowers her head and replies that it's none of his business. The commander watches her and says he'll see how far she can go. Inside the inn, the protagonist says her healing potion is incredibly effective, but the taste is terrible. The wound was completely healed thanks to the potion, and Tsuyoshi asks how the hell she made it, saying she's been acting strangely since she came back and asks if she's alright. Sakura answers that she is, she's just a little tired. Tsuki says he's curious. She was also supposed to be executed, and asks if it was because of her story that she was next. Sakura tries to change the subject, saying they shouldn't talk about unpleasant things anymore, and asks if he studied the scroll he got. Shiro replies that he memorized it earlier. That old beast man said some strange things, but it seems perfect for him. He thinks Lightning Chain requires a strong body, and it's more than suitable for himself, who has the strongest body. He can't wait to see what this skill will do once he gathers the remaining scrolls. Sakura says that's excellent and tells him to go now, saying it's a beautiful day. It seems like a good day to level up. The protagonist says she's right, but before that, there's something he has to do. The system notifies that the cooldown of the ring without limits has ended. Unlimited passage available. Unlimited passage activation complete. Tsuyoshi thinks that when he learned this skill, he discovered how to deal with those 3 and says he told them to remember him. He'll eliminate them for sure. Lightning bursts out and Tsuki returns to his world. He thinks that before he starts attacking, he must break their stance, and to activate his new skill, he needs a weapon. He's glad to have the inventory of Divine Consciousness. The system notifies Divine Consciousness inventory activated and 1 item was withdrawn. Shiro thinks that with his skill, he activates the black freeze flash and the sword is taken. The mage asks if he pulled that sword out of the air, if he has a dimensional storage. Gaia says he definitely has some secrets. That sword looks like a high-quality item too, and he'll take it. The bald bandit says to kill him first, they can split the loot later. The protagonist says they were the ones who started this fight. Tsuyoshi raises his sword and the mage says he really is a warrior, asking what that overwhelming aura is. Tsuki slashes with his sword, extremely powerful, releasing intense lightning. The enemies stare in fear until the bolt strikes them. The bandit asks how that guy can use such a high-level magic. They're all paralyzed and Shiro approaches them. The mage thinks they underestimated him, that he's completely different compared to before and wonders what the hell is going on. He also thinks it's frustrating, but it's better if they run. The bandit begs to wait, saying they surrender. Without hesitation, the protagonist punches him and asks if he really thought he'd forgive someone who tried to kill him, telling him not to make him laugh. Gaia asks if he doesn't realize they're crazy wolf and tells him to let them go. Tsuyoshi strikes him and tells him to shut up and die silently. The mage thinks he's showing no mercy, realizing he would be finished if he let them escape. Tsuki says he's next. The bald one asks if he thinks he should be killed just like that. The mage throws an explosive fruit and the system notifies. Sticky explosive fruit. These fruits attach to a target and explode. Even small, they're powerful and can cause massive damage, which is why they're rare and expensive. Shiro blocks with his sword and the bald man tells him to die and explode. Enormous explosions erupt, and the excited mage says he bought those fruits with a lifetime savings. Even a level 12 hero would take damage, and if he's only level 10, the blast has enough firepower to tear his body to pieces. He's 10 years too early to fight them. In the middle of the smoke, the protagonist is still alive. The bald man can't believe it and asks what the hell that strength is. Tsuyoshi says if not for his peak physique, he would have been finished for sure. The system notifies that the Black Goblin set and peak physique have been activated. Tsuki glares at him, moves swiftly, determined to end the three of them, and strikes with overwhelming power, causing a massive impact. He asks if they really think he'd feel safe leaving them alive. Afterwards, still in the same place, Shiro picks up the sword and says, "They're members of MANHWA." All of this happened because he's still at a low level. Such a disgusting world where the weak are devoured. Then, the protagonist notices something and asks what that is. He approaches and realizes it's a ring. The system reveals the details. Dimensional ring, forged with a special material, it allows the user to have a dimensional space. The size of the space varies according to the level of the ring. Tsuyoshi puts on the ring and says, "This really is a dimensional ring." More notifications appear explaining that to use it, he must infuse mana into it. Tsuki gets excited, saying a hero normally wouldn't even get the chance to lay hands on a dimensional ring. Besides the price, it's hard to find one on the market, and he's going to try. Shiro channels mana into the ring and asks if it's activating now, realizing the ring is still new. The system notifies, first activation of the dimensional ring successful. The ring is syncing with his mana. The protagonist says no way, it's helped him ever since this happened, and thanks for the loot. In the same place, the hero's security forces arrive, and Tsuyoshi is glad he left early. The system notifies Hero Security Force, created under the authority of the Hero Alliance. Tsuki thinks he erased his tracks carefully, and since they already took everything valuable, they shouldn't be able to trace anything back to him. He says at least he's safe for now. This new smartphone he got from Gaia is really impressive. After linking his information code to the device, it's basically his. His smartphone rings and Shiro panics, wondering who would be calling at a time like this. He answers and realizes it's his high school teacher. The teacher says he still hasn't been coming to school, even though winter break ended over a week ago. She understands he wanted to leave school because of his sister and knows the financial situation might be hard, but she doesn't want to see a student drop out. The protagonist thanks her and says money isn't the only problem, thinking he always hated school and she must know that. The teacher says she understands, but he can change his life if he doesn't quit studying. She'll try to do something about the tuition so he won't have to worry. She tells him to be brave and come to school tomorrow. He can't just work as a janitor for his sister and for his own future. Tsuyoshi thinks she still doesn't know he's already a hero now. She's the only person who's always worried about him. The teacher also says he's a strong boy, not to run away from problems and to keep studying. He can become as strong as possible for his sister and for himself. Tsuki thinks he thought he never wanted to go back to school because he had no happy memories there. But after talking with Sensei, he realizes he's a hero now. He's not the same helpless kid who was bullied. He'll make those bullies bow their heads. He thanks her, saying he'll go to school tomorrow. Elsewhere, a voice says 3 people were finished off by an unknown hero and their items were looted, including the dimensional ring entrusted to them. A man with several rings on his fingers slams the table, saying they didn't even realize a tracking spell had already been cast on that ring. Tracking magic is used to locate the approximate position of a marked item. The man says he already knows where it is and he won't let him live after robbing Crazy Wolf. This is the guild leader who orders his underlings to bring that thief to him. They reply that they understand. The next morning, Shiro asks how the devices are. Karina, with her crutch, says she's fine. As long as she walks slowly, he doesn't need to worry. The protagonist says she's stubborn, that they won't rush and will take it slow. He thinks that once she heard he'd return to school, she insisted on coming too, saying she didn't want to be a burden. He managed to buy it with the money he got from those 3, but now he's broke again. He can't sell this dimensional ring. He'll have plenty of opportunities as a hero. Looking at his sister's expression, he thinks it was all worth it and tells her to take it slow and not walk around too much after class. He'll walk her down himself and promises he'll take care of her. Inside the classroom, the school bully asks who that girl was using canes and strange tools to walk. Her partner asks if she means Karina and explains that she was attacked by the darkness, lost her parents, and both her legs were injured. The bully asks if that's true, says she became disabled after experiencing poverty, that she's a pitiful soul. Her partner says that incident was in the newspaper. Even the teachers talked about it. The bully says, wouldn't it be better if poor people in the slums were just wiped out? That it's a waste of resources for the news to cover her, and that she's been irritated for a while by her acting all pure and innocent. Her partner asks if she's planning to bully her again, reminding her that she's disabled and asking if that won't be bad if the school finds out. The bully asks what's wrong with bullying the disabled, saying no one dared to speak up when she bullied before, it should be the same now, and she already has something interesting in mind. The bully walks off, calling her partner to come along since she still has to meet her boyfriend. In the vice principal's office, a voice says he should be grateful to Lily. If she hadn't asked, he wouldn't have allowed him to keep attending school. It's the vice principal who also says he shouldn't treat his studies this way and asks what he thinks a school is. The teacher replies that she knows that's the case, but he has his own circumstances, and she already arranged it. The tuition has been paid and she'll make sure he gets the credits he needs for graduation. The protagonist thanks her and apologizes for causing trouble. They leave the room while the vice principal watches her hips, thinking he doesn't really care about the student. He's only interested in her and that she really needs a lover like him. In the hallway, the teacher says she also covered his sister's tuition, so he doesn't need to worry. The two of them are strong children. Tsuyoshi apologizes for making her worry so much, saying he'll definitely repay the money. Lily says they can talk about that later. He's already in his third year now, so he should prepare for the exams. Besides, he's much brighter compared to before, and she's happy about it. Tsuki says he's been doing his best lately and will meet her expectations. He thinks about apologizing for not telling her that he's a hero now. The matter with Crazy Wolf still isn't resolved, so he has to be careful, but at least he wants to show he's not the same person he used to be. The teacher tells him to hurry and go to class because the subject now is art. In classroom 3, Shiro enters. A slacker student watches him and says he thought he'd been expelled, but here he is back again. His partner in front asks if they should take him to the bathroom again after class. Rayleigh says of course, and that while he was gone, the protection fee money was already collected. He asks if he thought they'd show sympathy for his family's situation and says he should pity himself since he doesn't even have money to enjoy karaoke. San, holding a small paper ball, throws it at the protagonist, saying he'll remind him first of the feeling of being hit. The ball bounces, but Tsuyoshi catches it, stopping it from hitting him. The two of them stare, shocked and confused, asking if he just caught it. Tsuki stays still until he turns and tells him to come to the bathroom later. Rayleigh asks if he heard right, saying he's actually inviting them to the bathroom. That bastard's getting bold just because he hasn't seen him in a while. He'll make him feel some pain. Then the bell rings. At the bathroom door, someone says San is using this one now and they should go elsewhere. Inside, Rayleigh says he was picking up trash after leaving school and asks if he became a janitor. Then asks about the protection fee. His partner says to hand over the money, or else. Shiro interrupts, asking, "Or else what?" The pressure in the room grows tense. San tells him to stop joking, he'll beat him. The big one says they've been waiting for those words, while the other rolls up his sleeves, saying he's finished now. The protagonist grabs both their arms, thinking he's incredibly strong now, and wonders if he really got this powerful so fast. He doesn't even feel fear anymore. Before, he never had the courage to defend himself, but now he's different. Tsuyoshi activates his skill, Divine Eye activated, and sees the three are classless, with no combat power, not even a threat. They try to kick him, shouting to let them go, but Tsuki attacks first, knocking them to the ground. Rayleigh watches his partners fall, wondering what the hell is happening. Why that weakling suddenly seems like a completely different person. Then the boy at the door warns that the boss is coming and they should run. San helps his partners up, glaring furiously before leaving. Shiro thinks that look shows taking a kick wasn't enough, and he's glad he held back. If he had used peak physique along with those kicks, they'd already be finished. In another room, a voice says she'll cause more trouble and apologizes to Haru. The person replies it's fine and to just call if anything is needed. A girl in front hands books to Karina until someone strikes her. Her partner says Karina's body is disabled now, but Mina mercilessly says if she speaks again, she'll slap her face next. A girl nearby trembles. The bully says Karina hasn't come to school for a long time, and during that time she had no servant around, which was quite annoying, and asks how she's going to make up for it. Karina, frightened, hesitates to speak. Mina asks about money and whether those things on her legs aren't sellable. Karina asks if she means the device and says no. Her older brother did everything he could to buy it for her, so it's very important to her. The two bullies stare without pity, and the ringleader asks if it's really that important to her, saying that without it, she can't even walk. Karina answers yes, it's important. Mina shoves her and leaves when she sees the teacher arriving, who says class is starting and they should return to their seats. The bully mutters that the teacher came right then, and it's the 6th period already, warning her not to dare go straight home after school because their talk isn't finished. The teacher begins her lesson while Karina, head down, thinks she has to run the moment class ends. She can't wait to see her big brother, and she has to make sure not to run into Mina and the others, planning to take the back gate. In her brother's classroom, Lily closes the book and says today's lesson ends here, reminding everyone to be careful on their way home. They stand up. The teacher asks Tsuyoshi if she may, and he says yes, asking if it's about class. Lily asks if he's gotten used to school again after being absent for so long and wonders if there's anything she can do to help him today. Tsuki says he's fine and thanks her. The teacher says she's glad that's the case, and instead of being afraid like before, he should be sure to tell her if he's bullied. Shiro says he's doing very well and thanks her. Lily says she's really happy he's adjusting back to school and reminds him again to say something if anything happens. He should go home now. The protagonist says goodbye to her until someone calls him. It's the bully from before, saying he wants to apologize for the bathroom incident, and asks if they can talk somewhere else. Tsuyoshi asks where, and the bully guides him, saying it's right there. He just wants to apologize in private. When they arrive, someone hidden jumps out with something in hand to strike him. Loud cracks sound, and the bully tells his partner not to overdo it. The system notifies, skill activated. Tsuki breaks the wood in their hands. The one knocked to the ground asks if he stopped it. Shiro says he knew they were planning something shady, but didn't expect it to be this low. The protagonist kicks him again, then hits the others around him with his powerful strikes. The big guy collapses with foam at his mouth, and Tsuyoshi says he hasn't learned his lesson, their failures. Rayleigh charges with a club to strike him, and Tsuki says if this weren't at school, he'd be finished. San, holding the club raised, freezes. His hands won't move. He wonders if he's afraid of him. Shiro strikes him down, saying he's late to pick up his sister now, and that they're lucky the law of heroes forbids a hero from killing civilians. In the corridor toward the back gate, Karina walks slowly, exhausted, thinking she has to avoid the bully by taking the back gate. She'll circle back to the front afterward. When she reaches the stairs, she thinks it's still frightening to go down them, and tells herself to stay calm and take it slowly, until someone pushes her. Karina's belongings scatter and she falls hard to the ground. Mina says she fell, mocking her for thinking she could escape through the back gate, that they knew she'd come here, and they'll take those things off her legs. Karina, injured on the ground, begs them to stop, not to take her device. The bully asks if she realizes she won't escape easily if they remove that device themselves. At the front gate, the protagonist wonders why his sister hasn't arrived yet. He thinks her class ended earlier, but they said she already left. Then someone approaches, asking if he's Karina's older brother. Tsuyoshi says yes and asks if she knows where she is, since they were supposed to go home together. The girl says she thinks Karina went out through the back gate and asks why he doesn't check himself. Tsuki starts walking, wondering why his sister would be at the back gate, thinking something must have happened. Haru acted strangely. She seemed scared of something. Either way, he has to find her, and he'll need to take the stairs to reach the back gate. Shiro wonders if she really would have gone there, until he spots something, and it's his sister lying on the ground. The protagonist keeps staring until Karina lifts her head, her face badly bruised, and asks why her brother is there. Tsuyoshi activates the Divine Eye and begins analyzing her injuries, showing that the forehead wounds were caused by punches, the bruises on her cheeks by repeated slaps, the marks on her arms by pinches, the ones on her stomach by kicks, and the injuries on her waist also by kicks. Karina still insists it was her fault for falling down the stairs, and the system notifies multiple hemorrhages detected on the target's body. Tsuki asks if she really fell and says it must hurt. He imagines his sister being beaten, and Karina apologizes for not being able to go down the stairs and for her cane being broken. Shiro also imagines her taking pinches and kicks and begins picking up her belongings scattered on the ground. Karina says she didn't want to cause him trouble, but the cane is broken and she can't stand up. The protagonist says they are family, so there's no such thing as a burden, and it must have hurt to fall like that. His sister says she's fine, and he doesn't need to worry, and asks about the device. If they're still intact, Tsuyoshi checks and says they are. Karina says she's glad. Tsuki picks her up and tells her they're going home. He walks with her in his arms, looking at the sky, and asks if she remembers when he carried her like this that day. He can feel how much she's grown. It was long ago, Karina agrees, and says it feels like yesterday. Since that day, they've always been together. Shiro says she's the only person he has, and since then, he wanted to become stronger to protect her. Back then, he was completely powerless, but now he's a hero and won't let her go through the same thing twice. Karina says she knows he always does his best, and that's why she doesn't want to be a burden. The protagonist sets her down and says she's repeating that again, but they're family and she knows it and tells her to wait there a little while because he'll be back soon. His sister asks where he's going, and Tsuyoshi answers that he has to take care of something he forgot. She asks what he forgot. Tsuki walks off with plasma in his eyes. In another room, Mina says it was good that Karina tried to desperately protect her legs while being kicked, also complaining it's annoying they couldn't rip those devices off her legs, that they could sell them for money, and she's going to make sure to steal them. Billy asks if they're really sellable, and Mina says not to worry, she'll have an answer by tomorrow. The blonde says Karina's older brother just came back to school and wonders if that'll be a problem. She heard he was expelled and became a janitor. Mina scoffs about janitor, saying he's trash. So both the cripple and the trash are family, and it's shameful to be in the same school as them. The blonde adds that Karina used to be quite popular before her legs were broken. Many boys liked her. She was pretty, smart, and stylish. Billy asks about pretty and stylish and says he wants to see her now. Mina snaps at him for saying that in front of her, but her boyfriend steps in and tells her not to be angry. It doesn't mean anything. The bully says after they steal Karina's device tomorrow, they'll have fun together once they sell it. Billy replies fine. It's an easy target against a crippled girl. Shiro enters the room and they all look up. Billy asks who dares come in. The protagonist says so she's the one who hurt his sister, and she claims she fell down the stairs. The blonde asks if he's Karina's brother. Mina asks if he's planning to take revenge and says he came at the wrong time. Billy asks if he's the trash man, a third-year student he's never heard of, and says his girlfriend was only playing with his sister. Tsuyoshi asks if that means he decided to push a crippled girl and send her tumbling down the stairs. Billy asks if he has a complaint and whether he was apologizing. Mina says it's easier to make him understand the situation, and how dare a trash man like him waste their time. When Billy moves to attack, Tsuki blocks him, breaking the big guy's finger, making him scream and ask how he dares. The girls cry out to wait, asking what just happened. Shiro says it wasn't just him and he won't let any of them escape. The protagonist uses the divine eye and sees they have no class, no combat power, no threat at all. Mina asks what he's doing. Tsuyoshi replies that he thought she might be a hero since she acts so bossy, but it looks like she's just bullying people for no reason. Billy groans in pain, clutching his fingers, and asks if he even knows who his father is. His girlfriend asks if he's okay. The blonde says she'll give him credit for being brave enough to come alone. They may not be heroes, but they're not the type he should mess with. Until Tsuki strikes her too, throwing her to the ground and asks if she really thinks he wouldn't dare hit a woman. Mina looks at her friend Vivian and thinks this is way too fast. Not even sports students have that kind of speed, and wonders what the hell is going on. Billy tries to speak again, but Shiro rushes at the bully girl, saying he doesn't see the two of them as women. Billy tries to say something, but the protagonist punches him in the mouth, breaking his teeth, and says he'll deal with him later and now he can shut up. Mina worries about her boyfriend until Tsuyoshi grabs her by the neck and pushes her against the wall. The bully girl begs him to wait and let go. Tsuki says that from what he heard, she took the initiative to bully his sister, and now she better listen properly. That he, as her brother, will never forgive her for what she did. Shiro keeps choking her harder and angrier and says from now on she is to stay away from his sister. He doesn't expect her to apologize, but to make sure she keeps her distance. And if not next time, he'll twist her head off, and he's serious, asking if she understands. Mina answers yes. The protagonist lets go and says, that's good. Then asks the big guy if he's this girl's boyfriend, and if he still wants to bully his sister. Tsuyoshi picks up a ruler from the ground and says that even with something simple like a ruler, it should be enough to finish trash like him. Billy begs him to wait. Tsuki says just thinking about what he said makes him sick, and he could have eliminated him if he were a hero. Billy, injured, asks if he knows who he is, saying he's the son of the Blue Snake gang leader and his father is a level 10 hero. Shiro asks about the Blue Snake gang and if that's the same ones they owed money to for his sister's hospital bill, because those people said the same thing when they came to the hospital, and says, it's funny how often he runs into people he hates. The protagonist releases lightning. Billy, shocked, asks about abilities, and if he's a hero, Tsuyoshi strikes him with his powerful lightning, and the system warns that if the proper weapon isn't used, the damage is reduced by 90% and total damage isn't dealt. Tsuki walks away saying that amount of pain should be enough for him. Shiro picks up his bag and says not to forget this is the first and last chance to keep the promise. He can apologize, but he'll also have to clean the classroom. Billy, badly injured, asks if he left. Mina asks if he's okay and says they should go to the hospital. Her boyfriend answers, no, he just needs to rest and didn't know he was a hero. The bully girl asks what he's going to do, and if this isn't over. Pointing at the scar on her neck and saying she'll make him pay for it, Billy tells her not to tell him what to do, that he'll make him pay. He'll make him pay by talking to his father. The bully girl agrees, and says he should tell his father who made him mad. Billy says he'll ask his father and then wipe him and his sister off the face of the earth. Outside, Karina is sitting on the ground hoping her brother is okay, saying if she could take care of herself, she wouldn't trouble him. She doesn't want to make him worry even more now that he's a hero, until someone calls her. She's startled, but it's the protagonist apologizing for making her wait and telling her to go home with him, carrying her on his back while his sister says she'll carry the bags. Tsuyoshi walks thinking so the young leader of the Blue Snake gang is a level 10 hero and Billy's father. And of course the boy will cry to his father and try to strike back at them. But he's ready. There are many of them, and he can't afford to lower his guard. It's time to return to the other world, and he won't let them hurt his sister again. In the other world, Sakura says they've reached the north, and there is what he needs to know. Upon reaching the city, he can take part in an official mission and must register at the Adventurers Guild. In the city, he can also find a tavern, a blacksmith, and a tool shop. Tsuki says that's exactly what he needs. He wanted to gain war experience. It feels like a fun game. He's going there and can't wait. In the city, Shiro says it's amazing seeing so many different Beastman tribes. His partner says that looking at these Beastmen, there are many rare tribes there, each with its own specialty. The protagonist asks if those are human adventurers. Sakura asks if they're like the ones from his homeworld and says that in a big city with a guild there are many different tribes. There's also a rule that says he should avoid fights that could cost lives outside the arena, but still the North is a Beastman city, and of course there are many Beastmen there. Although the highly proud elves and the noble Beastmen are quite rare there, Tsuyoshi asks if that's interesting and says this is the first time he's seen another human, a fellow human, since arriving there. He can already feel the bond until Sakura notices that her master is already there talking to people and yells that he can't just suddenly run off like that. The two armed people ask who he is and tell him not to get too close. Tsuki asks if there's some rule about greetings. Sakura says it's a misunderstanding. The two comment on the strange feeling and walk away. Sakura says it seems he shouldn't talk to adventurers around the city. He'll only make them cautious. Most adventurers, especially humans, are wary of their surroundings. Shiro says he understands. There are many rules in this world. It seems everyone is whispering around. Sakura lowers her head and apologizes, saying it's because she is half Beastman and they hate hybrids. Then tells him to go get registered at the Adventurer Guild. The protagonist says it's better they just leave them alone. Discrimination exists everywhere, so she doesn't need to think about it and calls her to come along. Sakura takes his hand and they move together. Arriving at a shop, Tsuyoshi asks if it's like in anime games and says it's a mission board. Sakura says they can't accept any of those missions until they register. They go inside. Sakura says they're there to register as adventurers. The woman asks if it's a group of a half-breed and a human and says that's interesting, and asks which of them wants to register. Tsuki says they're different compared to those outside staring at them. He's already seen an inconsistent number of adventurers, so it's nothing new to him, the clerk says, to write down the information there. Name and class. The information is shared across the whole Adventurer Guild, so next time he can take missions even in other branches. Shiro says it was written on an official document. Sakura says what matters isn't the paper, but the registration. Otherwise, he can't get an adventurer badge. The protagonist asks about an adventurer badge. Sakura answers yes. It's the adventurer's ID. Starting with the lowest rank, the Iron Badge. The higher the rank, the greater the merits and rewards, and he should do his best to gain experience. The clerk explains the lowest ranks start at Iron, then Bronze, Silver, and Gold, but only a few with Gold rank wander the guild. Those strong adventurers usually only take missions from the rich. Tsuyoshi says the lowest badge rank isn't that impressive. The clerk says once he gets the badge, his level will automatically be determined, and he can hide it with the badge. Tsuki says that's amazing and asks how it works. Sakura says it's linked to the adventurer badge and he can hide it just by thought but must remember the method. Shiro asks about thought, and if it's like this, the protagonist thanks the divine selection system and thinks it's easy. The clerk is impressed and says it's rare for someone to do it in one try. This method is known to be hard for beginners. A Beastman shoves him aside and tells him to get out of the way. They place something on the counter and say they're reporting a mission completed and ask if there are other missions. If not, they'll grab a drink together and it's on her. The clerk says unfortunately she's busy. There's an emergency request. Though the reward is high, the difficulty is high too. The requester wanted at least a level 15 adventurer and asks if they can handle it. They ask if there's something around level 10 and what kind of request it is. The clerk says a large number of carnivorous darkness creatures are troubling farmers. A group of 3 also accepted this request, but they were badly injured and 1 is still missing. Their levels were higher than his. The Beastman asks about level 10 carnivorous darkness, and if it's a pack, his partner says they're not doing it. That kind of request needs level 20 or above. Tsuyoshi grabs the scroll and says they'll accept, and that he's on his way. The Beastman asks what he said and if he knows what would happen to him if he drew a weapon inside the guild, tells him not to underestimate it. If he values his life, it's better not to accept that request. Tsuki says he just registered, and since he can't do it, he better shut up, and asks if he wants to test his combat ability in the arena, thinking that with the help of the divine selection system, he can defeat a level 9 Beastman in a one-on-one match. The Beastman says he should know his place, even if their own badges are still iron. They've gained a lot of mission experience and asks if his iron badge is still new, saying he'll be laughed at if the client rejects him. The clerk says she praises his courage, but at his current level it's possible the client will refuse him. The Beastman asks if he heard that and tells him to start from the bottom. Chasing a runaway dog would be better for him. Sakura answers, no, they'll do this request. They're surprised to hear that, and the Beastman says his companion is a half-breed, and asks if she can back up such a bold claim. Sakura shows her gold badge and asks if that's enough proof. The Beastmen look shocked, and Shiro wonders if she really has a gold badge. The clerk says she should have said that from the start and will entrust the request to her, betting the client will be pleased. The protagonist says now he's running away. Sakura says this request will help his level progression. Tsuyoshi agrees and says they'll do it. The clerk wonders why a gold-ranked adventurer is calling a boy master and who he really is. Thinking it's interesting, later Sakura says the farm where numerous carnivorous darkness creatures reside should be nearby. Tsuki says he didn't know she had a gold badge. Sakura says she joined the Adventurer Guild when she was young and completed many missions and requests with different groups. After that, she realized she met the requirement for a gold badge and went to upgrade it, asking if that's strange. Shiro thinks she's been active in the guild since young and it must have been tough. Anne tells her she's amazing. Sakura blushes and thanks him. After walking for a while, they arrive at the place and say their opponents look strong. The monsters are level 10. The protagonist observes and says, it's a pack of level 10 carnivorous darkness and wonders how many are inside that building. They're disgusting. Sakura says they are darkness after all. They corrupt all living things, making them furious and stronger. Low-level creatures even lose their intelligence. They're the same as those dark goblins. This carnivorous darkness corrupted slimes into darkness. Tsuyoshi says so. They were slimes before, and no wonder they're so vicious. So these carnivorous darkness are just dark slimes. They're dangerous because only lightning element attacks work on them, so his chain thunderfall is the best option, and tells her to just watch from the side as usual. He readies himself for battle thinking. He brought his weapon for the chance to level up. Sakura pulls him and says he shouldn't try to do that kind of thing alone anymore. Tsuki asks why. His partner answers, this is a fight that could cost him his life. It's a completely different area compared to beginner zones. Maybe he can handle one-on-one, but what if it's a whole pack? And asks again if he remembers the expression of that group after hearing the request details. Sakura also says they know it's dangerous. It's not unusual for an adventurer to lose their life anytime. After all, it's part of the job. She doesn't want him risking his life just to level up, and tells him at least let her accompany him during the fight. Shiro says he understands. By the way, he has 2 questions for her. Thinking it's about his level, he's just planning to raise it to prepare for anything that might happen in his world. Sakura asks what's the problem, and says if she knows she'll answer. The protagonist thinks she should remember the promise made by the Beastman King. A trial awaits after a year and says he doesn't know how strong the king is. So his first question is this. He doesn't know how strong he must be to prove his strength and skill after a year. Sakura looks at him and says honestly it's impossible for him to pass the trial. After just 1 year starting at this level, it's impossible. Tsuyoshi asks why impossible. Sakura answers first of all it's already an achievement. If he stays alive until next year, at minimum, he must avoid being killed by the divine judgment of the Beastmen, and asks if he knows the rule related to the level system. Tsuki asks her to explain, thinking he knows both worlds share the same level system, and the higher his adventurer combat level here, the stronger his combat abilities as a hero in his world. But beyond that, he knows nothing else. Shiro says the level limit for adventurers is 100, and the current Beastman King is at level 92. The reason the Beastman King reached that position is because of his unmatched combat skills and high level. Beastman King, Human King, and Elven King. The kings of the races symbolize the peak of power. The protagonist says he didn't seem that strong to be the symbol of the Beastmen's power. Sakura says the reason she said it's impossible for him to pass the Beastman King's trial is because there's a limit to how much someone can grow. To put it simply, there's a point where an adventurer can no longer get stronger. The higher the level, the harder it is to level up, and he can see her as an example. She's been an adventurer for more than 20 years, but is still only level 72. She knows 72 isn't low, but she's tried many times to increase her level and failed. This is her level cap. Everyone has their own limit. So for him to pass the Beast King's trial is too much. At minimum, he would need to reach level 50. No matter how you look at it, it's impossible for him to raise his level that high in a single year. A normal adventurer would need their entire life just to reach level 50. Tsuyoshi looks at her and says he understands her concern. Sakura asks if he's really fine and says at least she'll accompany him while he does his best this coming year, even if he can't fulfill the promise with the Beast King. Tsuki says she knows he's not a normal adventurer. He stood back up after receiving divine judgment and lifted the Divine King's hammer. She knows that's not normal. He'll be fine. As long as he can reach level 50 in a year, even if it's impossible for others, it's probably within his reach. He thinks it's strange to say, but thanks to this ring, he's inside this world and even stood up after divine judgment. and has this divine selection system. He is the chosen one and has to say goodbye to any normal path or fate. With this divine selection system, everything has become possible. Sakura calls him and says he was right. He will definitely become a legend, and she believes in him. Shiro says, "Let's go." And this is his second question. Sakura apologizes for talking too much. The protagonist wonders, if fighting a level 10 warrior along with dozens of underlings at the same time, what level he would need to reach at least. Sakura answers she doesn't know why he asked that, but based on that situation with so many enemies, he'd need to be at least level 12 to have the advantage. Tsuyoshi says level 12 and decides then he'll reach level 12 within about a week. The monster lets out a loud sound and Tsuki says to leave it to him and thinks he'll use his full ability from now on. He activates his divine eye. The system notifies of the main weakness, a slime core inside the body. After the main body is damaged, the core will glow and regenerate the damaged body. During this time, the core's location can be determined. Shiro thinks he understands. Although the elemental weakness is lightning, the core also counts as a weakness. At his current level, using Chain Thunderfall directly on the core is the best option to win. First, he has to find where the core is located. Sakura says if he hits it with the attack, it may corrupt the body part it touches. The protagonist rushes to attack and says he found it, thinking with his supreme physique he can withstand attacks. Tsuyoshi slashes with his sword and wonders if the core is located in its chest. After Tsuki lands, he realizes the opponent already recovered. Its regeneration speed is terrifying. The monster charges, opening its huge mouth to devour him. Shiro blocks with his sword and asks if it plans to eat him, saying it chose the wrong opponent. The system notifies supreme physique, arm strength increased. The protagonist says it's like an insect flying into fire. Tsuyoshi rips the monster's mouth apart. Sakura is shocked and thinks his power is immense. Maybe exactly as he said, he's a man who makes the impossible possible. The monster screams in pain and Tsuki says he finally found it under its tongue. Now it can taste the power of thunder. Shiro uses his Chain Thunderfall technique. The monster is eliminated and the core falls to the ground. The protagonist sighs and says this request will be easy. 30 minutes later, several monsters are eliminated and Tsuyoshi says almost all the carnivorous darkness outside is cleared. He thinks it's just as his partner said. The experience requirement to level up increases the higher his level. The XP from such weak mobs becomes insignificant. The gains from these monsters are inferior compared to the average. He has to at least rethink his plan on how to level up quickly. It's faster compared to the rate in his world, but still far from his goal. He must reach level 12 in less than a week and then reach level 20 within a year. He has to do his best to achieve it. And by the way, she has a thunder ointment. Sakura takes out thunder oil and says it was a good job. And there are 4 left. She prepared them for both so he can use them as he wishes. Tsuki says that's just like her, and that he bought thunder oil from the item seller before they arrived there, and asks if it's expensive, saying they'll stock up on oil-based items next time. The fire oil they used last time was also convenient. Sakura says he doesn't have money and explains the current financial situation. That kind of item isn't cheap. She spent all the money she had to buy these items and apologizes. Shiro says it's nothing she should apologize for, and asks how much each costs and what about the reward for this request, saying he'll try to do something about it and asks her to explain as simply as possible. He hadn't considered finances. He thinks he's been focusing on leveling up and completely forgetting that money is also important in this world. Even if she spent all her savings, she probably wouldn't say anything. Sakura explains the price differs depending on the items, like thunder oil, which is rare, and for low-level missions or requests, the reward also varies, like with the items he's looking for. But the reward from a low-level guild mission isn't even 1 gold coin. That's why people make personal requests to adventurers when they lose items. Generally, if it's a trash cleaning request from crowds, the reward would be around 50 silver coins to 3 gold coins. The current request to clear carnivorous darkness should pay 3 gold coins, and they're poor right now. Once they finish this request, the guild will calculate and grant the reward afterwards. The protagonist says she seems like a reliable wife, and the boss should be inside the food warehouse since he's the only one left. They'll finish this quickly. Sakura wishes him good luck until a voice asks who he is to enter the farm without permission. It's the owner of the place, who also asks if they're adventurers and what a human and a half are doing in his farm. Companions beside him say there's residue of thunder magic being used and ask if he exterminated the carnivorous darkness outside. The cat says impossible, especially done by a human and a half. That human looks weak. Exterminating carnivorous darkness with only one group is hard. Those people are also after it. The big guy says he understands and asks if he's also after Cardiolus, saying they already accepted this request and the Cardiolus drop will be theirs. The armored beastman says it seems the rumor about Cardiolus has already spread. Tsuyoshi asks what Cardiolus is and if he's the client, saying there's a misunderstanding. They receive this request from the guild. Sakura tells him to wait and asks about the Cardiolus drop from this boss. The beastman answers yes, indeed, he made a request to the guild but didn't expect them to come so soon, and asks if she doesn't know about the boss's drop here. The cat archer says since he doesn't know, he should leave it to them and step aside. No matter if he tries to interfere, when it comes to Cardiolus, they won't show mercy. Tsuki asks his partner what Cardiolus is, and she answers not to give up this request because that item is very valuable. Cardiolus is a rare drop from a dark boss. After being purified, it can be used to connect with a dark area, and the drop and XP rate inside a dark area is 10 times greater than in a normal one outside. Any adventurer wanting to level up wouldn't miss this chance. If it were sold at auction, it would cost around 100 gold coins before purification. After purification, at least 150 gold coins. Shiro asks if it's that expensive and says they must get it at all costs, thinking it's important for his goal. The farm owner tells them to stop and not fight and to stop causing more confusion, so they can resolve the misunderstanding. One part comes from the guild while the other comes through himself, and they can prove their worth through ability. The only thing left is that boss. Whoever defeats it will get the reward. Sakura says they'll go first and thinks she must get it, no matter what, for the sake of her master. The armed beastman asks why they should be allowed in first and says both groups only get one chance. It's given that they enter first because they were brought by the client himself. The farmer says he's right, he brought them there himself, so they can enter first. The armored beastman says they'll show their strength to this human trash and that half-blood. The jaguar archer says that although the dark boss is quite strong, the reward is high. They have only one chance and will go with 120% of their power. Sakura says it's a well-balanced party. A mage, an archer, a warrior, and a tank. If they work together perfectly, they'll definitely defeat the boss, and they lost their chance. The protagonist says, wait, he has a suggestion. What if he goes in alone first? He's a level 6 adventurer. If he loses, the group will give up the request and the reward, but if he defeats the boss, the reward is his. What do they think? They stare, not understanding, and the armored beastman says he should know his place. He would need to be at least at level 18 to defeat that boss alone. The archer laughs and says his judgment has been clouded by a mere item and he has no objections. Tsuyoshi says it's decided. Sakura asks if he's sure because that boss is at least level 12 and possessed by darkness. It's not an enemy he can easily defeat even with thunder oil, as expected. Tsuki confidently tells her to trust him. Sakura says she believes in him. The archer laughs, saying it's fine for her to believe. The armored beastman says he can't wait to see him mercilessly finished off by the boss. Shiro asks, mercilessly finished off? Now they'll see if he's the one to eliminate mercilessly or not. The mage asks if it's just him, or if his aura changed completely. The protagonist enters and asks if this is the strong opponent his partner mentioned, saying he's interested in the item called Cardiolus. The level 14 monster is ahead. The archer watches horrified, asking if the dark boss is level 14 and if he doesn't think it's too big. The armored beastman says since it holds a Cardiolus, it must be at least level 23 otherwise. Sakura worries for her master. The archer says she should prepare to collect a corpse. He won't survive even 10 seconds. He's blinded by a mere Cardiolus. Sakura tells him to shut up. They fall silent. Tsuyoshi says in theory its weakness should be the same as normal carnivorous darkness, but he knows it's many times stronger than the ones outside. He won't be able to beat it the same way. The monster is terrifying and huge. Suki looks at it and says, if possible, he really didn't want to use this. The longer the fight drags, the more advantageous it is for it. Now he understands why they said that. He'll end it in 1 second. That's enough. The system notifies the Divine King's hammer has been taken from the Divine Consciousness inventory. Due to low level, he can't use the full power of the Divine King's hammer. Shiro thinks carnivorous darkness is weak to thunder. First, he'll strengthen his arms with Supreme Physique, then amplify his Chain Thunderfall with the Celestial Agitator and activate the hammer at the last moment. He can win. If he can't finish it with this strike, it will be dangerous since he'll be weakened afterward, but he'll make it happen. He'll get the item no matter what. The protagonist moves quickly, charging at the monster with the hammer, unleashing incredible power, causing an extremely strong impact. They notice immense power outside and ask what's happening. A massive explosion occurs, destroying everything around. Sakura wonders if he used that power again and thinks he'll be weakened after this. She calls for her master, worried. People ask what's going on and if it wasn't a bomb. The farm owner asks where they are and what about his food warehouse. Sakura searches for her master, thinking that was a powerful blow and the boss should have been destroyed from the inside. Tsuyoshi calls her while lying weakened on the ground and asks what this Cardiolus they mentioned before is. The system notifies about unpurified cardiolus. Later, at the Adventurer Guild, the clerk says, "It ended so fast and that's impressive. He works quickly. Here's the reward this time." As expected of a gold badge. She heard the part the client called "couldn't do anything." Sakura thanks and says it wasn't her but her master who defeated them. There was no way she could have beaten the final boss. The clerk says to stop joking since he couldn't do that. The boss was a massive level 14 carnivorous darkness, not something a novice adventurer at only level 6 could handle, and asks if he doesn't look completely exhausted. The clerk says no, she's sure it's because her master cleared it alone. He wore himself out physically and mentally, which caused the weakening of his attributes. The clerk says to stop with those jokes. No matter how she looks at it, there's no way he could have done that. The system notifies the weakness status has ended. The protagonist stands up relieved, thinking he expected the recoil of releasing the hammer's power for just 1 second to be that strong. It would have been dangerous without his partner, and asks if she learned anything about cardiolus. The clerk asks if he obtained the cardiolus and says if he were to auction it off, it would fetch a high price. And if he plans to sell it, there's a major venue in the city center. Sakura says they're not planning to sell and asks if the shaman guild in this city requires a referral, saying she wants to request purification. The clerk asks if he plans to use it and says he needs to ask the shamans for that. Certainly, cardiolus must be purified and infused with magic by a shaman to be usable. The guild is east of the city. She'll write a letter of referral for him. There should be a shaman exam in the coming days, so they might refuse, but with the letter he can try. Just wait. Sakura thanks her, and Tsuyoshi asks about the shaman exam and if even shamans have ranks. Sakura explains that shaman is an honorary title, and just like pharmacists and elf awakened, they do it through an exam and are divided into 6 ranks like the awakened. Only shamans can make certain medicines and items. Medicines and items made by high-level shamans are more effective, and the price is higher. Tsuki asks if shamans are a different kind of being than adventurers. Sakura answers yes. Shamans, pharmacists, and awakened usually don't participate in combat. They're considered a more noble existence compared to ordinary adventurers. They not only create valuable things, but also influence medicines and the level limits of adventurers. Shiro asks about the adventurer's level limit. Sakura explains that in the adventurer world there's a saying, fear a high-level shaman more than 10 high-level adventurers. Medicines and items made by shamans influence battle outcomes. Some medicines can help level up. Pharmacists and awakened are also highly sought after. There's a story of a level 80 warrior who angered a silver shaman. He summoned dozens of adventurers above level 80 to hunt him down. Imagine how that ended for the warrior. Since then, the world learned how terrifying and influential shamans are. The protagonist says he understands, and it's fascinating. The clerk hands them the letter of referral, saying with this, he should be able to enter the shaman guild and purify the cardiolus. They both thank her. At the shaman guild, Tsuyoshi says there are so many magicians there for the exam. His partner agrees and says on exam days, many people from prestigious families, schools, and specialized organizations come. She's heard it's hard to enter. Warriors look at them approaching. Sakura pulls him, saying they'll line up. With the Adventurer Guild's letter of referral, they can enter, and asks if they can request purification of a cardiolus. The white shaman asks if the two are human and half-human, and says it's not possible today since it's exam day, and only shamans can enter. Sakura apologizes and says they have a letter of referral from the Adventurer Guild. The white shaman, annoyed, says he already said today is exam day so they can't enter, no matter whose letter it is. The exam is more important. They need to leave. Tsuki says they won't do that. They have a referral letter, so he has to let them in. The shaman laughs, mocking his courage, saying he'll make it clear that here in the Shaman Guild, power belongs to them. No matter how many days pass, he cannot enter until the exam ends. In a low voice, Sakura says he can't afford to anger him here. Doug approaches and asks what's all the commotion. He's the representative of the Northern Shaman Association, president of the Northern Shaman Association, rank Blue Shaman. The white shaman apologizes for the disturbance and says these rude ones came on exam day asking for cardiolus purification. He already refused them. Shiro asks if he's responsible and says he has a letter of recommendation from the guild and wants to enter. The white shaman asks how he dares speak to the president like that. Doug says a shaman shouldn't make such a fuss. He'll do the purification but doesn't have time for him today since it's exam day. He should come after the exam. The protagonist thinks he's in a hurry. Leveling up is the most important thing for him, and says he's pressed for time and asks if there's no other way. The master suggests another path and says that he should take the shaman exam, achieve the highest score, and as a bonus, the president of the Northern Shamans Association himself would handle the arrangements. However, as a warrior, the protagonist does not meet the required qualifications. Intrigued, he asks what the requirements for the exam are. The people around laugh and mock him, saying that he is ignorant and a source of shame. The president then explains that For a young human to become a shaman, it is necessary to have at least the aptitude of a mage, since the essence of a shaman is magic. The basic requirements are to pass the potion making and item creation tests. Only then does someone become a white shaman. Tsuyoshi says that if it is a matter of magic, that's fine, and asks if he can borrow the staff. The president looks uncomfortable with the request. A white shaman mocks him, asking if he is foolish enough to think he can simply use the president's staff. And even if he managed, what good would it do if he isn't a mage? He threatens to call the guards. Tsuki, however, insists, stating that he will prove he has the qualifications. The president, curious, allows it, saying that there is no level restriction for using the staff and that he wishes to see how a warrior could prove such a thing. Sakura, worried, asks what he intends, and Shiro replies that she should trust him. The subordinate thinks that he always repeats those words and somehow always achieves his goals. The white shaman reinforces that, since he received the staff, he must prove his worth. The protagonist raises his hand, the shaman notices something strange, and then he is struck, left paralyzed and embarrassed. Tsuyoshi reflects that if his theory is correct, by duplicating the abilities of a mage and using the staff as a medium, he should be able to cast spells. The limitation is not of class, but of choice, and being a warrior was only an initial preference. The system notifies the activation of the ability. Tsuki decides to choose magical energy, the measure of arcane power and mana reserves in the body of an adventurer. Normally, mages increase this energy through meditation. As soon as he confirms, the ability shines and is duplicated. The white shaman calls him a pervert, questioning what he is doing. Shiro, holding the staff while mana is released, replies that if a mage can use spells with the staff, then he can too, and that qualifies him for the shaman exam. The president is surprised, wondering if he really is facing a warrior as the system notifies the presence of magical waves, something typical when an exceptional talent casts spells. Tsuyoshi asks his partner to close her eyes. Sakura obeys and a bright light explodes. New notifications appear. The specialized magic of a true mage can be used even without a staff, relying only on imagination, creating a shield capable of blocking physical attacks and weaker debuff spells. Doug observes and thinks that this glow would be enough for a normal adventurer, but Tsuyoshi's shields seem unbreakable at this level. Still uncertain, he decides to watch. The system indicates that magical energy has been strengthened by the Supreme Physique, raising it to 3,500. The president, astonished, realizes that the intensity of the glow suddenly increased. Another warning appears. The imaginary shield cannot withstand such absurd power. The light fills the entire environment, and Tsuyoshi faces the president, asking if he is now qualified for the shaman exam. Doug acknowledges him. In the hall, a voice protests, saying it is a joke to allow a human into the exam, claiming they should be limited to the pharmacist's exam, not the shaman's. Tsuki feels the hostile gazes on him, as if he were an enemy. Sakura replies that her master is the first human to attempt the shaman exam, and it is natural that everyone assumes provocation. Shiro asks if it is true, and his partner confirms, explaining that humans have the pharmacist class, similar to beastman shamans and awakened elves. There are no rules forbidding a human, but this tradition has always been respected, and now his entry would sound like an affront. The protagonist replies that he never intended to provoke anyone, only to purify the Cardiolus. Sakura agrees and states that there is no violation of rules. He can move forward and do what he thinks is right. Vice President Eel's Pig, imposing, says that he does not disagree with the president but warns that opening this precedent could stain the honor of the Beastman Shaman's faction. He further questions whether that human would be able to prepare potions since he doesn't even have a basic staff. Doug replies that he lent him a staff and reminds that the purpose of the test is precisely to verify this ability. In his thoughts, he admits that, even if only for a moment, he felt magical waves coming from the young man, something he had only ever perceived before in the genius shaman, Kevin. Pig mocks, saying that it is ridiculous that the human boy could never be compared to the prodigy, and that he would not even be worthy of carrying the sandals of Kevin's newest disciple. The president then asks if Kevin's new disciple had also arrived, mentioning the name Fulin. Pig confirms, stating that she is aiming for first place, and that even Kevin praises her publicly, calling her a precocious talent beyond her years. The people around comment, impressed, saying that she is very young but had already been able to prepare potions on her own a year ago, being barred before only by age restrictions. Now, her victory seemed almost certain. Hearing the murmurs, the young disciple scoffs, saying that those weaklings are far too noisy. Pig then announces that the shaman exam is about to begin, and orders that only the participants remain, taking their places according to the numbers received. Tsuyoshi sees that he is number 15 and moves to his position, while his partner says she will wait outside. Pig adds that the numbers are written on the ground. Once in place, Tsuyoshi is observed by Fulin, who asks if he is human. He confirms, introduces himself, and thinks that the girl is cute, completely different from Sakura. Fulin provokes him, saying that a human attempting the exam must only be seeking attention. Shiro, attentive, notices that behind her sharp tongue there is a small opening. Doug then asks if everyone has taken their positions and explains that the exam will test the basic skills of a shaman, checking whether they can prepare energy potions on their own since they had all chosen this path and should be ready. Suddenly, something drops to the ground and the protagonist, surprised, asks what it is. Fulin mocks him again, saying that it is a refining station and suggests that maybe he should give up and go home. Tsuyoshi thinks he should ignore her and reflects that in that world, the way of making potions is still very archaic. In his former reality, there were capsules and automated systems, far beyond what he saw there. The president declares that the vice president will explain the details of the trial. Pig strikes his staff on the ground, invoking a magic circle, and a document with the rules appears. Each participant must prepare 3 basic energy potions within 1 hour. Tsuyoshi understands that this is the real test and observes the other competitors. Doug explains that the first difficulty will be choosing the correct materials, since the refining table is full of options. He says that there are 9 different ingredients used in energy potions, and that a single mistake would make the recipe invalid, this being the point where many would fail. Shiro asks if there really are so many who don't know how to identify the materials, and someone responds that normally, when a mage prepares potions, the ingredients are already separated. Fulin reinforces her scorn, saying that it is pathetic not to remember the basic materials of such a simple potion. Tsuyoshi is impressed by the girl's speed. The disciple summons her instrument and thinks that taking first place is the minimum requirement set by Kevin, and that she will fulfill it. Pig acknowledges her readiness, and the president notes that her precision and speed are flawless, making the test easy for her. The audience watches her with admiration. Fulin manipulates the ingredients and begins preparing the potions. Tsuyoshi admits to himself that despite her sharp tongue, she is amazing, and decides to imitate her, activating the divine eye to analyze her movements. Doug comments that Kevin's judgment was accurate, since the disciple's magic is meticulous. Pig agrees, saying that she will certainly become an extraordinary shaman. The liquids begin to move and fill the flasks, and the president emphasizes that the next step is the most important, the final refinement. Magical energy flows from Fulin's staff and envelops the flasks, starting the process. Doug explains that refinement is the most critical step in potion making because the fusion of the materials with magic directly tests the candidate's arcane power. For him, this is the ultimate test. In Fulin's case, he believes there will be no problem at all and thinks that if everything goes as expected, she will take first place. The president looks at the human and wonders why he still hasn't started. Meanwhile, Fulin finishes her work declaring that she is done. Confident, she thinks that it was easy and reaffirms to herself that she is the best. Doug praises her, saying that it was very well done, but reminds her that she must wait until the end for all the potions to be verified. Fulin grumbles about having to wait for the others until she notices Tsuyoshi looking at her. Irritated, she calls him a pervert. Shiro politely replies that it was nothing and thanks her. The disciple then provokes him, saying that he should start quickly because time is running out, and even with more time, he wouldn't succeed. However, her expression changes to surprise, as do those of the president and the vice president. The system notifies whether the protagonist would like to optimize the analyzed actions, and he accepts. Then new alerts appear. The correct materials have been automatically selected, crushed, and a powerful refinement is in progress. Fulin, surprised, wonders if he is really selecting the materials and crushing them at the same time while already refining, something she did not expect from him. Pig reacts impressed, saying that he had been hiding those powers. He explains that this technique, selecting, crushing, and refining simultaneously, was the same Kevin demonstrated in his shaman exam, calling it the process simplification. But he stresses that such a thing cannot be done without extraordinary magical power, and questions whether the human is at the same level of genius as Kevin himself. Outside, at the guild's entrance, Sakura wonders how her master is doing in the exam. Worried but confident, she reflects on whether he might be at some disadvantage in potion making. Inside the hall, Tsuyoshi continues his work. In thought, he considers that it feels like something he has done many times before, and that there is much more complexity in preparation and refinement than he imagined. To him, being a shaman seems quite interesting. Only the final step remains, carefully infusing the magic and consolidating the potion. Watching, Fulin is shocked and thinks that it is impossible. She questions how he could be faster than her and despairs at the possibility of being surpassed by that human, wondering if he is imitating the same technique Kevin used to surprise everyone in his exam. The president recalls that moment when Kevin used the quick completion technique and created a grade C potion, something that did not seem like the work of a mere white shaman. He says that he was present as a judge at the time, and that even he had struggled to make a potion of that level back then. The Vice adds that for a mere human, creating a grade C potion would be an incredible feat, and concludes that the success was only possible because he carefully extracted the materials. He observes that even if all efforts are focused on handling, in the end what matters is the result. In thought, he admits that even he would have difficulty creating a grade C potion in a distraction-free environment. The system notifies that normally grade C potions can only be created by blue shamans through spirit concentration, which makes them rare and highly valued. It also informs that grade D potions dominate the market, representing 80% of distribution. Then, another notification appears. The forecast for the potion's grade will depend on the creator's ability. Tsuyoshi is surprised by the classification system and thinks that this is very different from the uniform mass-produced capsules of his original world. Shiro asks if grade D represents beginner level and concludes that even so, it would be enough for the exam. But he adds that he must surpass Fulin. If she achieves a grade C potion, he will lose first place. He decides that, as insurance, he should aim to reach at least a grade AC potion. Tsuyoshi reflects on how to do this, recognizing that the potion's grade is influenced by the strength and attributes of the magic. He understands that if he manages to adjust his magical strength and attributes, he can improve the classification. First, he decides to increase his magical strength, relying on the supreme physique to adjust his capacity. Then, he wonders how to alter the attributes. Doug observes and finds the delay strange, commenting that he seems to hesitate while holding the magic, which is not good. He emphasizes that a shaman's confidence directly influences the result of refinement. Pig concludes that there cannot be so many geniuses like that and asserts that, as expected, the human must have spent all his energy just on extracting the materials. Fulin watches from the side, puzzled by his hesitation, because she knew that once refinement was completed, solidification would occur. One of the candidates approaches and asks the human why he still hasn't finished, warning that if he delays further, the magic will dissipate. Irritated, the disciple pushes him away with her hand, telling him not to touch Tsuyoshi and that he was distracting him, showing that he did not even know the basic common sense of a shaman. The protagonist thinks that, at the moment, he only has normal magic, without attributes, and wonders how he could change them. He reflects on the lightning attribute, remembering the Divine King's hammer he once used, believing that if it lent him its power, he would be able to modify his magic's attribute. With no other choice, he decides to try. Doug comments that the magical waves are unstable and will not last. Pig agrees, saying that he also feels the instability, and that if the magic breaks, the refinement will fail. Suddenly, lightning bursts out and Tsuyoshi recognizes the appearance of the Divine King's hammer, pleading for its power. Fulin notices, shocked, that his magical energy has suddenly increased. Tsuki confirms in thought. Just as he imagined, the lightning attribute had been granted. It would last only for a few seconds, but enough to finish. The system notifies that magical energy has been strengthened by the supreme physique, the glow enhanced, and the attribute altered to lightning with a duration of 6 seconds. Shiro raises the staff, completes the refinement, and announces that the basic energy potion is finished. Exhausted, he thinks that altering the attributes and channeling magic consumed far more than he expected, and wonders if it will be enough to surpass her. The Vice comments that, even unstable, he managed to refine and solidify. The president, intrigued, notes that he still felt the presence of a magical wave. People around murmur, asking what on earth he had done. Confused, Tsuyoshi looks around, not understanding, and asks what is happening. Soon, a voice orders everyone to stop and all cease their work. Whoever disobeys will be disqualified. The president announces that from that moment, he and the Vice will decide the potion grades. Pig agrees, and they begin the evaluation. Doug analyzes the first potion, saying that its aroma is weak, dissipates quickly, and is quite simple, but congratulates the candidate for passing. The boy thanks him in relief. Next, the Vice evaluates another, makes a dissatisfied expression, and comments that it is cloudy and smells burnt, the result of excessive refinement failing it. The candidate lowers his head, discouraged. After several evaluations, it is Fulin's turn. Pig asks about Kevin, and the young woman thanks him, saying her master is doing well. The Vice smiles with satisfaction and begins the evaluation. The fragrance is rich, overflowing, the aroma long-lasting, and the purity remarkable. He declares that it is a basic energy potion of grade C. Fulin smiles, thinking that she has not shamed her master and has fulfilled her duty. The people around are surprised, commenting that she reached the same grade as the genius Kevin, proving that her talent and skills are incomparable. They conclude that first place will certainly be hers. The disciple, confident, mentally thanks Kevin's intense training, which not only refined her technique but also increased her speed. Tsuyoshi watches, impressed, and thinks that a grade C potion really is remarkable. The president then approaches him, saying it is his turn and asking how he feels about the result. The protagonist replies that he did what he could. Pig taunts him, saying that at best he will only manage a grade D. Doug comforts him, saying that if he gave his best, that is enough, and begins the evaluation. When he opens the flask, a powerful energy is released, accompanied by lightning. The president is astonished, calling it a supernatural phenomenon. The vice declares that if a potion causes a supernatural phenomenon, it cannot be less than grade B. Fulin watches, incredulous, thinking that this is impossible. Only someone with the same power as Kevin could produce such a thing. Everyone around is shocked. The president comments on the richness of the aroma, the purity of the potion, and even the phenomenon triggered, concluding that they were wrong, that human could be an existence even more frightening than the genius Kevin himself. Tsuyoshi feels relieved, reflecting that the refinement process was exhausting. Doug finally declares that there is no doubt he has won first place in the shaman exam. Outside at the association's entrance, Sakura waits anxiously, worried about her master. She asks herself why he has not come out yet until she sees him waving from afar. Relieved, she runs to him and greets him with a "welcome back," confessing that she was very worried and that it felt like a long time had passed. Tsuyoshi apologizes for making her anxious and tells her that the exam is over. His partner asks how it went. He replies that he got first place and came to get her. Sakura is radiant with happiness. Then a voice questions whether, despite such power, his only goal is to purify the Cardiolus. Tsuki confirms, explaining that he needs it in order to level up. Doug promises to fulfill his wish since he won the exam. Pig asks who his master is, saying it is impossible that he learned on his own. Shiro replies that he never had a master and only trained by himself. Surprised, the president and vice exclaim that this makes them feel even miserable. Doug asks him to follow, saying that after purifying the Cardiolus, he will grant him the white shaman robes. Fulin, still frustrated, mentally apologizes to Master Kevin for having lost to that human she despised. Sakura, hearing Kevin's name, looks back intrigued and wonders who he is and whether she is then Kevin's disciple. The protagonist notices his partner's expression and asks what is wrong. Sakura replies that it is nothing. She just got distracted for a moment. Tsuyoshi calls her to follow him and states that after finishing the purification, they will have another goal ahead. In the ritual hall, the president raises his voice in the invocation. Mother of Earth, Father of Flames, Spirit of Water, and Breath of Wind, guardians of the four great elements, may you hear the call. In the name of the shaman, with the words of the ritual, he commands, purify this. The vice adds that the Cardiolus is infused with the power of darkness, making a specialized purification ritual necessary. He considers it fortunate that the president himself is conducting it. Surprised, Tsuyoshi asks if this is the kind of spell used by shamans. Sakura confirms, explaining that they are also a type of mage for specific magics. The more powerful the spell, the longer the engraving. She concludes that this purification ritual is probably a form of specialized magic. The president continues, with the gentleness of water, purify the spirit. With the swiftness of wind, dispel the darkness. Without flaw, let there be light. And in the name of the shaman, he commands, complete purification, grant new life. Then he explains that he infused magic into the Cardiolus and that only Tsuyoshi will be able to use it. Shiro thanks him, impressed, saying that the ritual was incredible. Doug then explains that the Cardiolus is classified into low, medium, and high grade. Even the low-grade ones are often lethal to adventurers since they are a part of the dark area. That one was of medium grade. The protagonist asks if that means the experience gained will be greater. The president confirms, adding that the greater the difficulty, the greater the rewards. However, they are completely different from beginner areas. From his experience, Tsuyoshi's group would need at least a tank, 2 warriors, 2 offensive mages, and a pharmacist. He then asks if he has already decided on his party composition. Tsuyoshi replies that he has no party at all. Sakura, at his side, reinforces that she does not intend to enter, since the experience points would be equally divided. Shocked, the president and vice ask if he really intends to challenge the dark area alone. Doug explains, once inside, it can be restarted twice. With each restart, new darkness will appear, allowing 3 challenges. After that, he will be expelled, and the Cardiolus will turn to ashes. He warns that once inside, he cannot leave until all the monsters are defeated or time runs out. Pig adds that if he dies, the body will be expelled, which is another way of leaving. Tsuyoshi laughs and assures them that this will not be the case. Sakura, uneasy, says that it does not sound auspicious. There also lie the potions he received, including some against devouring darkness, all replenished in large quantities, and she stresses that he should take them with him. Shiro thanks her, praising her helpfulness, and asks her to wait for his return. As he prepares to go, the president asks him to wait and inquires about the staff. He questions how he will use magic without it and offers to let him keep the artifact. The protagonist interrupts, thanking him, but refuses. In thought, he affirms that he is a warrior. The system displays a notification. Use of Cardiolus 1/3. Sakura asks him to stay safe. Pig, surprised, comments whether he really is a warrior. Doug reflects on how someone with so much magical talent can be a warrior and wonders how far he can still grow, eager for the future. Thus, Tsuyoshi enters the dark area, a shadowy forest. Walking, he thinks that with each restart he will have 12 hours, and that the entrance will open again. He decides that he will defeat the monsters as quickly as possible. Ahead, wolves devour carcasses. He hides, reflecting that black wolves attack in formation and that he cannot be surrounded, since their attack speed is high and should not be underestimated. He concludes that the best strategy is to eliminate them quickly, strengthening his attack with the supreme physique. The system notifies an increase in attack power, strengthening his arms. Shiro controls his breathing, avoiding making noise. Then he channels the Thunder Chain, unleashing a powerful long-range strike before charging at the wolves and decapitating them. He receives the notification, 500 experience points per monster, almost equivalent to a minor boss in his original world. Impressed, he realizes that the experience here is much greater than in the outside world. He calculates that upon completing the 3 rounds, he may even level up twice. New notifications arrive indicating that the paralysis status has ended and that debuff effects weaken according to the opponent's level and combat power. The wolves lunge with open jaws, and Tsuyoshi realizes that the paralysis effect ended far too quickly. As expected of the darkness, they had much more resistance than common monsters. He remarks that their speed is incredible. Had he been even a little slower, his throat would have been torn apart. Suddenly, a wolf appears in front of him, blocking his vision with the body of a fallen companion. Tsuki widens his eyes and decides to activate the Supreme Physique, concentrating 60% of his strength into his arms. Power and speed increase temporarily as he wields his weapon with both hands, thus releasing his maximum potential. Shiro attacks, determined to take them all down with a single strike, and thinks that at this pace, he will level up quickly, perhaps even reach level 7 in his very first incursion. Outside, Doug asks if Sakura is worried. He points out that he has never heard of anyone entering a dark area alone unless they possessed exceptional power, and questions if everything is all right. Sakura responds firmly, saying that she trusts her master. The Vice comments that he has seen many talented youths, but many succumbed to their own confidence and lost their lives. He says this is the first time he has witnessed someone trying to face the boss of a dark area alone, and declares that he will return first, hoping that the good human comes back safely. Sakura frowns, irritated. Inside the shadowy forest, Tsuyoshi breathes heavily. He reflects that up until now, it has been nothing but battle. His stamina and willpower are being drained, and the excessive use of the Supreme Physique is overburdening his body. Fortunately, his partner had prepared him a support medicine. He takes it and grumbles, remembering how horrible the taste was. The system notifies that his stamina and willpower are recovering, and he decides to press on. Outside, waiting anxiously, the association leaders talk. Sakura asks if he won't be back soon. The president admits that he fears for the safety of the human boy, a warrior who passed the shaman exam, only to purify the Cardiolus and, without even carrying a staff, managed to produce a grade B potion. At that moment, they hear a boom from within. Sakura recognizes the sound and smiles, saying that as long as they hear the thunder, they will know her master is safe. In the darkness, Tsuki channels the Thunder Chain, striking at the wolves. Lightning cuts through the surroundings, eliminating the creatures and increasing his experience. He remarks that only the boss remains and admits that he is tired, but he has already reached the deepest part. If he wins, he will be able to reach level 7. Standing before a gate, he decides to rest a little before the final battle. He sits on the ground, recovering. He complains about the bitter taste of the medicine, remembering that in his original world, capsules were more practical and even pleasant in taste, although the effect of those potions was far more potent. After fully recovering, the system confirms his restoration. Shiro rises, determined. Now he will face the boss. Sounds echo as the door opens. Tsuyoshi enters and finds the enemy ahead. He realizes that the power level is similar to the devouring darkness he faced before, but the intimidating aura is much greater. This is the boss of the dark area. The creature emanates powerful energy and moves with surprising speed. In the blink of an eye, it appears before him to strike. Tsuyoshi, surprised, manages to block the attack, impressed by its speed and overwhelming strength. The boss insists, pressing with increasingly brutal blows. Shiro feels his body tremble and wonders if that ability was meant to terrify the opponent. The system notifies shock ability, normally classified as advanced. The enemy raises its hand again to strike. Tsuyoshi hopes to regain control of his body and suddenly manages to move. The tremor effect has ended. He realizes that a pure energy emanated from the Ring of Infinity and wonders if it was what nullified the status anomaly or if he is facing an illusion. The boss stares at him in surprise, and Tsuki, smiling, declares that he will not lose his life so easily. The creature steps back and, to the protagonist's surprise, speaks. It says that he is strong, that his ability has been broken, and that this is impressive. Shiro, astonished, comments that he believed the darkness to be nothing but a pack of irrational beasts, incapable of speech. The boss replies that they are the darkness itself, an existence superior to all others. Tsuyoshi thinks of a strategy and regrets not having brought with him the Dark Goblin set. If he had it, he could use the Roaring Tentacle to strike the enemy's weak point, but that equipment was left in his original world. The boss charges again with incredible power. Tsuyoshi blocks, recognizing that he is facing a truly formidable enemy. This attack has the effect of obstructing vision, too fast to block, and Tsuyoshi narrowly dodges the enemy's weapon. The pressure around becomes suffocating. Shiro moves across the ground and lands a blow that causes some damage, but soon realizes that plasma begins to leak, and thinks that without medicine, he could truly die from plasma loss. He concludes that he must defeat the creature before his body gives out, or he will have to abandon the 2 remaining chances and leave the dark area to heal. Determined, he charged at the monster using the Fall of the Thunder Chain. The enemy noticed the attack, but Tsuyoshi unleashed it anyway, wondering why the boss had not dodged. The system notified that the thunder had struck only the ground, causing no damage. The boss mocked him, calling him laughable, and Tsuki thought his attack had failed, feeling he was in trouble. The boss declared that he would eliminate him, and that no sacrifice was needed. Shiro wondered what that meant. The boss unleashed a massive strike that caused a devastating explosion, saying that this was his limit. The protagonist fell wounded and heard the enemy say that his weapon had been lost, making him useless, and that, on the next strike, he would die. Then the boss noticed something strange and asked what that was. In the middle of the darkness, Tsuyoshi answered, asking if that was his sacrifice. The boss, surprised, wanted to know how a human could replicate an ability exclusive to darkness. Tsuki explained that, thanks to the enemy's proximity, he had managed to duplicate the sacrifice through absolute duplication. Transformed, Shiro assumed a different appearance and stated that it was a reckless ultimate move, but that with his stronger body he could crush the opponent with his own hands without weapons. The system notified that the supreme physique had been enhanced and that the evil power of sacrifice had been granted. The aura around him became overwhelming, and the boss questioned how he could use a power of darkness. Tsuyoshi replied that for him it was just a fleeting moment. Moving at extreme speed, he advanced against the enemy, delivering rapid strikes that left wounds all over the boss's body. The monster acknowledged the power but declared that, even copying the sacrifice, it was nothing but brute force. Shiro retorted that it didn't matter how, as long as he managed to defeat him before time ran out, and reminded that sacrifice allowed no healing, only attack. The boss spun his weapon, asking if he had forgotten that he too could use sacrifice, calling him a stupid human and emphasizing that his version was only a copy. However, upon noticing Tsuyoshi's approach, the enemy was shocked when the hero said he had not forgotten that he made Raiden miss the target with just his weapon. The boss thought that could not be possible, suspecting that the earlier attack had been deliberate to make him drop his weapon, and not a failed strike. Tsuyoshi affirmed that his goal was for him to offer half of his plasma. The monster did not understand how, since it was only a copy and he was merely human, but he could not comprehend such strength. Tsuki advanced, saying that without the weapon, he wanted to see how he would survive Raiden. Unleashing all his power, he eliminated the enemy under devastating lightning. Hearing the boss's last words, which only asked, "Why?" the protagonist replied that he would show who the real fool was. The system notified that he had defeated the one who guarded the dark forest, conquering the area successfully, and that the effect of the sacrifice had ended. Tsuyoshi returned to his normal form and complained of pain throughout his body, as if his insides were coming apart, recognizing that sacrifice was powerful but exhausting when combined with the supreme physique. New notifications appeared, informing him that he had obtained the weapon of the Dark Forest boss. Surprised, Tsuki thought that the equipment had dropped precisely when he lost his own weapon, a perfect moment. The system identified the weapon as Blood Mist Saw, used by the boss himself, and Shiro remarked that it would be useful if he took advantage of the bloody attack. More notifications came, informing that by challenging the area he would gain 50% more experience, and Tsuyoshi concluded with satisfaction that there was no way to miss this opportunity. Tsuyoshi leveled up to 7 and said that sacrifice was a bad skill because the damage it caused did not disappear. And instead of improving his physical condition, it had become a burden. The pain lessened upon leveling up, but the permanent damage remained. He recognized that it was an ability exclusive to darkness, with a very high cost, and wondered if he should leave and rest, because if he faced a second round consecutively, he would have to resort to sacrifice again against the boss and his body would not endure. Remembering that his partner had warned him about the danger of not leaving to resupply after the first round, he reflected that the plan was to leave level 6 within a week and reach level 12 to return to the original world safely, and that he needed to level up, so he could not ignore the experience bonus. He thought that there is always a price to pay to become stronger and questioned whether he could maintain that level of determination. The system notified that he had selected to return to the entrance. Outside, Sakura thought that too much time had already passed and that he should have come out by now. The president says there is no need to worry since he could have chosen to continue, taking advantage of the experience bonus, and wonders if perhaps he is lost, because without resupplying supplies there is no way to challenge again, and that is fatal in the dark area. Sakura remembers that he promised to leave after the first round, but the thunder can still be heard. The vice approaches complaining that he even took a nap already and asks if it still isn't over, saying the first round has long ended and nobody was expelled, insinuating that maybe he is just hiding and trembling. Doug scolds him, telling him to be careful with his words. Pig insists, saying that he cannot clear the intermediate level dark area Cardiolus alone, and that it is cruel to give hope to someone unworthy, calling him a liar and comparing him with so many youths he had seen die. He claims that if he still hasn't left, then he must be trying again, which could only mean the final round, but at least he brought enough potions to last until the end. Sakura responds firmly that her master will return safely and asks them to stop that kind of talk, affirming that the thunder still echoing is proof he is alive. Doug thinks the girl has spirit. The vice laughs, calling it a joke and saying that if he dies, the blame will fall on those who gave him unnecessary confidence. Sakura glares at him with murderous intent, frightening Pig. The president strikes his staff against the ground and orders silence, forbidding any more scenes until the youth appears, and sends the vice away. Pig leaves, grumbling that he was only speaking the truth, and that he can't wait to see their faces when the human's body is expelled. Doug thinks he is an idiot, not even recognizing the signs of exhaustion. The group waits in silence until Sakura comments nervously that her master's thunder has stopped. The vice retorts that this proves his defeat and that it was ridiculous for a human to face the dark area alone. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoes, and the president asks what that is. The pressure rises and Doug, alarmed, says the feeling is familiar, fearing that the darkness was breaking the seal, and tells everyone to prepare. Pig protests, saying it would be impossible for the seal of the dark area to be broken. At that moment, Sakura asks them to wait, and Tsuyoshi emerges from the portal apologizing for the delay and revealing that he completed the challenge 3 times, gaining experience in each round and leveling up 3 times, now reaching level 9. Sakura runs to him relieved. The vice, shocked, asks if it is true that he faced 3 consecutive rounds, and the president, equally surprised, comments on the 3-level increase and wonders how much power he is still hiding, ordering him to be treated quickly. Tsuyoshi is taken and healed, while the president explains that his muscles and nerves were severely damaged. The vice adds that it was a miracle he is still alive. Tsuki thanks them for the treatment and says he already feels better. And Sakura, both relieved and angry, says that he is always like this, breaking promises and acting recklessly. Shiro apologizes, saying that from now on he will be more careful, but he couldn't resist the temptation of the experience bonus. This time he reached level 9 and the rewards were great, acknowledging that he desires experience above all else. But Sakura counters that his safety is more important. The president confirms if he really did it 3 times, and Tsuyoshi replies that yes. The vice is shocked. Doug says he would not have believed it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, since challenging the dark area alone is already unthinkable. But doing it 3 times in a row is something beyond his comprehension, and he recalls that the evil aura he emitted upon leaving was even stronger than the darkness itself, to the point he thought the seal was breaking, concluding that his powers are incredible, not only in medicine, but also in combat. And if Kevin was called a genius, then what is this boy? Pig, embarrassed, apologizes for the words he said earlier and asks to be forgiven for underestimating the power of humans. But Tsuyoshi replies that he had already been treated, so there is no need to apologize, and Sakura comments that he finally understood. The vice adds that the reflectability they used on him was an intermediate-level healing spell, enough to treat wounds but incapable of repairing deep damage, and that his body was still in critical condition, recalling that when he came out, he was covered in internal injuries, with lost blood and nerves damaged throughout his body, and if the treatment had been delayed a little longer, he would have lost his life. Doug suspects he used some technique or secret magic that he will not be able to repeat, warning that the lingering danger in his body may even prevent him from leveling up in the future. Tsuki reflects on it and thinks that the sacrifice seems to be messing with his mind, that eliminating enemies has become his only priority, and he has started to lose sight of himself, which is a huge risk, and he wonders what he should do. Sakura notices his look and asks what's wrong. Shiro replies that it's nothing, just fatigue, but thinks that the sacrifice, the darkness, and that special ability were damaging not only his body but also his mind, and concludes that it would be better not to use it again. Doug offers him a medicine, saying that he should take it once a day and meditate afterward to aid absorption. Pig is surprised and asks if he is serious. Tsuyoshi thanks him. The president explains that this is Kevin's favorite medicine and will be of great help in his recovery, but believes the best would be to seek out Kevin directly because if he recognizes his talent, he might accept him as an apprentice and pass on even more incredible knowledge of medicine, since he is one of the few on the continent to master the legendary Law of Ruin. Sakura takes interest and asks if Kevin really discovered a Law of Ruin and which one, and Tsuyoshi asks if that is what is called a path. Pig explains that in this world there are laws that govern the magic of heaven and earth, and using them grants immeasurable power, being called forbidden spells of ruin. For shamans, these laws allow not only to increase the effectiveness and quality of medicines, but also to combine them with destructive power. He states that there are 12 known laws, all hidden, and that the reason Kevin is called a genius is because 10 years ago he mastered the 12th law, the Law of Great Winds, and that revolutionized his practice as a shaman, making his potions even more powerful and effective. He adds that if Kevin treats him, it might be possible to completely heal his deep wounds. Tsuki asks if that is true. Sakura questions if his body can really be healed, and the president hands him a letter saying that it was not the best time for explanations, but that he had once trained Kevin, and that if he carried that letter of introduction, he would be received. Shiro thanks him. Doug recommends also taking along some rare items and valuable medicinal materials to negotiate. Tsuyoshi says farewell and departs, and after his exit, Pig asks if that human has awakened their interest, commenting that he is almost certain the potion offered was a forbidden plasma of grade B, obtained from Kevin in exchange for a great amount of rare materials. Doug replies that he is merely curious to see how far that fiery human can go, and that helping him now is an investment for the future. The Vice says it is a high-risk investment since few geniuses manage to conquer a dark area alone, much less a human. The president admits that he too had never heard of someone conquering the dark area alone, but that it was not unheard of in history. Pig then asks if there might be other adventurers like that boy. Doug replies that 1,000 years ago a great being was born in the Beastman's clan in Garces, the ancient god king. Tsuyoshi pushes through branches with his hand and asks Sakura if she knows where Kevin is. She confirms that yes, she asked the president and got the location, though it is a bit far, and comments that they can level up along the way since the path aligns with the mission objectives. Tsuki asks what the problem is, and his partner explains that to complete the mission, he will need to form a group. A voice adds that many adventurers gather at that mission point, but after some time they disappear or move on to other places, and since it was on the route, she brought them there. Shiro asks if such a place really exists, and says it looks like a mission market, deciding to give it a try. He thinks that there is much more variety there than in his previous world, and that maybe it will be good to test his level 9 skills in that environment. Sakura asks him to be careful since she will be watching. A boy announces that he is looking for a warrior or tank of level 15 with combat power above 6,000, promising generous bonuses, and that they will depart as soon as they complete the group. People around comment that this is already the second day of that search, that the bonuses are good, but the mission seems dangerous, and since no one has raised their hand, it is likely they will return empty-handed. Besides it being rare to find someone with level 15 and the required power, calling the captain stubborn. The thief of the group asks the captain to choose another mission, complaining about 2 wasted days, but the captain calls him an idiot and reminds him of the expensive information he bought at the tavern, assuring him that this is a level 12 mission and the only one where they can obtain the blood rose valued at 500 silver coins, and that he will not lower himself to a low-level mission. The thief insists that without enough people, they won't be able to leave anyway. At that moment, Tsuyoshi approaches asking if he can join, saying he is a warrior and that, although his level is a bit low, he is confident. The group brightens upon seeing him and says that up to level 12 they can accept. Tsuyoshi reveals he is level 9 but states that he can take the front line. The captain gets irritated, questioning what a level 9 can do, and surprised that he declares it with such confidence, demanding that he show his statistics. The system notifies that 10 minutes remain before entry. The thief notes that if they miss this chance, they will waste another day and pushes for a decision. The girl in the group suggests taking the risk with the level 9 warrior, saying that as long as they have enough people, it is better than nothing, because if they continue like this, they will not be able to recover the cost of the information. The captain, reluctant, admits that there is no way to avoid it. The leader says he'll give him a chance, but makes it clear that once they're inside, he must not act alone and has to follow orders. The four are already strong on their own, and he's only there to make up the numbers. The protagonist replies that it's fine and shows happiness at joining a group for the first time. The leader smiles, says it's a pleasure to meet him, and confirms if this is really his first time entering a team. The system notifies that the level 16 mission has begun. Inside the dungeon, they soon come across a giant rhinoceros. The leader comments that if that monster charges out, he'll bring it down. One of the partners, uneasy, remarks that with this kind of difficulty, he isn't sure they'll survive. If the first enemy is a forest rhinoceros, then the boss must be unimaginably stronger. The captain reassures them, reminding the group they're also level 15, and if they work together as always, they'll be able to defeat even this opponent. Otherwise, if things go wrong, they'll escape with the return horn. The system warns that the return horn is an extremely rare and expensive item. At that moment, the captain realizes he had forgotten about the level 9 newcomer and asks what he's doing. One of the companions replies that he had been there from the start and, when he entered, did something strange. Tsuyoshi then unleashes his skill, Chain Lightning Drop. Everyone is shocked by the power. Tsuki, relieved, comments that this is great and far easier than facing enemies in the Dark Zone. The rhinoceros is torn apart and the rest of the team is stunned, saying he defeated it alone. Shiro urges them to follow him, saying he's gotten used to running lately and can't wait for the bonus. New notifications appear showing that the level 16 mission is still underway. While the warriors face other monsters, the captain warns there's another one behind the tree as well as a weakened one, telling them to handle it. The archer comments that this level 9 is incredibly strong and begins to suspect he's completing the mission by himself. They say he entered and is taking down monsters almost casually, knowing their weak points so well that it's hard to believe he's only level 9. On top of that, he doesn't need any healing, which makes things even easier. The thief asks the leader if he has many connections and who that warrior might be, claiming that with such skill he must be famous. The captain replies that he's probably an elite from some major guild, that he even looks familiar, though maybe he's mistaken. While fighting, the protagonist thinks that regular missions can't compare to the difficulty of the Dark Zone. The experience points here are much higher than in the original world, but still not on the same level as the Dark Zone. Even level 16 monsters here are weaker than level 11 ones from the Dark Zone, not even half as strong. As long as one is careful with the poisonous thorns, they're not much of a threat. Using the Divine Eye, he sees every weakness and wonders if there's more to explore in this power. Tsuyoshi also remembers the mission involves collecting plasma roses and thinks of giving one to Kevin as a keepsake. He then warns the group that the boss fight is near. He notices that minor enemies are increasing, and since they're weak to fire, he asks the mage if he can use that kind of magic. The captain agrees, and Suki, excited, thinks it's finally his turn to shine. He cautions them to beware of the vines as they carry poisonous thorns that can cause venom. The captain is surprised at how much he knows about monsters since at level 9, he shouldn't have so much experience. He himself had checked his level earlier, but now he suspects he's hiding his true abilities. Shiro casts the fire spell, Blazing Whirlwind, unleashing powerful flames that light up the area. Afterwards, they rest around a campfire. The archer remarks that everything is going smoothly, and that the warrior is so strong the mission will probably end without trouble. The thief admits he has started treating him with respect, calling him Sir Warrior. The female fighter observes that he seems different from the people of that world and must be someone special. The captain introduces himself as Victor and says that in front of someone so skilled, he would truly like to know his real identity. The protagonist replies that he's just a rookie adventurer. Victor questions that title of rookie but agrees to accept it for now. Tsuyoshi confirms it's true. Then Victor asks if he knows how the mission ranking system works in each region. Suki returns the question, curious about that classification and why Victor wants to know, but the captain only replies that he's probably pretending. The captain explains that those mission points are different from the ones that disappear after a certain time. Each region has fixed missions, and the scale varies according to the completion data of the groups. The rankings record not only who finished first, but also the best performances. In other words, they offer bonuses and fame, Since the rankings are shared among the regional branches of the Adventurers Guild and are accessible to anyone, potentially bringing great prestige to a guild or team, the protagonist understands and comments that it's similar to the system of his original world. Victor reveals that the group of four may look like it formed randomly, but in truth, they belong to Q's Guild, made up of 15 elite pioneers known as the Great Goat Group. He himself is one of the founders, a shield warrior devoted to Harvey, the Great Goat. Tsuyoshi says he almost gets it and asks what the point of this talk is. The captain explains that a new level 18 mission has recently appeared, involving lesser dark area monsters hidden in the swamp. These enemies are troublesome precisely because of the lack of information, but since Tsuyoshi seems to know such creatures, he could be of great help. Tsuki comments that if it's a mission with dark area monsters, the bonus must be high. Victor confirms and explains that if they secure the first completion along with the best performance, they'll receive a substantial reward. That's why many teams compete to be the first in fixed missions. Then he asks why Tsuyoshi doesn't know the boss in person. Shiro reflects that even for items that accelerate experience gain, it could be a good opportunity, but questions whether a level 9 can still participate in a level 18 mission. The captain assures him that yes, since each mission has its own requirements, and in this case only adventurers up to level 18 can enter, there's no problem. The protagonist agrees to help but sets two conditions. Victor, curious, asks him to state them and promises that as long as they aren't unreasonable, he'll do his best, even offering special compensation. He thinks to himself that if Tsuyoshi accepts, they'll gain the edge in registering the first completion, and that credit will go directly to Tsuyoshi, boosting his prestige within the guild. Tsuyoshi demands that if they complete the mission, he receives all the initial experience and furthermore, that he gets to choose the bonus rewards first, leaving the rest for the others. Victor counters that this is irrational, since even if he agrees, the boss and others may not accept, and promises to discuss it again after the mission. Upon entering a portal, the thief comments that the captain's fire magic, the grand final explosion, hitting the boss's weak point, was impressive. The warrior adds that the monster was weak to fire, so it worked, but without Tsuyoshi, they wouldn't have been able to calculate the strike. It took more than 10 seconds just to align the aim correctly. The captain emphasizes that he revealed everything, the weak point, the weakness attribute, how to defeat it, and even the precautions. Impressed, they acknowledge his skill. Tsuki hands over his share of plasma roses and tells them to divide the rest. Victor decides to end it there and leave the distribution of the bonus and final rewards for later. Everyone thanks him. The captain then asks if he has time, saying he'd like to introduce him to Harvey, and Shiro offers to inform his comrade. Later, Sakura attends to the protagonist's injuries and points out that being called to join a group so quickly is incredible, since she herself only managed that after reaching level 30. She advises him to take advantage of the opportunity because it will be valuable and promises to gather information in the nearby city, bringing back a report. Tsuyoshi replies that it would be helpful, and if she finds nothing, they'll seek data at the Adventurers Guild in that area. His partner, as a precaution, gives him some potions and a little money, enough for 3 days. Tsuki thanks her, and Sakura wishes him good luck, saying goodbye with her mind already on the next step, investigating Kevin. If he really mastered the Earth-Wind fusion law, she may need to adjust her plans to eliminate him. Then, someone asks Victor about a level 9 warrior who imposed 2 extra conditions, questioning if he's serious. It's Harvey, the Great Goat, who criticizes the idea of letting a rookie lead an elite group whose average level is 16, warning that it must be a joke. Victor states that he really is incredible and that thanks to his help, they managed to get the plasma roses without any trouble. Luke, the vice captain, retorts that a level 9 warrior isn't even qualified to carry sandals and must have lost his mind after hanging around those idiots outside. He mocks, asking if that means he can't keep up with the Great Goat Group and tells him not to waste time. Victor simply confirms, and Harvey asks if he's present. Victor replies yes, that he brought him, and he's waiting outside. The vice sneers, saying it must be tough to drag someone like that all the way here. Victor cuts the mockery short, remembering how many times he was the target of ridicule and promising himself this time he'll prove them wrong. The Great Goat decides to receive them and thanks the captain. The protagonist approaches, introduces himself by name and level, and says, "It's a pleasure to meet them." Silence falls over the group until Luke orders them to look at him and shout, "Weak." Victor tells them to ignore it, and the leader asks, according to what Victor said, if he really can complete the new mission and how confident he is about it. Tsuyoshi replies that he's 100% confident, but adds another condition. Harvey asks what it is, and he declares that he will be the team's captain. At that moment, a butterfly flies into a lit candle and burns. Harvey stares at the audacity, asking if he really wants to lead 15 elite members. The vice explodes, saying he's lost his senses, and mocks, asking if that guy is supposed to be the Great Goat. He claims Harvey's party has renowned names and tells him not to joke. In a low voice, Victor asks if he really wants to become captain and comments that it's absurd, but Shiro explains it's only for the mission and there's no reason to worry. The leader then explains that other teams are also attempting this quest, but most fail at the same point. They themselves have already failed 6 times, consuming potions and precious items. Each attempt costs dearly, and they've already spent 2 gold coins on it. The protagonist concludes that it's a matter of heavy investment and declares that if he takes over as captain, he'll guarantee completion. Luke calls it arrogance, and a soldier threatens to attack him. Harvey, however, accepts the 3 conditions, but warns that if he fails and the mission ends in disaster, he won't show mercy. The Vice doesn't believe it, but Tsuyoshi assures them that if they work together, they'll complete it smoothly. Luke provokes, saying he doesn't understand how they can trust a weak level 9. Harvey replies by asking if there's any other option, reminding them that without him, they'd just try again today. The Vice complains that making him captain is a scam, and accuses Victor of being fooled by that brat. Harvey then says the guild laughed at them because they achieved nothing, and were surpassed by other groups. Now, if they get the first completion and the best performance, the reputation will be theirs. There's no other way. Even the smallest chance must be seized, and if it turns out to be a scam, he won't let that guy leave unpunished. Before the mission point, adventurers comment on the new quest, saying they'll probably retreat with the horn as always. They find it strange that Harvey isn't leading, asking who the new leader is and noticing his different clothing. The group advances with Tsuki at the front. A dog warrior comments if they changed leaders and calls the new one arrogant. Another observes that they're under pressure and that if they go on like this, they won't even be able to afford meals, so at least they should spend their money wisely. Victor whispers that that party's captain always saw them as rivals, but admits that his words aren't entirely wrong. The constant defeats left them with no accomplishments, and that's why the group is under huge pressure. Things aren't easy now. Shiro understands and comments, but at that moment the protagonist bumps into the dog warrior ahead and apologizes. The dog provokes, telling Harvey that the new leader seems full of himself and asks if he'll keep the same attitude when they retreat again with the return horn. The system notifies that the group has accepted the mission and may cross the gate. Tsuyoshi declares that they'll find out later if they'll achieve the first completion or not, but guarantees they'll begin. In his thoughts, he recalls that according to Victor, the mission involves an unknown group of dark monsters in the swamp, considered extremely troublesome. However, with the divine eye, he believes there's no problem at all, promising to show everyone a first clear performance far beyond expectations. After they enter, more notifications appear welcoming them to the swamp mission, indicating the group can have between 12 and 17 members and that none of them can exceed level 18. The Great Goat asks what the plan is, and Tsuki replies that he has everything laid out and just confirms if he'll receive all the initial experience points. Harvey says yes, because for the honor of the group, the most important thing is to secure the first clear, but warns him not to disappoint, since everyone is desperate for results. Making him captain placed a huge responsibility on his shoulders, and if they fail, he will have to deal with the consequences. Shiro agrees, and the system notifies that all experience points will be assigned to the protagonist. Harvey orders everyone to prepare and follow his instructions, and Tsuki confirms that they will. The Vice, incredulous, thinks he can't believe they are letting that guy take all the experience points, but decides to wait and see. Soon after, the complication Victor mentioned appears. Hard mode is activated. New notifications explain that in this mode, each fixed mission is divided into normal and hard, with all rewards, including experience points, tripled in hard mode. Tsuyoshi reflects that with tripled rewards, he could level up once or twice at once, but the warning also arrives that in hard mode, attack, defense, and monster attributes are also tripled. The Great Goat asks what happened, and the soldiers panic, thinking it's a mistake, saying that activating hard mode is the same as seeking death. Victor despairs, saying this is absurd, because hard mode should only be activated when the mission is fully understood. The Vice accuses Tsuyoshi of deceiving them, reminding everyone that even the normal mode hadn't been cleared yet. To him, this is just a scam wasting time and reputation, forcing them to use the last signal horn to escape. Enraged, he thinks he was tricked and calls Tsuyoshi an idiot. The protagonist, however, replies that if he brought them here, he also has a plan to take them back. To him, it doesn't matter if it's hard mode because with the Divine Eye and so many allies, they can clear it without injuries. Luke yells if he has any idea of the risk, saying lives can be lost and this isn't a game, accusing him of making empty promises. Shiro then activates the Divine Eye and confirms that the environment truly is a swamp. The small monsters in the area are weak to lightning, and if he focuses, he can enhance the vision even more. The Vice panics upon seeing the approach of Fang crocodiles in hard mode, screaming that they're finished. Harvey asks if they really were deceived. The protagonist orders them to follow him, saying he will lead the group through this challenge and asks the fire mages to prepare. Victor supports him, saying that if they retreat now, they'll only be mocked, and calls the mages forward. Determined, they respond that they won't accept humiliation. The monsters charge and Tsuyoshi steps to the front line. Harvey tries to stop him, warning that 6 Fang crocodiles are coordinating bite attacks and he'll be crushed. But Tsuki, while striking, orders the fire mages to concentrate all their power on a single point, exactly 1 meter in front of him. The mages obey and unleash flames that incinerate the monsters. Victor is stunned to see 6 enemies eliminated at once, and asks what just happened. Shiro explains that the chain lightning drop skill can inflict a weakening status, interrupting enemy active abilities and doubling the damage they take. When everyone combined fire magic on a single point, the elemental damage multiplied, making victory easier. The mages are amazed and ask how he could create that strategy in an instant, commenting that maybe they really can complete the mission. They say exploiting weaknesses to interrupt abilities and then unleashing massive fire damage is extremely valuable. Victor states that he did it again, just like in the last mission with his precise analysis, and that he already knew he would succeed. The Great Goat, intrigued, wonders how someone at level 9 can have such skill and asks who he really is. The Vice, collapsed on the ground, insists it was just luck and no one could analyze so clearly under such conditions. One of the soldiers counters, saying everyone saw it with their own eyes, and that's exactly what makes him so incredible, questioning why the Vice is so stubborn. Victor loses patience and asks why he won't shut up, saying he's just dragging everyone down and that it's shameful. Luke, irritated, asks what he said, but the protagonist interrupts, saying enough. There's no time to waste on useless arguments, and everyone must follow him to clear hard mode. Harvey agrees and orders them to move, while the Vice begs them to wait but is ignored. 30 minutes later, under the swamp's shadow, Victor comments that it seems all teams were defeated further ahead and asks what they should do. Luke says those monsters are darkness type and reminds them they're in hard mode, far beyond what they've faced. He says he doesn't know where Tsuyoshi got so much information, but warns that if they fail, the Great Goat Group won't forgive it. Victor replies that thanks to Tsuyoshi's analysis and resources, they've barely taken any damage so far, something that was impossible before, and asks how Luke can't acknowledge that. Luke snaps back not to forget that he is still the Vice and Tsuyoshi is just a temporary leader. The Great Goat intervenes, telling him to be quiet because he's only getting in the way. The system notifies that the Divine Eye analysis is complete, and the protagonist thinks that if the data is accurate, the mission may be easier than he thought. He realizes that the functions of the Divine Eye seem proportional to his combat skills, and memorizes the analyzed route. The system informs that along the path, monsters can be lured away to open a safe passage. Despite the swamp's slow terrain, his current physical strength lets him move as if on solid ground, and the water's conductivity makes chain lightning drop more effective at attracting dark creatures. Tsuyoshi states that, as the Vice said, this is a joint effort for mutual benefit, and that he is only a temporary leader, so anyone unwilling to follow may leave, but as long as he's captain, all must obey. Luke mutters that he only knows a bit about monsters, but Harvey cuts him off and says to save provocations until after the mission, since everyone just wants to finish as soon as possible. The Vice is still upset about being commanded by a level 9. Tsuki thinks that in the past, his spirit would have been crushed by someone so hostile, remembering that in any world, there are always people who bully the weak or see others as threats. Such malice is innate, impossible to avoid, and he and his sister had been victims of it before. The only solution is to become stronger, and now things are no longer the same. He stops his thoughts and says enough useless talk. They need to cross the swamp to reach the next area. The Great Goat warns that halfway through, there's an entrance leading forward, but to reach it, it's impossible to avoid attacks from the dark monsters hiding there. They strike unpredictably, and if something goes wrong, they may need to use the return horn. At worst, all could die. Shiro acknowledges that the environment is unfamiliar and restrictive, definitely dangerous, but assures them they don't need to worry. Harvey asks if there's a plan. The protagonist replies that he will stay behind to lure the monsters while the rest advance to the next area, promising to catch up later. Victor questions if he plans to lure them alone, saying it's too risky. Harvey recognizes his strength but points out they don't even know how many enemies are hidden, calling the plan reckless. The Vice laughs, saying he thought Tsuyoshi would have a grand strategy, but this is pathetic, something anyone could imagine, and tells them to move on without caring if he falls. Tsuyoshi says he memorized the ideal route for everyone to avoid dangerous areas, and Victor, surprised, asks how he knows the path. Tsuki states that luring the monsters isn't the end, but only the first step, promising to defeat them all himself and urging the others to go ahead, assuring he'll catch up soon. He says he doesn't want to waste more time and asks if until now he's done anything reckless. All remain silent. Shiro takes command, orders the group into formation, and tells them to wait for his signal. The protagonist steps into the water, thinking this is worse than expected, but perfect for lightning-based attacks. Luke questions if they can trust a level 9 rookie against a horde of dark monsters. The Great Goat replies that he doesn't know, that he doesn't fully trust, but admits his determination is impressive. Victor declares he believes in him, says rank doesn't matter, and only asks that they follow the plan, since he even gave them the exact route. Tsuyoshi remarks that there are 15 of them, and being surrounded by so many monsters in a swamp would freeze anyone with fear. Suddenly, the water stirs and a monster leaps out. Tsuki raises his sword and apologizes for making them wait. Shiro reacts quickly, slices the creature in half, and observes that they are completely black, vanishing after each strike, making their weaknesses hard to find. Other monsters emerge and the system notifies they have been successfully lured. Tsuki declares that they are all gathered and thinks that for ordinary adventurers, unsteady footing would be fatal. But with his enhanced physique, it's no problem. The system confirms that with increased leg strength, he can move through the swamp easily. Tsuyoshi runs and orders the Great Goat to lead the others along the planned route. The soldiers, surprised, comment that he managed to lure all the dark monsters, praise his agility, and ask how he can run without sinking. They say that with him as captain, the group seems capable of completing any mission. Victor reinforces that he always believed in him and asks if they trust him now as well. The Vice admits he underestimated him. Harvey orders them not to stand still and to advance while he keeps the monsters distracted, assigning Victor the task of guiding the path. Everyone agrees. The system notifies that the monsters have been lured away from the formation. Upon reaching the designated area, Tsuki states that he will handle everything there and decides to add lightning to his piercing strikes, making them fatal. He delivers a powerful blow against one of the monsters. Shiro comments that they still have time and there's no need to rush. Soon after, the soldiers finally leave the swamp, celebrating having gone farther than any other group. The Great Goat confirms that they really managed to advance. Victor points out that the boys' trigger point is right ahead, at the entrance to the boss area. Luke is impressed, and Harvey, suspicious, says it doesn't seem that difficult, that the swamp was probably the most challenging part. The soldiers argue whether they should go in, remembering that the boy asked them to wait. They say victory is close, and they don't want to miss the chance, but also don't want to be surpassed. The Great Goat hesitates but admits it's complicated. The Vice asks for calm and suggests they wait. The reaction surprises everyone. Luke acknowledges that he doubted his strength, but that it was thanks to Tsuyoshi they got this far and his skill is undeniable. He concludes that it's smarter to wait for the captain and go in together. The unexpected behavior causes strangeness. Harvey laughs and comments that even the Vice is convinced now, reminding them it's better to be safe than sorry. He decides to wait. Victor agrees, saying it's the safest choice. The protagonist returns and asks if they were waiting for him, informing them he has already dealt with all the dark monsters and that the boss area is ahead. He proposes regrouping to finish hard mode. Victor, shocked, asks if he really defeated them all alone and says he is far too strong. The Vice, surprised, questions his identity and reminds everyone that he almost forgot he's still level 9. Victor admits he also doesn't know much about him. The Great Goat declares that at the end of the mission, they must recommend him to the Guildmaster. Then, at the mouth of the swamp's shadow, a terrifying monster appears. Tsuyoshi, hidden, notices there is no boss gate and asks if this really matches hard mode. The Vice explains that hard mode doesn't guarantee a boss gate since it depends not on difficulty itself but on the strength of the final enemy. It's not uncommon. Even lower-level missions can have a gate if the boss is strong enough. Tsuki reflects that the boss's strength is the true criterion and recalls the massive eye-shaped gate he saw in the dark zone of Cardiolis, concluding it must be exclusive to shadow monsters. This eye, however, gives him a strange sense of deep fear. Luke says to advance to the trigger point, affirming victory is just ahead. Shiro asks for calm and orders Harvey to gather the mages and the most agile members. As they approach, Victor asks if there's a plan and says it's exciting. The protagonist replies yes and asks for attention. Harvey and Luke must lead the warriors and fight normally, while the mages must split into pairs and prepare high-impact spells, launching them only on his signal. He also orders debuff items like bleeding or poison to be distributed equally among the agile members. They ask if this will really help, and Tsuyoshi explains that the boss has abnormally high HP and in hard mode it is doubled. With debuffs, the fight will be simpler as it will divide the enemy's attention and help manage HP. Suki adds that the mages should stay close to him to interrupt the boss's abilities, splitting into groups to alternate cooldowns and avoid gaps. The Great Goat, impressed, asks how he knows all this, calling him terrifying. The Vice admits he's convinced and says that with him they'll complete the mission easily. Shiro then announces that it's time to defeat the boss. Outside, someone comments if the Great Goat went in with young warriors on hard mode, calling it insane. The system notifies that at this mission level, the entrance shines red, making it easily identifiable and even used to showcase outstanding skills. A dog warrior mocks, saying now they have a human as leader, and if they failed in normal mode, it's absurd to try hard. He claims they'll soon use the return horn to flee, and it will be laughable to see a human-led group under Guild Q in Beastman territory. Inside the mission, Victor suggests providing magical support, but the protagonist replies no, that he knows the enemy's patterns and asks them only to await his orders. Suddenly the boss, the Swamp Watcher, turns and charges. Tsuyoshi orders Group 2 of mages to attack, and they launch spells directly at the monster. The Vice, surprised, asks if he predicted that too. The battle continues intensely until 15 minutes later the boss is defeated. The soldiers celebrate the victory and say it's unbelievable they achieved the first clear. The Great Goat celebrates, declaring they completed the mission in a single attempt, and wonders who that boy is, saying he must be introduced to the Guildmaster. He adds that if he joins officially, the Guild's achievements will skyrocket. Luke agrees, saying they must recommend him, since he's not only incredibly strong, but also able to predict mission objectives, making any challenge trivial. The system notifies that Tsuyoshi advanced to level 10, and that claiming all the boss's experience points was incredible, leaving him just 2 stages away from his goal. New notifications announce that the bearer of the Ring of Infinity has reached level 10 and unlocked the Black Armor set bonus. Shiro asks if there are special rewards at certain levels and says he'll check. The system confirms that the armor is practical and exclusive to those who wield the Ring of Infinity. The protagonist observes that when the Fox Beastman set is hidden, the armor appears, even altering his body. He thinks it may adapt to his needs and decides to test it later. Victor, surprised, asks who that handsome man is, and Tsuyoshi replies that he just changed equipment. The Vice admits that if he had appeared like that from the start, he wouldn't have called him weak. The Great Goat says he'd like to ask a favor, and Suki asks what it is. Outside, the dog warrior mocks again, saying to wait for their exit, convinced that overconfidence will end in disaster. But the system announces that the Great Goat's team has cleared the Swamp Shadow mission on hard mode for the first time. Shocked, the dog wonders if it's real, until he sees the group emerging. Shiro leads his team, and a voice asks if it was the human warrior in black armor who achieved it. Another confirms, saying yes, that the Great Goat named him leader, and under his command they immediately cleared hard mode. Harvey comments that it had been a long time since the group had been surrounded like that and declares that the entire achievement was only possible thanks to the boy. He then assures that he will personally take him to the guild and make sure to recommend him directly to the leader. Victor comments that now everyone wants to talk to him. The protagonist replies that this is only the second time something like this has happened since he arrived in this world and admits it feels a bit strange. Victor looks to the side, apologizes, and warns that the Great Goat has just secured the first clear in the record. The dog insists it only happened because he brought someone strong. Tsuyoshi asks if he really is someone strong and recalls what they said about him earlier. The dog apologizes, admits he was wrong, and asks if he would consider joining the guild, saying they could work together. He also asks how they should call him, thinking to himself that he's not an ordinary person, and that if his strength is real, he'll be an invaluable resource when the guild receives high-level requests. Soon, several people gather asking for his contact and insisting he join the guild. The dog complains, saying he asked first and the others must wait their turn. Suki thinks that talented people are always contested in any world. Great guilds fight to have powerful heroes at their side, and no matter where he is, if he's strong, he'll always be sought after. Harvey then announces that he is coming and asks the Great Guild to make way to receive him. In Beastman City, to the north, orcs watch closely as Shiro and his team emerge from the dungeon. They ask if that's not the Great Goat of the guild, comment that the captain should be Harvey, and are shocked to see him in human form. They also question who the young man at his side is, since they've never seen him before, and speculate that he must be very strong, perhaps level 19, since his level isn't shown. The protagonist thinks he promised to meet Sakura at the Adventurers Guild, but isn't sure if she's already there. He decides to head to Guild Q after this and would like to go with her. At the shop, the attendant says she's on a diet and will only serve the food. An orc asks what she thinks of some drinks, and insists that since she came there with him, she should at least have a glass. At that moment, someone arrives asking for passage. The brute stares at him and says they're having a conversation, asking if he wants to get punched. Another orc comments that he thinks he's seen him before. The attendant recognizes the boy and notices he's changed a lot. The orcs mock, asking if he was the one who accepted the mission and where he got that equipment, hinting that he must have spent all his money to buy it. Tsuyoshi asks if his partner isn't there, since they had agreed to meet. The attendant replies she hasn't seen her that day, that aside from two noisy customers, no one stayed long. The orcs glance at each other and realize she means them. Irritated, they accuse her of mocking them. Suki pushes the orc's hand away and asks if he didn't notice the attendant's discomfort. The orc grabs the protagonist's arm and is surprised by his strength, calling him reckless. They say there are guards nearby and that fighting inside isn't ideal, so they challenge him to step outside to settle it. They threaten that showing off just because he bought good equipment won't help, because they'll bring him down with a single blow. Tsuyoshi replies that his partner might have business to take care of and apologizes for the confusion. The attendant warns him not to go out, saying he'll be beaten and should stay inside, protected by the guards. He only comments that it will be a fight. The orc insists that if he doesn't want to be knocked out right there, he should step outside, accusing him of causing trouble in Beastman Land. Harvey approaches and asks what's happening, shocking everyone by calling the boy Captain. The attendant looks confused, trying to understand who he is. The Great Goat also wants to know what's going on. Shiro explains it's nothing, just some thugs trying to cause trouble. The soldiers hear and get angry, asking how they dared to provoke a fight with the captain. The orcs, terrified, flee, saying it was a misunderstanding. Victor arrives asking what happened, and the protagonist replies it doesn't matter, since his partner isn't there, so they'd better head straight to the guild. And, since the mission is over, they don't need to call him captain anymore. Harvey retorts that it's the same thing. At Guild Q, already in the conference hall, someone congratulates him for completing the mission on the first try and setting a new record, asking if they really want a human warrior involved in future tasks. This someone is the Guild Master, an elemental mage. Harvey explains that the boy has exceptional talent and that thanks to him they completed the mission. That's why they want to invite him to the guild and count on his help for even harder missions. Even if the rewards are high, he assures it will be worth it. A swordsman protests that this must be a mistake, because the whole group is human while the guildmaster is a beastman, and questions how a beastman guild could be led by a human. He says it makes no sense, that they just met this boy and suggests he could be a spy from another guild. Tsuyoshi repeats the accusation, asking if they really see him as a spy. The vice adds that Radome is right, reminding them that Harvey, the guild Q-master, and 3 others are the founders of the organization, and therefore their opinions carry a lot of weight. Victor counters, saying they've always been treated as outsiders just because the president is a beastman and Harvey is human, and suggests maybe the president listens more to Radome because they're from the same tribe, also pointing out that if the Great Goat hadn't been kind, they would have left long ago. Luke tries to change the subject but is interrupted by the argument about other guilds which are desperate to improve and compete for high-reward missions. A voice speaks up in defense of Tsuyoshi, highlighting his observation and analysis skills. The swordsman acknowledges that, but stresses they may need another leader, accusing Harvey's group of dragging the guild down. He says it's natural they trust him, since they're all human, and asks why they insist so much, saying humans naturally understand each other. Harvey reacts firmly, asking if the group's loyalty to the guild is being questioned. He reminds them that his team has worked hard and delivered results for a long time, even if not as efficient as others. The swordsman retorts that the Beastman Guild has already been criticized for having Harvey, a human, in a leadership role, and that if others discover they now want another human as leader, they'll be ridiculed and the guild could even collapse. He asks the master to think about the future of the organization. The Great Goat asks the master's opinion, and he replies that maybe they should follow Redome's suggestion. He acknowledges the value of Harvey's feelings, but says they need to resolve issues internally, and decides the human friend will be treated with hospitality before leaving. The Great Goat tries to argue, but in the end, only agrees. The protagonist states he only came there for the captain, and that if that's how it is, he'll leave, asking them not to worry since he has reliable companions. All the soldiers and Harvey watch him. Tsuyoshi adds that it was fun to fight together and that if fate allows, they'll meet again. But until then, he'll keep evolving. The swordsman only says for him to be careful. Harvey, indignant, asks if they don't see the boy has the potential to change the guild's future, that they could have grown stronger with his help, but now lost the chance. The swordsman retorts, asking what a human warrior could do other than rely on luck. The Great Goat ends the discussion by calling his soldiers. Later, alone, Tsuki reflects on whether he should train to level up or look for his partner, since he needs to apologize for ruining the shirt she made with such effort. At that moment, someone appears in front of him saying they finally found him. Shiro asks if he had been following him all this time. It's the dog who mocked him before, now asking for help with an urgent guild request. He says the president tasked him with finding someone strong and that he's perfect, assuring the guild will welcome him with open arms. He says he couldn't forget him after witnessing his strength and offers to let him set the reward and terms himself. The protagonist asks if it's serious, that the reward and terms depend on him and what the request is, thinking that if he can monopolize the mission and earn a lot of money, it will be a victory. The dog explains it's an urgent rescue. The daughter of a wealthy merchant was kidnapped, and the guildmaster awaits him. The beastmen around listen closely. Tsuyoshi questions if they really accepted a kidnapping rescue mission, and the dog replies that a guild needs more than honor, it also needs income. He says such requests are a vital source of revenue, and that in that city, even the Rhythm Guild is known, but only they can take on such a mission. Tsuki calculates the reward must be high, around 5 gold coins, comparing it to the farm request he completed with his partner, which yielded 3 coins. The dog then reveals it's not that simple. The kidnapped girl is the daughter of a wealthy and influential family in the city, and the reward is 500 gold coins, enough to support the guild for an entire year. If Tsuyoshi helps, half that amount will be his. Shiro is shocked hearing the value and asks if they'll really give him half of 500 gold coins, thinking that 250 coins would make his partner ecstatic. At the Pace Guild, the dog hurries him inside saying the master is waiting. An orc asks if that's the person the captain mentioned. The wealthy merchant of Northern, Wenton, is irritated, reminding them it's already the 3rd day and tomorrow is the final deadline given by the kidnappers. He accuses the guild of doing nothing and threatens that if they don't fulfill the request, they'll have to pay 10 times the reward as compensation. Otherwise, they'll never be able to stay in Northern again. The Pace Guild master, the warrior Hammer, tries to calm him, saying they're working on a plan and that tomorrow they'll surely rescue his daughter. The Vice, the marksman, calculates that 10 times the reward means 5,000 gold coins, an impossible sum to pay. Wenton mocks, saying that from the first day he's only heard promises, and that after so many failures they're just making a fool of him. The dog, surprised, asks if the client had already arrived. The protagonist, observing, asks if that harsh man is the client, and immediately notices he's truly wealthy. He questions if they hadn't sent a rescue team right away, and the dog explains yes. After accepting the request, they immediately sent a squad of 15 level 20 mid-tier adventurers, including the guildmaster himself. But upon arriving at the enemy base, they were caught in traps and ambushes in unfamiliar territory. The enemy, with about 20 men at level 19, led by a level 25 berserker, inflicted a disaster. After that, they sent 3 more teams, but all failed completely. Tsuyoshi comments that reaching the base is already a disadvantage, that a large group of 10 or more is an obvious target, and that after the first failure, the enemies are certainly prepared, waiting confidently. The dog admits that after so many failures, they realized brute force wouldn't work and that they'd need intelligence. But the mistakes have already cost dearly, and now only one chance remains. If they fail this time, the hostage will be killed, the guild's reputation will be ruined, and they'll be buried in debt from the compensation. Desperate, the dog begs for his help. Tsuki calms him down and thinks about the situation. Enemies in the mountains, full of traps, average level 19 and a leader at level 25. Not such a big problem. With the Divine Eye and duplicated abilities, it could be manageable, but he will have to switch techniques to minimize the risk of casualties. Wenton reinforces his threat. If they don't accept, they'll have to pay 5,000 gold coins or dissolve the guild immediately. Shiro watches in silence and notices that he only talks about money without even mentioning his daughter. The merchant demands an immediate answer. Either accept or prepare the 5,000 coins. The master tries to argue that they can't raise such an amount right away, and the vice asks for calm, assuring him they're preparing a plan. At that moment, a voice rises. The protagonist declares that the daughter will be rescued and returned the next day. Wenton, surprised, asks who that bold human is. The dog explains that he's exactly the person he was talking about, the one who agreed to take on the request. The merchant, suspicious, says it's strange for a human to be among beastmen, but adds he'll see tomorrow if his words hold value, reminding them that if he fails, it will cost 5,000 gold coins. Tsuyoshi proposes a wager. If he rescues the girl, the reward will double to 1,000 gold coins. Wenton calls him an idiot and asks if he thinks he can trick him. Tsuki insists, saying that if he fails, he'll pay 50,000 gold coins, 10 times more than demanded, and asks what he thinks. The master and the vice are shocked, but Wenton, pleased, accepts. If he rescues his daughter, he'll get double, but if he fails, he owes 50,000. The contract is sealed, and the rich merchant hands over a paper to be signed immediately. The guildmaster signs, confirming the terms of 5,000 coins if they fail, or 50,000 for the bet without option of refusal. Wenton leaves, reminding them to await the results the next day. The vice rages, asking why he signed something like that and accusing Tsuyoshi of pushing Pace Guild to the limit. He says he's been to the place before and that it's no simple request, questioning where such confidence comes from. Shiro replies that maybe he really has a chance. The marksman retorts that it's too risky. 50,000 coins are at stake. At that moment, an orc announces the arrival of the Shaman Association's president, and the master asks for him to be let in immediately. The protagonist comments that he finally arrived. Doug greets them, asks how they are, and the master admits the economic situation is dire, inviting him to sit. The vice explains that they called him to treat an injury since the guild's priest couldn't handle it. Doug confirms he came for that, casts his healing magic, and asks if that request is Wenton's, about the kidnapped daughter, commenting that it must be a tough case. The vice confirms, saying even the guild is under pressure to the point of bowing down. As the wound closes, just as expected of the president, Tsuyoshi admits it's a complicated situation but assures he's confident. Doug recognizes him and is surprised to see him there, asking what he's doing in that place. The marksman is puzzled and asks if they know each other. Doug replies yes and says he believes he can handle it, to which Tsuki thanks him, promising to do his best. The master watches them, finding their closeness strange, and notes that the president isn't someone easily reached, that he had to use a lot of influence just to invite him. He then asks who he really is. The dog admits he doesn't know, but realizes he's far more powerful than they imagined. The vice concludes that if that's the case, they'll work together, emphasizing that it's also their responsibility to keep an eye on him. Shiro says he doesn't mind. Doug adds that he should be careful, and the marksman comments that he seems to be in a hurry. The master asks the president for more details about who he is, since they know little about him beyond his strength, but they were desperate and took the risk, still wary of his true abilities. Doug reveals that he recently passed the White Shaman test, the youngest in Northern to do so, as well as the most talented he's ever seen. He adds that he's an extremely powerful warrior, the only one he knows who crossed Cardiolus alone. The master is stunned, asking if it's true he's a white shaman. The dog also reacts in shock upon hearing he surpassed Cardiolus alone. Doug admits he isn't absolutely sure, but guarantees he's far stronger than he looks. Later in the city, the vice presses him again, asking what plan he intends to use, reminding him the deadline is tomorrow. He says they're risking everything and criticizes raising the bet to 50,000 without consulting anyone, questioning how he can be so confident. The protagonist asks him not to worry, says he understands how he feels, and agrees preparations are necessary. He asks if he knows the place well and requests him to guide them there. The marksman asks if they're going to resupply, saying they already have 2 sets of medicines and basic items and that there's no need to spend more, adding the guild won't reimburse. Tsuyoshi replies no, that the destination is the arena. The vice is surprised, asking if he just wants to watch a fight, considering it a mistake and thinking a warrior is useless for that request. Upon arriving, the marksman reminds him the deadline is tomorrow and there's no turning back if they fail. He asks what kind of fight they'll watch, but Tsuki says he doesn't want to watch, he wants to participate, requesting his registration. The vice gets angry, saying it makes no sense, and asking what he's talking about. A nearby orc confirms that if he's serious, he can fill out the forms and pay the entry fee. Shiro, in silence, thinks he wants to use the divine selection system to adjust his attributes for an eliminator, since this mission requires someone capable of infiltrating and taking down the target unnoticed. Through combat, he'll select the best elimination skills and duplicate them. In the arena, a challenger appears, a one-armed cat known as the Shadow Eliminator. The warrior Roar comments that he made him wait, but quickly realizes that even with one arm, his speed is frightening, making him a problematic opponent. The cat calls him to approach. Roar charges with brute force, saying warriors don't need complicated strategies. But the Shadow Eliminator stares with dark, terrifying eyes, vanishes with swift movements, and before Roar notices, he's struck from behind by an ambush attack. The cat taunts, saying shadows can't be attacked. The announcer declares the fight over, announcing another victory for Naruto, and asks the arena priest to heal the defeated. Fireworks light up the arena, the crowd cheers, and the cat's fans celebrate his win. Tsuyoshi watches, impressed by such skill, while the vice comments that if he wants to defeat an eliminator, he has no chance because he's facing Naruto, the Eastern Eliminator, recently famous for his streak of victories, 21 in total with only 6 losses and remaining the light class arena champion for 3 consecutive months. Many guilds are interested in recruiting him. Tsuyoshi asks if the Eastern Eliminator is really that powerful. The marksman, surprised, says he doesn't even know what an Eastern Eliminator is or what kind of person that is. He explains there are mysterious and powerful guilds spread across the continent, and the Eastern Eliminators Guild is one of them. Naruto supposedly came from there, but according to rumors was exiled and lost his arm. It's not clear how, only that he's brutal. Tsuyoshi comments that this guild seems like an underground secret organization. The vice agrees, saying no one learns anything about it without becoming a member. The announcer introduces the next fight, a new challenger with no arena experience, Tsuyoshi. He had requested to face an eliminator but ended up matched with Naruto, promising an exciting fight. The crowd laughs upon hearing he's never fought there before, calling him a clown. They say even Beastman warriors couldn't beat the cat and mock, claiming the arena just wants to make money by putting even weaklings to fight. Naruto asks if it's true he has no experience and if he's gone mad. Tsuyoshi confirms he will fight. The marksman, worried, asks him to give up, reminding him he saw the previous fight and there's no way to win. He says he won't die since there are priests, but it will hurt a lot. Shiro comments that being a rookie doesn't matter because in any fight the outcome is unpredictable. The Vice mutters that it's useless trying to look confident and asks what good all that arrogance is for. In the arena, Naruto insists that if he has zero experience he should quit, but warns that if he's going to fight, he won't hold back. Tsuyoshi replies to go ahead. The announcer starts the match. Naruto says he doesn't like intimidating rookies and promises to finish quickly. The crowd shouts for the cat to teach the beginner a lesson and finish in seconds. Naruto moves with incredible speed, but Tsuyoshi activates his abilities. The system notifies that Supreme Physique has been activated, strengthening his entire body and increasing defense. The third eye is also activated, scanning and analyzing every movement of the opponent. The audience watches, intrigued, asking what's happening, as suddenly the human's aura changes. Naruto stops and is startled, sensing that just moments ago, his opponent seemed weak, but now he radiates a powerful presence and a terrifying gaze. Shiro wonders what is happening, while the Vice mocks, thinking he is about to give up. Naruto, however, realizes he can't read this newcomer and acknowledges he is not an ordinary person. The system then notifies that absolute duplication has evolved. Now he can replicate abilities through direct combat. Tsuyoshi notices the change, comparing it to before when he had to touch the enemy's heart, a much more complicated process. Excited, he decides to test it against Naruto and show what he is made of. The cat is surprised by his enthusiasm and thinks he must be careful. Soon, another notification appears. He has just copied a skill typical of thieves and eliminators, which temporarily boosts agility and allows dodging attacks with quick steps. Tsuyoshi thinks this skill is excellent. In the arena, Shiro charges at Naruto, but the cat manages to dodge. The protagonist watches and comments that this is exactly it. Naruto counterattacks at high speed, but Tsuyoshi raises a barrier. The system notifies that the Supreme Physique has been concentrated in his neck, drastically boosting defense and resistance in that area. Naruto cannot believe it and asks how he took no damage. The audience reacts in shock. The cat, incredulous, demands to know what that is and whether he could be the strongest one there. Tsuki answers that they are just good skills. The system informs that absolute duplication successfully duplicated. The ambush attack skill has evolved into Thunder Ambush, depending on the weapon and attribute. Naruto panics, asking what he did and why his dagger could not even scratch him. Tsuyoshi replies that he won't waste time explaining, and that now it's his turn. He dashes at high speed and before Naruto's stunned eyes, uses Thunder Ambush. The strike lands cleanly and the cat collapses, defeated to the ground. Tsuki remarks that it wasn't bad at all and that, with this power, he will be able to rescue the merchant's kidnapped daughter. The narrator announces the result. The winner is Shiro. Outside the arena, the Vice repeats in disbelief that it's impossible, concluding it must be due to some top-grade equipment. The protagonist thinks that, with adjustments, his body has become as agile as an eliminator's, reaching near-divine speed. The system confirms his physical attributes now resemble those of an eliminator. The shooter notes it is getting late and asks if he still intends to begin the rescue that very night, warning it will be harder to see in the dark. Tsuyoshi responds that he can see perfectly fine and asks to be taken to the place. Elsewhere, Beastmen remark that the Pace Guild is still trying to rescue the merchant's daughter and mock them, saying they never learn, since even identifying the traps is suicide. To them, it is impossible for anyone to invade the fortress undetected. Meanwhile, the system notifies that the Divine Eye is scanning the area. The result reveals 9 large trigger traps and 6 automatic traps along the path to the main entrance, with all points clearly marked. Tsuki realizes the Divine Eye has evolved and can now display trigger points with precision. He leaps, and the black armor's disguise set activates. The cloak transforms into a mask when needed, then deactivates. Shiro follows, impressed, and comments that the Divine Selection system is extremely complete. Tsuyoshi moves swiftly, passing through traps without triggering them, and thinks that now he will take down the enemies one by one. A loud noise echoes, drawing the Beastmen's attention, who argue whether it could just be an animal. One goes to investigate, saying it's probably just a deer, like last time when 3 traps were destroyed. But he assures that this time, he won't let it escape. Hidden high in a tree, Tsuyoshi decides to use the kunai given by Hugh. The system notifies that the Divine Sense inventory has been restored and the skill copied. When the Beastman approaches, he is pulled upward and defeated. The system announces that the Supreme Physique has been activated, increasing damage by 30% under strain. Shiro continues advancing, disarming another trap, while the Beastmen grow suspicious of their companion's delay and remark that if the boss finds out, there will be trouble. One of them senses something, but cannot pinpoint the presence. Tsuyoshi strikes suddenly, quickly defeating him. With only the mage left, he releases powerful magic, demanding they show themselves and threatening to trigger the traps. Feeling a strange presence, he fears there may indeed be an intruder. Tsuyoshi appears and declares he won't let them activate anything. Shiro seizes the opening and executes an ambush attack, defeating him. The system notifies again, Supreme Physique activated, right arm enhanced by 100%, damage increased by 30%, and a weak point strike to the back finishes the fight in a single decisive blow. The protagonist states the entrance is clear and asks if there are still many traps active. The Vice, impressed after seeing him defeat the guards, admits he is incredibly strong. Tsuyoshi replies that he is coming for them but warns to be careful with the remaining mechanisms, pointing out where not to step and when to duck under the trigger line. The shooter asks how he knows the exact location of all the traps and still managed to take out the guards. The Vice suggests that since they are there, they should destroy the rest, but Suki holds his hand and says no, because they will still need them. The shooter acknowledges his strength and asks him to follow so they can rescue the hostage quickly. Moving silently, the Vice gets startled by a noise, until they reach the inner chamber where Wenton's daughter is supposedly held. The shooter comments that everyone there seems strong and, if surrounded, they will stand no chance, but admits that without Tsuyoshi, he would already have died countless times. He declares that his life now belongs to him. Shiro replies that he only did what was right and asks him to create a distraction. The Vice grows suspicious, saying he might be being used as a pawn. The protagonist counters, asking if he remembers the traps they left intact. The shooter realizes the plan: lure them into the marked traps. Tsuyoshi confirms, explaining that fortresses like this always have elaborate defenses and that the Divine Eye has collected all the data. If they draw the enemies there, they will suffer significant damage, opening the way to attack the leader. The Vice understands and thanks him, moved that he thought of the guild's well-being. Outside, a brute is puzzled by the unusual silence of the night, since the place is usually noisy. Suddenly, arrows strike his back. The Vice shouts that it's time to destroy the fortress. The brute breaks the arrows and recognizes the archer he had faced before, furious at the audacity. The beastmen charge en masse. The shooter, terrified, runs and shouts, calling them to follow, saying they will never catch him. Tsuyoshi, hidden, watches, and thinks that if they capture him, it will be the end. Shiro silently approaches, lowers the curtain, and confirms the girl is indeed inside the room. He hears the child playing, asking if the princess ate the poisoned apple from the evil witch. The leopard chief, a berserker, responds almost tenderly, saying she should never eat something offered by a stranger. The protagonist widens his eyes, surprised at the scene. The girl confirms she wouldn't eat it because she would get sick. The leopard senses something and orders her not to look to the side. Then he charges at Tsuyoshi, using his crushing iron technique and throwing him far. The chief glares, stating he doesn't seem to be from the Pace Guild and demands to know who he is before he loses his life. Tsuyoshi, still standing, mocks him, saying he was just reading fairy tales to the girl and asking if she hadn't been kidnapped. For a moment, Shiro notices that the leopard's gaze doesn't match that of a cruel criminal. There was tenderness in his expression. The chief then remarks that he is impressive for having passed through the traps and silently taken out the guards, typical of an eliminator. The protagonist answers that he is there on behalf of the Pace Guild to rescue Wenton's daughter, kidnapped by his group, and that it's just a job. The leopard leaps, refusing any deal. Tsuyoshi dodges and thinks that this is typical of a berserker, fighting without words, growing fiercer as the battle drags on. He activates the Divine Eye, analyzing every move. The leopard charges at incredible speed, but Tsuyoshi unleashes a powerful aura and strikes with an ambush, causing a heavy impact. Even so, the enemy nearly dodges completely, showing sharp reflexes. The chief notices the blow split his hand and admits to himself that this human has perfect speed, strength, and momentum. Definitely not inferior to him, and he seems like an experienced eliminator. He only finds it strange that he is using a broadsword. Tsuyoshi presses to finish quickly. The system notifies that the Supreme Physique has been activated, enhancing his arms. The leopard launches another attack, but the child suddenly appears, asking what he is doing. The chief is startled, halts the fight, and returns to normal, ordering her back inside immediately. Tsuki observes the scene and finds it strange, wondering if the leopard really didn't kidnap the girl since he treats her so kindly, as if she were important to him. The girl notices the chief's hand and asks if he is hurt. The leopard replies that it is nothing, that he only cut himself accidentally with the blade. The child insists, saying he is a good person, and begs them not to intimidate him. The chief remarks that it is a complicated situation. Shiro interrupts and says no, that he is there to rescue the girl and that he himself is not a bad guy, recalling that his sister also had that same look whenever she got angry with him. The girl says she does not want to be rescued, that she thinks the place is fun, and that the uncle is kind, not wanting to go back. The leopard agrees and promises he will not make her leave. The protagonist asks what is going on, if there is some reason he cannot speak, and whether they will keep fighting or settle things another way. The leopard picks the little girl up in his arms and replies that they will talk better inside, but first he must put her to bed, since she feels afraid if she does not hear a story before sleeping. Later, inside the room, he comments that the girl finally fell asleep. Tsuyoshi observes and says she's really attached to him, questioning if this was really just a kidnapping. The leopard reveals he works for Wenton, in a kind of secret gang. Confused, Tsuki asks why he would kidnap the daughter of the very man he works for. The chief explains it was all for money, a scheme to extort huge indemnities from other guilds. Shiro understands, concluding that it was nothing but a setup. The leopard details that they were secretly hired by Wenton, who used them as bandits to stage the kidnapping. While they held the girl, Wenton demanded absurd ransom rewards, knowing no common guild had the strength to challenge that fortress protected by traps and mechanisms installed by himself. The protagonist realizes Wenton reinforced everything on purpose to block any real rescue attempts, buying time until securing compensation. Tsuyoshi then asks if it would not be risky to let the girl return home and be seen safe, since that would expose the scheme, and he starts thinking. The leopard reveals that Wenton stole her as a newborn and raised her as his daughter, only for this plan, and that to him now the girl has no more value. Tsuki understands Wenton plans to eliminate her and rages, calling him scum. He then asks why the girl is so attached to him. The chief replies that he was the one who stole her and secretly raised her, and over time, their bond grew stronger. Shiro asks if now that Wenton already got what he wanted, wouldn't it be possible to give the girl a chance at a future? And if the leopard could not just take her and escape? The chief explains that before meeting Wenton, he was a beggar, starving, with nothing, and that Wenton was the one who gave him food, clothes, and training, turning him into a warrior. That is why he could not betray him. Tsuyoshi argues that there is no true freedom in this world, that everyone lives with some purpose, but that Wenton clearly does not care about the girl, while the leopard, deep down, is like a father to her. He advises him to cut ties with Wenton and flee with the girl, starting a new life. The chief hesitates, saying that if he dares defy Wenton, he will hunt them endlessly, hiring eliminators to pursue them, and asks if he really believes they could live in peace. Tsuki answers not to worry, saying he understands his pain, but that one cannot lose hope because good things can still happen. The leopard feels torn, mentioning the weight of his debt to Wenton. Shiro declares that if he cannot do it alone, he will help him, and will not allow someone like Wenton to harm him or the girl. At that moment, the Vice appears running, saying he finally found him, and admits he had been running in circles around them the whole time. He confirms that, as Tsuyoshi had said, they cannot handle their own traps, but thanks him for the markers, saying he was able to dodge all of them perfectly, and that he should have seen the dumb look on the enemies' faces. The protagonist only comments that it is good to hear that. The shooter asks how he is alone, and if he failed to rescue Wenton's daughter, implying he failed. Tsuyoshi replies no, that the mission was successfully completed and the girl is already safe, sent back, and instructs him to return to the guild to report to the president, since he will meet them later after receiving Wenton's reward. The Vice confirms in surprise if it is already done and says it is incredible that his brother will be thrilled to know, runs to tell him, and says he will be waiting at the guild, praising the excellent job. Tsuki then thinks it is time to speak with Wenton. Somewhere else, the wealthy merchant remarks that his profits have been declining and considers raising them, until a voice interrupts, saying he will have no more such opportunity. Startled, Wenton asks who is there, and Shiro presents himself as the one who came to take his life. The merchant screams for help, but the protagonist approaches and says that while he was busy counting money, he had already taken care of all his subordinates. Wenton asks if he is from the Pace Guild and what this means, shocked to see all the guards eliminated, since they were warriors above level 15, defeated alone. Tsuyoshi explains that the mansion had been so peaceful for so long that they had no sense of danger, and that he merely approached silently and slit throats before they could react. Wenton calls his men useless, says he always supported them, and offers money in exchange for his life, promising not to get involved anymore. Tsuki replies that if it is about money, he expects him to return the 5,000 gold coins owed to the guild, and reminds him of the bet, saying that technically the request was fulfilled since the daughter is in a safer place. He then mocks, asking if Wenton really raises children to make money. Wenton confirms, saying that if the plan had been executed properly, it would have yielded fortunes, and offers a partnership. They could stage kidnappings or even sell children's organs on the black market, splitting profits. In shock, Shiro questions if he intended to harvest children's organs. The merchant confirms, explaining it is faster and riskier than fake kidnappings. He offers all his fortune, saying it will be enough to live comfortably. Tsuyoshi, however, replies that is not what he wants, that he is ambitious and still lacks something he desires. Wenton asks what that would be, and Suki declares it is his life, eliminating him with a thunder ambush attack. The next morning, beastmen observe the corpses and conclude it was a surprise attack, all with fatal blows to backs and necks, with no chance to react, exterminated in one night. Wenton was found dead in his room, heart pierced from behind in a single strike, and they realize it was a painful death, possibly driven by deep hatred. A confession letter was found beside the body, listing all his crimes, including fake kidnappings and other illegal practices, written under duress before dying. Naruto analyzes and recognizes the mark. All wounds bear the signature of an ambush, especially Wenton's, identical to the Eliminator's exclusive technique. But since Wenton was not a guild target, he starts to suspect. He recalls the strike from the human warrior in the arena, so similar to the ambush that he considers he may have stolen the skill. He concludes that if he reports this to the Eliminator's guild branch leader, he may have a chance to return to the organization, since the guild never forgives traitors or skill thieves. He decides he must report immediately. Elsewhere, the master is surprised and asks if he really recovered 5,000 gold coins. The protagonist opens the chest full of gold, confirming it. The hound smiles and says he knew it, that from the moment he saw him he was sure he could do it. The guildmaster comments that he just received word that Wenton was eliminated, and that it happened right after Tsuyoshi left. He says that if he had not recovered the gold, the reward would never have been delivered. The vice adds that even so, with all the scandals about Wenton that came to light, the conclusion is not enough. Tsuyoshi replies that he does not care, because the request was fulfilled and he still managed to level up. He thinks that after dealing with the merchant and his associates, the system even granted him bonuses, and realizes that eliminating enemies seems to yield even more experience points, accelerating his evolution. The master congratulates him, saying that not only did he protect the guild, but also brought a fortune, and announces that the 5,000 gold coins will be divided equally between him and the guild. Tsuki, however, refuses. He states he does not need 2,500 gold coins, since originally he was to receive 250, and decides to donate the rest to homeless children and families in need. Everyone is surprised to hear the word donate. Shiro confirms there are many people who need that money more, and the protagonist accepts only the 250 coins as agreed. Upon leaving, he says goodbye with "until next time." The others remark that he is remarkable, not only for his skill but also for his generosity, able to give up a fortune without hesitation. The master orders that the rest truly be donated to those in need. Walking alone, Tsuyoshi reflects that he reached level 11 and is only one step from 12. He thinks of his partner and imagines how surprised she will be to see him now, with the black armor disguise set making him look like a different person. He decides to wait for her at the Adventurers Guild, but finds it strange to see the crowd gathered there. A corpulent woman introduces herself as the wife of the president of the Northern Beastmen's Trade Company and begins insulting Sakura, calling her a filthy half-beast and accusing her of having tripped over her son. Sakura tries to defend herself, explaining that she was just standing still, but the woman insists it's a lie, saying half-beasts are despicable. The boy agrees and reinforces the accusation. The city guard orders Sakura to apologize for her own good, but she refuses, declaring she will not tolerate insults. She looks for witnesses among the crowd, but no one speaks up. The woman slaps her and threatens to have her imprisoned if she continues resisting. On the ground, Sakura still refuses to apologize. The corpulent woman challenges her, saying she can guarantee she won't see the next sunrise, calling her arrogant. Her son supports her, boasting that his father is the president of the city's trade company. The guard insists that Sakura bow her head, reminding her that even high-level adventurers must respect the rules. Sakura thinks she must endure and cannot ruin her master's plans, but is surprised when someone intervenes. The woman is struck in the face, followed by the boy, who is also knocked down. The guard looks on in shock as Tsuyoshi declares that no one can insult or lay a hand on his partner without facing the consequences. Sakura watches in disbelief. Elsewhere, Naruto walks, reflecting that even during the day that place remains as dark and cold as ever. He is surprised by someone pointing a dagger at him, announcing they will eliminate him, and asking what he wants. The cat reveals himself, saying he used to be part of the Assassin's Guild and came to bring information. The leader of the northern branch rejects him, stating that he is no longer one of them, and that if it's not for official work, he shouldn't be there. Another assassin accuses him of having diverted a target's money, recalling that his arm was cut and he was expelled, warning that if this is a meeting, he must leave. Naruto explains that it isn't about that, but about a warrior he encountered in the city who supposedly stole an exclusive guild skill. The leader grows intrigued and says they cannot ignore such theft, asking for more details. An assassin leaps forward and comments that it is astonishing. Someone like that has been moving through the north, unnoticed. Naruto insists, asking them to believe him, assuring that at least the ambush skill is real, since he personally fought against the human. He offers the information in exchange for a chance to return to the guild, provided he proves his usefulness by helping eliminate the skill thief. The leader acknowledges that the proposal is reasonable and, if the information is confirmed, will forward his request to the superiors. The two guild members state they will hear what he has to say, and elsewhere Sakura realizes it was her master who had just stepped in to help her. The guard, trembling, asks if he is insane and if he has any idea who those people are, stressing that he just struck the wife and son of the president of the trade company and that there will be no way to escape from this. The furious woman declares she will have them eliminated since it is the first time anyone has dared touch her, and orders the guards to gather troops and arrest them both immediately, threatening to cut the city's funding. The captain of the guards gives the order to take them quietly and without violence. The protagonist questions if it was not they who started it and whether this should not be considered self-defense. The woman, consumed by rage, asks when she would have ever laid hands on that filthy half-beast, insisting there are no witnesses and that she would never dirty her own hands by touching such a creature. Tsuyoshi retorts that she should keep talking because he is about to break all her teeth, reminding her there are plenty of witnesses present. Sakura calls to him, begging him not to push it, since no one would dare testify on their behalf, and apologizes for causing trouble. Tsuki answers that she must not give up, while his partner admits she too thought someone would rise to testify. But because she was only a half-beast and that woman was the wife of the president of the trade company, no one would risk provoking someone so influential for their sake. The woman herself mocks them, asking who would dare testify for a half-beast and a human. At that moment, Harvey and his team recognize him and comment that they had heard he recently completed a major request for the Pace Guild, as was always expected of him. Shiro merely replies that he did what he could. The woman, confused, asks what he means, while the guild's vice leader asks if he is still in the north, recalling that he had just donated the money he wanted. The protagonist explains that he was about to leave with his team but ended up getting into trouble. His partner asks if he knows them, noting that they seem very respected. Luke approaches and demands to know what the problem is and who is causing a commotion, making it clear that messing with him is the same as messing with the Pace Guild. The child cries for his mother, and the woman asks who that man is. The guard explains that those two had clashed with the wife of the trade company's president, and that they needed witnesses, since without proof the woman had acted first, the law required the two be arrested. At that instant, people nearby begin speaking up, saying they would testify, recalling that he had donated much to the city's poor. Luke confirms his support and declares the entire guild would be willing to testify if necessary. The cat shop owner also says she saw the lady act first and offers to confirm it, along with the girl and the adventurer with the golden badge. The woman, on the ground with her son, calls them idiots, reminding them she is the president's wife. But even so, several half-beasts say they saw everything and also decide to testify. The guard interrupts, saying enough, and demands that the lady accompany them. The protagonist then questions whether she should not apologize to his companion, warning that otherwise she will not be leaving so soon. The crowd begins pressuring her to apologize, reinforcing that even as the wife of the trade company president, the guild would show no mercy. Humiliated, she stands and admits her fault, asking forgiveness and declaring they had acted wrongly. The guard escorts her away, ending the matter. Tsuyoshi thanks them for their help, but Luke replies there is no need, because his problems are their problems as well, assuring that if he ever needs anything in the north, he only has to seek the Pace Guild. Tsuki thanks him and calls his partner to leave, and Sakura also bids farewell. Later, elsewhere, the half-beast comments that her master looked very different, almost unrecognizable at first. Shiro explains that he obtained special equipment that alters his appearance slightly, recalling that the clothes she had made for him were torn during a mission, and apologizes for that. Sakura reassures him, saying it is not only his appearance, but that he seemed more mature and carried a different aura, asking if he had leveled up. The protagonist confirms, telling her he helped resolve a conflict between a faction and a guild, meeting those men in the process, which earned him a level increase and some extra funds. He shows her some gold coins and asks if she could keep them. Sakura is surprised to see 250 coins, saying it is incredible and that he could acquire excellent equipment at an auction. Tsuyoshi reveals he intended to buy new equipment for her, but that visiting an auction sounded interesting and he would check it out in the next city. The half-beast replies that he does not need to spend money on her, but agrees they should go, since the next city had a medium-sized auction hall and was also home to the renowned shaman genius Kevin. Tsuki remarks that he had almost forgotten the importance of finding Kevin, and thinks he must see him as soon as possible because, after the recent battles, he feels as if stagnant plasma is weighing on him like a buried stone inside. Certainly a side effect of the sacrifice, and only Kevin could heal him. They keep walking until Shiro suddenly stops, sensing something strange. Things begin falling from above, and the protagonist asks what it is, wondering if they are leaves. Sakura quickly draws her sword, slashes the falling objects, and warns they must get out of there. At that moment, someone approaches, saying there was another one hiding. The two stand on guard and see the arrival of the northern branch leaders. The hooded man declares that the rule for skill thieves is execution, affirming they belong to the Eliminators Guild and have come to claim his head. They add that, as suspected, he did not seem to be a guild member, and if Narato's report were true, then he was a skill thief who had stolen their exclusive ambush technique. The partner beside him observes that he was accompanied by a woman, both concealing their levels, but according to Narato's report, the man did not seem to be at a high level. The woman seemed somewhat stronger, around level 20, and on top of that was a half-beast, which caught his attention. Tsuyoshi looks at his partner and, for the first time, perceives such an intense killing intent from her. Sakura warns him to be careful since those two were stronger than any enemy they had faced so far. Their aura radiated a killing intent that only those who had taken many lives could emit, and if they were indeed from the Eliminators Guild, they would be extremely troublesome adversaries. That underground guild was feared, with roots in the east, composed only of powerful assassins who collected heads or body parts of their victims as trophies. Even the great guilds avoided provoking such individuals, and once they chose a target, nothing good could come of it. Tsuki explains that he once met a beast-man warrior who had been expelled from the Eliminators, but assures he never had any connection with them and did not know those people. Yet he reflects on what they said. They accused him of being a skill thief, and now he understood that the ambush technique he had copied was exclusive to that guild, which was why he had become a target. Sakura looks puzzled, while the hooded leader comments that he already knew of his interest in that beast woman, but warns him to be careful since she seemed skilled, adding that he would take his head and hands back, enough so that the guild would question no further. The other leader, intimidating in presence, says he likes striking women, and that no matter how strong they are, they could never be his partners, and so it was already decided. He then unleashes a terrifying power, and declares he will make him feel the weight of a unique skill. Sakura recognizes it instantly and tells him to stay close, that they must not separate. Shiro, however, suggests it would be better if they split, since they could fight one-on-one more efficiently, and he also wanted to gauge their true strength. Soon after, devastating powers are unleashed in their direction. The leaders advance in unison, declaring no one there intended to retreat. Sakura warns Tsuki to be careful, but the leader slips behind him and asks if he really believed he could steal a technique from the Eliminators and still live to tell the tale, promising to show the true ambush attack. The strike comes from behind, but the protagonist manages to block it, replying that if he wanted to defeat him, he would first need to level up. Shocked, the leader asks how he managed to predict his move and block the ambush, trying to find out his level. Knocked to the ground, he insists on knowing the truth. Tsuyoshi replies calmly that he is only level 11. The leader does not believe it and accuses him of mocking him, saying there is no way to react like that at such a level unless he is a genius. Tsuki retorts that whether he believes it or not is up to him. The enemy then activates another technique called Serpent Walk and advances with incredible speed, challenging him to withstand it. Shiro observes and thinks that it is an impressive body technique, and that without the aid of his divine eye, he would have been completely deceived. The leader insists he wants to see how Tsuyoshi will hold up, since not even his companions had been able to counterattack. The protagonist reacts with precision, and the system notifies that Supreme Physique has been activated, concentrating all strength in the upper body and greatly boosting defense for a limited time. Tsuyoshi blocks the brutal strikes, leaving the enemy stunned. The man exclaims in disbelief about the unbelievable defense, asking if it is because of the equipment, what his true level is, and who he really is. Tsuki remains calm, shows his status, and repeats that he is only level 11. Shiro attacks next, and though the enemy narrowly dodges, he is still sent flying, wounded in the chest. Desperate, he begs him to wait, admitting something is off. If he truly is level 11, then he is a prodigy any major guild would rush to recruit. The man reveals himself as the leader of the Eliminator's northern branch and says he could recommend him to the higher-ups, asking if he wants to join. With his backing, the top members of the guild would notice him, train him carefully, and with his talent, he could be counted among the recognized geniuses. He stresses that this is a unique chance to join the Eliminator's guild. The protagonist answers that he has no interest in something like that, it doesn't suit him, and questions why he should trust someone who came to kill him. The leader says he understands but won't give up so easily, and in an almost honorable tone declares that he has not used that technique in a long time. Now he will show his true strength, unleashing an even more intense aura. Tsuyoshi realizes he is channeling killing intent into his weapon, a terrifying power. The leader strikes with his ultimate technique, Crystal of Eliminating Intent. Suki activates Supreme Physique, but even so his right arm is cut and Shiro is shocked, thinking that not even that defense could withstand it. He reflects that if the blow had pierced his heart, it would already be over. The leader warns him not to underestimate him. That was his supreme technique. He is level 30, and no matter his talent being only level 11, he could not possibly rival him. Against such power, anyone below level 30 would not survive. Since he refused to join the guild, he will pay with his life. Shiro then draws a special weapon, thinking that if even Supreme Physique was not enough, this is his only option. A powerful aura surrounds his arm, catching the enemy's attention. Who asks what power that is? The protagonist releases a fierce energy, pushing the enemy back. The system notifies that the Hammer of the Divine King has been retrieved from the inventory, but warns that due to insufficient level and conditions, it cannot unleash its full potential. Forcing activation will consume massive energy, with a duration of only 1 second. Tsuyoshi decides to end it quickly. The weapon can only be used for 1 second, but that is enough. The leader asks what kind of technique or weapon could have such power. Shiro retorts, asking if he is really after his head, and declares that he will see if he can withstand it. The leader laughs and mocks, saying a level 11 warrior thinking he could face him is ridiculous. He declares he won't be fooled by a bluff, and that Tsuyoshi should prepare himself. They clash in a colossal exchange of force, their blows devastating, the second strike already on its way. Meanwhile, in the darkness, Sakura watches, and asks if her master is using that power again, saying the battle seems already decided and she no longer needs to worry since the enemy is on the brink of defeat. On the other side, the protagonist activates the Hammer of the Divine King and sends the adversary flying with a devastating impact. The leader, Fallen, admits the power is unbelievable and insists it cannot belong to someone at level 11. He invokes his finisher, warning that if he falls, Tsuyoshi will become a target of the Eliminator's guild. The system notifies that the hammer's duration has ended, and the weapon can no longer release its power. The protagonist thinks it feels even stronger than before, and wonders if the hammer might grow with his strength. The system warns his body has entered a state of exhaustion. Tsuki realizes it is time to use a healing potion. Sakura rushes over, worried, asking if he is alright and hands him the potion, saying the price of defeating that one-eyed eliminator was high. Shiro drinks it and complains about the awful taste. Sakura replies that is why she doesn't drink them often, and warns that although the attack was powerful, he cannot use it all the time. She stresses it would be dangerous if he collapsed like this without her around. The protagonist agrees, admitting she is right, but that enemy was formidable and could not be beaten without going all out. The half-beast confirms he was probably a high-ranking eliminator, and ending the fight quickly was a wise choice. She then recalls the story he once told of a level 10 warrior who fought dozens alone, and says that with his current strength, he would have nothing to fear. Tsuyoshi responds in surprise that she remembered something he had said so long ago, and admits she has an impressive memory. He reflects silently that it has been a long time since he came to that world, and with level 12 just one step away, perhaps it is time to return to his own world and resolve everything for the sake of his sister. Last time, there had been a debate with the MANHWA group about how to deal with those who bullied his sister Karina, and since the father of one of them was deputy head of the Blue Serpent Gang, when he returns, it will be his turn to act. Sakura comments that those eliminators carried high-quality potions, which will be useful, and Suki replies that it is incredible. He might reach level 12 before arriving at Kevin City. He thinks that once he reaches level 12, he will return to see his sister and asks that they continue their journey. Along the way, they face a horde of minor monsters, even encountering the field boss, and also stumble upon a group that had failed its mission. Tsuyoshi joins them and almost single-handedly completes the objective, gaining another level. Afterwards, Sakura notes that they're close to the city where Kevin lives and suggests spending the night there. The innkeeper greets them and asks if they are looking for a room, informing them there is a premium room available. Sakura asks if there are 2 standard rooms, but Suki says there is no need for premium, 2 regular ones will do. The innkeeper explains there is only 1 room left, and asks if they are adventurers heading to the refining tournament organized by Kevin in Carnio, an event held several times already. Shiro, confused, asks about the tournament and what it means, but the man finds his ignorance odd. Sakura explains she had researched it and confirms they arrived on the first day of the tournament and can explore or buy potions if needed. The innkeeper presses again, asking if they want the room, and the protagonist accepts to share it with his partner as long as she doesn't mind. Sakura agrees and they decide to stay together. At that moment, Vicent, the blue shaman, appears asking for a premium room. The innkeeper promptly replies the best room is reserved for him, offering to show the way. Tsuki questions if there was no order, and Vicent laughs, asking if he doesn't know who he is, declaring the premium room is his by right. The innkeeper reinforces this, and Sakura argues that they arrived first, asking him to reconsider. The man only replies that they don't know who Vicent is, disciple of the genius Kevin, the red shaman, a respected level 30 master. He says Vicent is not only talented at refining but highly influential, and it is better not to cause trouble. The woman beside Vicent asks where they are from, but he tells her to ignore it, saying they will soon understand once they hear his master's name. Shiro questions if being Kevin's disciple really matters here, and declares that the room is theirs. Vicent glares, outraged, repeating that he is Kevin's disciple and asks if they dare take his room, warning they won't be welcome in Carnio afterward. The protagonist simply touches his shoulder and knocks him to the ground. The woman rushes to him, worried, and Vicent, furious, vows he will regret it, promising he will not be accepted in the city. Tsuyoshi ignores him and asks to be shown the room. The innkeeper leads them, while Vicent shouts about the disrespect and promises revenge. Sakura asks if he is sure, reminding him that was Kevin's disciple, but Tsuki replies that he treats people as he is treated. He sees no reason to respect someone who disrespects him, and being Kevin's disciple means nothing if it leads to arrogance. He will no longer bow and roll over like before. His partner, surprised, reflects on what he meant by like before. That night, in their room, Tsuki thinks of his sister and that he will soon return. The system notifies that the Endless Passage has been activated and transports him back to the real world. Shiro smiles happily for not waking her. He covers his sister and recalls what she said about not feeling her legs and not giving up just because she cannot walk, that she does not want to be a burden. Looking at her cane, he notices it should be broken and wonders if Karina had repaired it herself, remembering how desperately she had protected that item. Tsuki feels relief, acknowledges his own strength, and thinks of how much his sister has endured, becoming even more resolute. He promises that no one will ever intimidate her again, that she will never live miserably again. He swears to take care of her legs and bring back her radiant smile. Then Shiro opens the system and reflects on how good it is to have everything gathered in one place, feeling incomplete without it. He notes that his equipment is still intact and concludes he must find an opportunity to advance further. Now that he has returned, he will face each problem one at a time. In the morning, Karina walks with her crutch and looks at her brother in surprise, saying he looks like a completely different person after just one night. The protagonist replies that he just cut his hair and exercised a little. Karina comments that a haircut really changes one's image, saying he looks so adult now, he even seems taller. Tsuyoshi brushes it off, saying it's nothing, and that she should not worry about him, only about herself, telling her not to wander around and to wait for him in the classroom after classes. Karina agrees, saying she understands. Mina and her partner watch from a distance, noting the interaction between the siblings. Tsuki keeps a serious expression without even a smile. Vivian, curious, asks if that's Karina's brother and says he actually seems kind of cool now, but Mina scolds her, telling her to shut up. Shiro declares that everything is fine now because no one will bully Karina anymore. The girl says she understands, but in her thoughts she wonders if that's because her brother has become a hero, realizing he seems completely different. As they walk together, Karina notices Mina watching them from the side, seething with rage, thinking how dare they humiliate her like that. In her mind, she decides to use Billy's family to teach them a lesson, swearing she'll make them kneel before her. In the classroom, a group of students say they won't mess with Tsuyoshi anymore. Ray, annoyed, orders them to shut up and calls them pathetic losers. He admits it only happened because he underestimated him, but swears he doesn't fear someone who used to run errands. He says it was just carelessness, and next time he'll make him pay dearly. One partner says their ambush failed because they were waiting for Tsuyoshi, and Lee answers that if Ray says it was carelessness, then it was carelessness. At that moment, the big guy points, drawing attention to Tsuyoshi, who's nearby. Another boy comments that he looks even more different and wonders what happened. Soon after, the teacher enters the room and announces that the Future Star Tournament will be happening soon, asking who wants to participate. She explains this time it's a joint event with several schools in the region, encouraging everyone to join, as it's a chance to shine both for the students and the school. The tournament is mainly for the hero class, but Ray mocks, saying regular students sign up every year and never win, since the hero class always takes the top spots. He declares it's a waste of time and an embarrassment. Another student agrees, recalling that last year he and a friend ran a marathon, but the hero class had already finished before they even got halfway. The students complain, saying they don't want to enter just to lose and that they heard only the hero class represents the school, so for them it would be humiliating. At that moment, Lily speaks up, saying the prizes this year are amazing, to the point that even teachers are interested. She explains that the tournament will be organized by the School Heroes Association and that big hero guilds are paying attention. She adds that the leaders of the school association will be present and that the winner will receive 10 million yen as a prize. The students get excited, commenting that the association is part of the Hero Union, nurturing young talent, and that getting their attention could even guarantee entry into the union and a bright future. The protagonist reflects on the 10 million yen and remembers borrowing 600,000 from the Blue Serpent gang at high interest. He thinks that if he wins, he can pay off his debt and move Karina into an apartment with an elevator. He also considers that the Heroes School Association might grant him subsidies if he draws attention, and that money here is worth more than the gold coins in the other world. He decides he needs the prize and the opportunity. Lee interrupts, saying there's no point getting excited, because the prizes don't matter to them since the geniuses of the hero class will win anyway. Another student adds that regular students can't compete. The class starts laughing, killing any hope. The teacher tries to encourage them, saying the important thing is to participate. A girl adds that with other schools involved, they'd have no chance against the hero class. At that moment, Tsuyoshi raises his hand and declares he will participate. Ray, furious, slams the desk and laughs mockingly, saying he shouldn't get excited just because he beat them once. He says he thought he had changed, but he's still delusional, asking if he really thinks he can compete with the hero class students. The classmates burst out laughing, saying it must be a joke. Lily, surprised, asks if he's serious. Tsuki confirms firmly that he will sign up. Lee mocks, telling him to be serious and not cry later. Shiro looks at them and proposes a bet. If Tsuyoshi loses, they can do whatever they want with him, but if he wins, they should stop fooling themselves about him. Everyone looks shocked, and Ray agrees, saying the whole class will be witnesses, and they'll be there just to watch him embarrass himself. The protagonist answers firmly that, of course, and that he is welcome. The teacher calls for silence and says she will send the registration form, adding that it's late and there will be a pre-tournament test for all participants. Tsuyoshi asks about this test and says he understands. Later, in front of his sister's classroom, Karina tells him he's amazing and wishes him luck on the test. Tsuki says he will come for her later that night and asks her not to walk home alone. The girls nearby whisper about his looks, saying he used to look skinny but now seems much more attractive, and plan to ask his sister about him, wondering if he already has a girlfriend. Shiro says goodbye to his sister while the girls approach Karina to chat. Vivian comments that people are starting to gather around her again, but Mina cuts in, saying she heard her brother signed up for the Future Star, calling it reckless. She immediately texts Billy and her boyfriend replies that he'll use this opportunity to teach him a lesson. Mina smiles, satisfied, saying she can't wait for that day because after dealing with her brother, they'll intimidate Karina even more, advising her to enjoy the good mood while it lasts. In the principal's office, a young man comments that the Future Star event is highly relevant, explaining that officially it is to promote relationships between schools, but in reality it serves as a power evaluation for the Hero Union and major guilds. In short, the strength of the hero class students represents the strength of the school and determines how much support they receive. The goal is to place at least one student in the top 5, ensuring funding. The elder beside him agrees, saying that according to the instructions, all the hero class students were registered, while the regular class students had optional participation, and as expected, almost none signed up. The principal concludes that, as predicted, regular students aren't foolish and know the power gap. Still, he adds, all regular students should participate, and among them, there was one registrant named Tsuyoshi. Hearing the name, he asks if it's really from the regular class. In the pre-tournament, during test preparations, a boy comments that even a regular class student signed up, apparently of his own free will. A girl laughs, calling him arrogant, asking if he really thinks he can compete, saying he'll embarrass the school. Her friend replies he won't pass anyway since the test is a simulated exam for semi-heroes. Just ahead, Tsuyoshi himself shows up. The girl, surprised, says he's actually good-looking, but the boy snaps back that compared to hero class students, he's nothing special. The supervisor watches and asks why a regular student would even bother taking the test, calling it a waste of time. The boy beside him agrees, saying even the teachers said the same, since a common student is completely out of his league. On the second floor, in the observation room, the principal receives an important visitor, thanking him for the inspection. He explains to the president of the association that here are the school's hero class students, and the test will begin shortly. The president replies that the association has high expectations for them, and that he is only here as a representative, hoping they meet those expectations. The principal says it would be an honor if they succeed, asking him to feel free to follow the results from there. The supervisor in turn receives instructions from the vice principal to begin the test as planned. He explains that the groups must be formed and placed into the simulators, three basic level machines designed to replicate E and F class environments. According to him, their average abilities would rank them as F, so there was no reason to worry. He clarifies that the group should be organized as assigned and that the results would appear afterward, requiring at least 60 points to pass. Tsuyoshi raises his hand and remarks that he didn't know they would need to form groups, only that there would be a test that afternoon. The supervisor, surprised, thinks that the presence of a regular student wasn't part of the plan, but concludes it doesn't matter since he wouldn't pass anyway. He then decides they will hold a separate test just for him at the end. Tsuyoshi reflects on being alone in that test and concludes that he was already used to handling things like this since the other world. One of the boys mocks him, saying it seemed like even the teacher had abandoned him. He adds that the simulator doesn't cause physical harm, but warns that the dark forces and difficulty level were truly high, challenging even for semi-hero parties, let alone an ordinary student alone. A girl laughs and asks how long he would last inside, calling him ridiculous. Soon after, the groups begin entering the portal. The president of the association reflects that the inspection served precisely to identify talented semi-heroes before other factions could. He explains that the School Hero Association existed to give the union and guilds a chance to recruit promising youths, since even powerful guilds competed for such talent, and he remarks that any candidate who stood out could be accepted. The system notifies the group's entry into the simulators, and one student comments that he had heard of them before, but never imagined they were so realistic. New messages inform that the difficulty was set to simulate an F-class cavern. The participants could choose class and equipment. One of the boys is surprised to see they could even receive basic gear. He puts on simple armor and calls to his teammates, reminding them that to pass they needed at least 60 points, so they should be careful. Later, after completing the simulation, the students return exhausted, commenting that it was tough and that they almost failed. Suzuki watches the projected results and notes that the difficulty was F-class, with 100 points as the maximum score. Most had achieved between 70 and 80, none surpassing 90. He concludes there were no standout semi-heroes in that school since they were all still young. The highest score was 93, achieved by two E-class students, making them officially recognized heroes. He reflects that there is a huge gap between classes E, A, and F, even if only one level apart. He explains that passing in Class E guaranteed entry into any hero school, and if the score was high, guilds would compete for them. But he emphasizes that such geniuses were rare, and wonders if he could find one there, saying it would be wonderful since with proper training they would have a bright future. Then he asks if the test was over. The old assistant comments that one student was still missing, one from the regular class. The principal coughs awkwardly, and the president asks in surprise if an ordinary student had signed up, praising his courage. He says that since he was the last, they would watch. Even if he failed, he would still deserve recognition for his boldness. The supervisor congratulates the others for passing and announces that only the regular class student remained. He warns that if he was afraid, he could give up as soon as he entered. Tsuyoshi calmly replies that he understood. His classmates mock him, saying the dark forces would make him wet his pants, and one laughs, asking how long it would take before he came out crying. The protagonist enters, looks at the system that asks about class and equipment, but replies that he already had everything he needed and decides to begin right away. As soon as it starts, several beasts approach, corresponding to level 1. Tsuki remarks that it was natural for the semi-hero simulator to begin easier, and thinks about finishing quickly, since his sister was waiting for him. He advances and defeats the enemies with ease. As the simulator progresses, he keeps fighting effortlessly, even defeating the level 3 boss in just a few minutes. The protagonist finds it strange, saying it was too simple. He notices a system notification and asks if there was also a D-class cavern simulation since he thought passing the F-class test would already be enough. The system confirms and informs that the D-class cavern was available, instructing him to begin the mock exam. Tsuki smiles and says that for him there was no difference between D and F class at his level. Outside, the students begin mocking, saying he still hadn't come out and wondering if he had died of fright in there. A girl suggests breaking the machine open, saying maybe he couldn't leave because he had peed himself. The supervisor checks the clock and comments that 12 minutes had already passed, too long for an ordinary person, and questions if something had happened. He considers the student troublesome. The president, on the other hand, watches impressed and says that if he was truly enduring it, He was already worthy of praise. He asked the principal to at least reward him for his courage. The principal, trying to stay calm, replies that, of course, even without registering the score, they would still praise him. Suddenly, the machine begins to shake and release smoke. The test is ended. The system notifies that the student had passed with a perfect score. Everyone is shocked. Shiro smiles and asks if that was it. Suzuki widens his eyes and questions whether that student was really from the regular class. The supervisor stammers in disbelief, asking how he could have reached 100 points and, even more, have also cleared the D-class cavern simulation. Stunned, he insists it had to be some kind of mistake. The boy insists it's an error, saying there was no way a regular class student could pass 2 exams in just 12 minutes, especially confirming approval in the D-class cavern alone. Something impossible. The protagonist responds that he doesn't care about the score itself, as long as he passed, and says he's going to get his sister now. At that moment, a voice asks him to wait. It was the president, reminding him that he had just passed both the F-class and D-class simulations. The old assistant, surprised, questions how that was possible since the default settings were always for a lower-level cavern, and there was no chance for a D-class exam to appear. Thinking out loud, he admits that he had completed both simulations in 12 minutes while being only an ordinary student. Suzuki then asks if he could describe the final boss of the D-class. Tsuyoshi answers without hesitation. A level 6 black wolf, fast but weak, that only slashed him a few times before being defeated. He says that if that was all, he needed to go get his sister and bids farewell. The principal interrupts and asks if he wasn't lying, but the president raises his hand to stop him, affirming that the student could leave. Tsuki thanks him and leaves. The principal, intrigued, asks if there was something wrong with the results. Suzuki suggests letting him compete, but keeping everything secret. In his thoughts, he recognizes there was no error. The final boss was indeed the level 6 black wolf, exactly as described. He realizes that if Tsuyoshi hadn't taken the exam alone, no one would have discovered the perfect score. He considers that they were facing a monstrous genius from the regular class, a student who had cleared both the D and F simulations in only 12 minutes, breaking records. He decides to continue observing him and concludes that if his suspicions were correct, they would need to recruit him for the Hero Association. Shiro leaves the room. On the day of the Future Stars tournament, the students talk about the participating schools. Kurozu High and Sawahira, considered the best in academic performance. Rumors spread that many students from their hero classes already possessed power worthy of real heroes, making it unlikely for others to have a chance. The students claim that the top 5 places would surely come from those 2 institutions, and that their own school would hardly appear in the ranking. The announcer asks all participants to register before the meeting in the arena. The protagonist approaches, and the staff member asks if he was from the hero class and his name. Tsuyoshi gives his name and says he was from the regular class. The staff member, surprised, comments that his courage was praiseworthy, but warns him not to overdo it since the hero class students were formidable opponents. In the arena, the old man announces the president's arrival. The principal apologizes for the lack of proper reception, but Suzuki states it was unnecessary. He asks if all the regular students were already registered, and the old man confirms they were, probably already gathered in the arena. The president looks satisfied, reflecting that Tsuyoshi's records indicated he was taking the tournament seriously. He thinks that if his power was real, he could prove to be an absolute genius, and that if great guilds or factions noticed him, they might try to take him away. He decides he won't let that happen. The vice announces that representatives from guilds and factions had already arrived and that the opening ceremony was about to begin. The principal agrees, asking that everyone be treated carefully and that no breaches of etiquette occur. The vice adds that the president probably knew the schools had sent their best students this year. The principal sighs and asks if they were even stronger than the previous ones. The vice confirms, saying that both schools seemed determined to achieve good results, while their own school kept falling behind year after year, rarely producing anything remarkable. The principal admits he knew and that nothing changed, but that they would do their best. Soon it is announced that the practical skill test would begin shortly, and all participants should head to the evaluation area. Tsuki is puzzled, wondering about this test and thinking the tournament should start immediately. He reflects that if this was the case, the competition had already begun, and that even small movements would reveal great potential. He understands that the power demonstrated would directly reflect his true ability, and that, since it would be measured by machines, there was no room for mistakes. A student then comments on the participants from Sawahira, wondering how many points they would score. Shiro steps forward, takes a fighting stance, and throws a punch. The system displays the results: body score of 72 and power score of 74. The protagonist observes and comments that it was very good. The spectators murmur excitedly, saying that any score above 70 was considered average, but above 80 would surely contend for the top 3 positions. Other students begin to talk about their previous scores, comparing results. Tsuyoshi thinks that achieving more than 70 in both categories would already be great, but wonders what his own score would be. Meanwhile, other students also perform their tests, but most remain between 50 and 69 points. Many laugh and comment on the rumor that a regular student from Seishin High was competing, mocking that they were curious to see what ridiculous score he would get, lamenting that the school had to rely on ordinary students. In the reserved area, representatives from guilds and factions watch. One of them remarks that Kurozu High seemed ahead, that its more trained students would surely become great heroes, already adding some names to his recruitment list. Another highlights the talent of a competitor from Sawahara, finding him impressive. The principal, tired, sighs, considering the scores presented so far pathetic. The president, meanwhile, compares the results and thinks that his school was clearly falling behind the others, placing high expectations on Tsuyoshi. In the stands, Tsuki's classmates search for him with their eyes, asking if he was really going to compete. Karina also looks around for her brother. Mina, with a sarcastic smile, says he would only embarrass the school in front of everyone. Vivian, more reasonable, comments that if he was truly strong, he should show that he was capable of competing with students from other schools, reminding them that earlier that day he had humiliated his enemies. Karina defends him, saying she trusts her brother, but Mina retorts that they are both just fools and that it would be fun to see them fail. Near the arena, the president reflects that, so far, no one had reached more than 80 points in both categories. He remembers that usually the strongest competitors appear at the end, and wonders when Tsuyoshi would step up, eager to see if he could face the best from rival schools. At that moment, a student tries to block another from passing, but is pushed aside. It was Vince, from Sawahira's Advanced Hero class. His peers whisper, recognizing him as someone who had already passed the official hero exam, a true top contender in the competition, and a strong candidate for the title. Vince raises a metal sphere without touching it, using only his ability, and hurls it with force. The system displays the numbers, 86 in body and 90 in power. The audience is impressed with how easily he produced such energy. Suzuki thinks that Sawahira truly had the strongest student, mentally noting to speak with him later. Right after, it is Kurozu's turn. Boniface walks confidently, scornful of those who had scored less than 80, telling them to be quiet. He moves the metal sphere and throws it with brutality. The system records 89 in body and 92 in power. The crowd erupts, surprised, commenting that with just a bit more he would have reached 90 in both categories. They murmur that the champion was already decided. The president mentally praises Boniface's talent, reinforcing that he would approach him later. Boniface himself looks to the side, identifying Vince as his only true rival, but declaring that the championship was already his. A voice announces the next competitor, and everyone is stunned to see that it was the regular student from Seishin. Many mock him, saying they couldn't believe he actually showed up and that he would only disgrace the school. They criticize him for lining up behind Boniface as if he had any right to. Tsuyoshi, silent, thinks that it would be enough to use the least possible movement while maximizing his power. Mina watches with sarcasm, convinced he would be humiliated right there. Karina, on the other hand, shouts for her brother to do his best. Suzuki focuses, curious and eager to measure his performance, calculating that if he reached between 70 and 80, it would already be impressive. The principal, hopeless, puts his hand on his head and declares that the regular student was finished. Tsuyoshi walks up to the sphere, places his hand on it, and thinks that, if it was for this, he would use a bit of the ultimatum physique combined with the divine selection system. He channels all his energy into just one finger and launches the metal sphere. The impact echoes through the arena. Everyone is in absolute shock when the system displays the score, 100 in body and 100 in power. Smoke rises and Shiro quietly comments that maybe they overdid it this time. The throne sphere flies far away, deformed by the impact. The protagonist worries that this was bad since he would have to pay for the damage. The judges, outraged, argue among themselves, unable to believe what they saw. They ask what it meant, if it was really possible for someone at that level to have such power. They suspect a machine failure, but representatives of the guilds immediately question who that student was and what had happened with the score. They stress that if it wasn't a technical error, it meant his power had surpassed everyone present and even overwhelmed the system, something inconceivable for a high school student. The supervisor asks them to wait while he checks with the school, but Tsuyoshi only replies that as long as it wasn't 0, he was satisfied. Boniface bursts out, saying it was impossible, that the machine must have failed or that he had used some collateral item. Vince comments that he didn't know but would wait to see what the school decided. The principal, under pressure, says to let it pass, claiming the machines needed inspection. The president, however, approaches the protagonist and asks to see his hands. Shiro shows them, and Suzuki thinks that at first, he believed he might have used some tool to boost his power, but there was no sign of that. What he sees, however, surprises him: hard hands full of calluses for someone his age. He then asks the reason, and Tsuyoshi simply replies that he has been working part-time for almost 10 years to support himself. The president is impressed, and soon the staff who inspected the machines return, stating they found no error at all. They explained that the recovered data confirmed the impact and that both metrics had indeed registered 100 points. The principal, still in disbelief, asks if it was really 100 in both categories and if they were sure it was student Tsuyoshi. Rumors spread quickly and many begin accusing him of cheating, saying that power strong enough to break the machine had to be fake. Others question if Seishin High had tampered with the standards, but the principal insists he had no power to alter a student's score. Then Suzuki declares firmly that, in the name of the School Hero Association, he officially recognized Tsuyoshi's results, confirming that there was no sign of cheating or manipulation. He reaffirms before everyone, Tsuyoshi from Seishin High achieved 100 points in both categories. The protagonist remains still with his score shining beside him, while the students around murmur in shock. Boniface, surprised, thinks he had never paid attention to him and wonders if he was the same boy Billy had asked him to deal with. He reflects that if it was true, he would have to carry out the order since Billy's father was the young boss of the Blue Cobra Gang, a business partner of his family. He decides he would handle it in the next match. The audience, still stunned, comments that they didn't believe it until they heard the president confirm it, and if someone like him said it, then it was true. The narrator's voice echoes, declaring the official results. Tsuyoshi from Seishin High, first place in the power test, 100 points in both categories. The reaction is immediate. 100 points in everything? That's insane! The students exclaim. Karina cheers for her brother, calling him amazing. Vivian admits it was a surprising score. Mina, however, furious, wonders how they could let him win and sends an angry message to her boyfriend, demanding they do something. The president then announces that Tsuyoshi is the only Seishin High student in the top 10. He explains that the top 3 receive 10, 5, and 3 points, and the rest receive 1 point each. He reflects in silence that if the school was counting on him to secure a spot in the top 3, the next round would be decisive, but Kurozu and Sawahira would not be easy opponents. The narrator then explains the rules. Each school was free to form teams for the next phase. The second match would be a destruction race inside a simulated dungeon. The teams would compete to see how many dark creatures they could defeat in 10 minutes. One of the students comments that since it was a team competition, maybe they still had a chance, and they would do their best to help their schools achieve a good placement. The supervisor reminds them that according to the rules, each group needed at least 3 people to form a team, and since Tsuyoshi was alone, he would have to sit out this time. The protagonist replies that he understands but notes that at the moment his school was in first place with 10 points. Boniface from a distance thinks that he couldn't do anything in that second trial but that he would still have a chance. He was determined to put Tsuyoshi in his place. The Kurozu students comment that they had already trained many times for this type of simulation, that their team was the strongest and especially prepared for it, ensuring that they would take first place. Vince, in turn, declares that Sawahira was no weaker than them and that any one of their members could secure victory. His partner agrees, saying they would win. Meanwhile, the Seishin team observes that Kurozu and Sawahira were truly impressive, remarking that first and second place were already decided. For them, the most they could hope for was to gather enough points to try to break into the top 10, even knowing that their strength was far inferior to that of the rival giants. The narrator announces that the match is about to begin and explains that each team will enter the simulator one at a time. Rei taunts Tsuyoshi, who's standing alone, and his partner laughs, saying it looks like no one wanted to team up with him, asking who would believe that a student from a regular class could suddenly score like that. Mina mocks Karina, saying her brother doesn't even have teammates and that it's embarrassing, but Karina replies that everyone is underestimating him. Tsuyoshi stays silent, reflecting that the Supreme Star will be decided by the highest final score, and that, moreover, the player with the best overall performance will be named MVP, a great honor. He decides to take it easy in the second match since his goal is to win the MVP title. If he manages a good score in the solo rounds, the 10 million Inese prize will be his. All schools give their best in the simulator. On one side, Vince's group from Sawara High fights intensely, while on the other, Boniface's group from Kurozu High also stands out. Spectators comment that they're halfway through, and as expected, Kurozu High leads by a wide margin. Kurozu and Sawara both show impressive teamwork. The president watches the match and thinks he'd been hoping for Tsuyoshi to do something extraordinary, but understands that In team competitions, there's little he can do. Students from regular classes are usually sidelined by those from the hero class, a harsh reality. Elsewhere, at Seishin High, a student asks why only he and the vice captain are still standing, while everyone else has been knocked out, lamenting that at this rate they won't reach the top 10. His partner replies that even though it's a simulated dungeon, they still take damage and can't go on. They look at the scoreboard and see that Kurozu's strongest group has already defeated 66 monsters, while Sawara has 63. The gap between them and 10th place is just 8 creatures. They ask if they can keep going, believing the vice captain and he might turn things around, but the supervisor warns they need at least 3 people and the others are exhausted. Even if they recruited someone now, the remaining time is too short. They grumble until they notice a student from the regular class nearby and call out to him, saying they need a 3rd person so they don't waste their points. Tsuyoshi accepts without hesitation. The supervisor confirms that with 3 people they can proceed, though he doubts they'll achieve much with only 3 minutes left. The 3 enter the simulator and the 2 partners put on their armor, noting that they've already defeated 33 enemies and that if they take down 10 more, they'll enter the top 10. They admit they don't know much about the regular student's abilities, but tell him to help however he can. When the monsters advance, Tsuyoshi tells them to close their eyes, leaving them confused. He summons his weapon, a cold, blacklight sword, and explains that it's better for their eyes to stay shut. They obey, still nervous, saying there's no time to waste. They need to defeat more than 10 to reach the top 10. Tsuyoshi simply replies to leave everything to him. He moves swiftly toward the enemies, determined to surpass everyone. The system announces that the Supreme Physique has been activated and his strength has increased. In just a few movements, Tsuyoshi defeats over 240 monsters, causing destruction throughout the area, and remarks that that should be enough. His 2 partners stare in shock and ask if he really took down 300 enemies. Silence fills the air until the narrator announces the end of the time and declares Seishin High in first place. Tsuyoshi exits the simulator with the score showing 330 monsters defeated. Suzuki can't believe what he's seeing and asks if he really killed 300 monsters in the final moments. The 2 students explain they have no idea what happened. Tsuyoshi just told them to close their eyes. After that, they only saw flashes of light, felt thunder and vibrations, and then Tsuyoshi wiped out all the monsters before them with a single strike. The president watches in awe and concludes that he's a hidden powerhouse, a monster-level genius who will shake the entire hero community. He decides that after the match, he'll speak with him personally. He can't allow anyone else to recruit him first. The audience reacts in disbelief, speculating that a 3-person team could only have cheated. They ask how many times stronger that was than Kurozu's most powerful group, and whether, since the tournament is being held at Seishin High, the data might have been tampered with to avoid embarrassment. Some claim such a crude method would be even more disgraceful and that if the data had been manipulated so blatantly, it would have been easily discovered. The judge stands and declares that they belong to the school's external judges union and find the record highly suspicious, demanding to examine the match data. The principal says they're also confused but guarantees nothing suspicious happened and invites them to investigate freely. Ray laughs, saying that the external judges are already analyzing the data. Things are getting interesting, since he believes Tsuyoshi cheated. There's no way someone could possess such power naturally, and if it's true, it'll be a huge scandal. Mina asks if her brother really cheated, but Karina firmly replies that her brother would never do such a thing. The president approaches and asks what the data revealed. Ukada explains that after reviewing the numbers shortly before the end of the match, he noticed a sudden spike but no signs of forced manipulation, indicating there was no cheating. The principal states that Seishin is innocent, always playing fair and clean, though he admits he's never heard of a trio achieving such high numbers. The protagonist asks what they think. If they don't place first in the next rounds, they can call him a cheater. But if they win them all, there'll be nothing to complain about. The principal urges calm, saying it's difficult to take first in every event. But Tsuyoshi responds there's no need to worry. Boniface mocks him, saying he's getting too full of himself and that since the remaining events are individual, they'll see if he can back up his words. Vince comments that he thought the competition would be between him and Tsuyoshi himself, but after passing the hero test, they were completely overshadowed. Still, he likes the idea of facing someone confident. The judge agrees to his proposal. If he doesn't take first place in any upcoming event, it will be treated as cheating. Tsuki agrees, saying that's fine. Next comes the long jump. Boniface jumps easily, but Shiro activates his supreme physique, enhancing both legs and explosive power, leaping much farther and taking first place. In the sprint, the protagonist wins again. Then comes the discus throw, and the system announces his arms have been enhanced. Tsuyoshi throws the discus and breaks the record, taking first place once more as the judges watch in amazement. From the stands, Mina asks if Karina's brother is really that strong, and Vivian answers that he's taken first in every event so far. He's surely broken every record. Ray and his partner comment that something's off about him. In the entrance hall, Billy glares at his phone, frustrated, asking what's going on. Even if it's cheating, he can't let it continue, and wonders what Boniface plans to do. In the arena, Boniface asks when Sation created a monster like that, and Vince admits it would still be hard to beat them. Boniface reads the message Billy sent, understands the situation, and laments that he can't intervene. Vince announces that the next event is the final one, promising to give it his all and face Tsuyoshi head-on since they've trained hard for this moment. Boniface thinks it's the perfect event as Billy's father secretly gave him a mental interference P2P, an expensive black market item tuned to 10% of its original power, just enough to be safe. The narrator announces the day's final event, Tug of War, a traditional crowd favorite. In this event, players use ropes, physical strength, and willpower to lift a chosen female student to the top. When the bell rings, she must lower the school flag to win. 3 players from each school take part and everything's ready to begin. A staff member approaches Tsuyoshi and says the principal wants him to participate too, hoping he can take first once again. Tsuki points out that there's no female student available, reminding them his sister's leg is injured. The staff member says they'll find someone and he doesn't need to worry. The narrator informs that Tsuyoshi from Seishin High will participate in the tug of war but still doesn't have a partner. Any volunteer may step forward in the arena. Some students show interest but hesitate, suspicious of his victories. Even as a regular class student, he seems to surpass even the hero class. They want to help but feel embarrassed. Karina shouts that she'll do it herself, but her partner pulls her back, reminding her of her injured leg. Vivian notes that no one else is stepping up and says, "It's fine. The school will probably pick someone randomly." Mina says she's got an idea and decides to join, claiming she'll mess everything up on purpose. Even if they don't win first place, it'll be his incompetence, not hers to blame. Vivian asks if she really intends to do that. Mina stands up and says she doesn't trust Billy anymore, that she's had enough of this whole situation. Vivian advises her to be careful and do her best. At that moment, someone approaches, saying they've found a volunteer, and asks the protagonist to greet her. Tsuyoshi greets her normally until his eyes widen when he sees who it is. Mina smiles and says she'll be the one helping him. The teacher authorizes them to talk and prepare, informing that he'll conduct the final inspection before the match begins. Tsuyoshi asks what she's doing there, suspicious that she's up to something. Mina replies that she came because no one else volunteered, and warns him to control his attitude. The narrator announces that the final event is about to begin and asks all students to take their positions. Mina looks at the elevator and comments that she's seen it before, but it's her first time going up on it, saying he must pull her all the way to the top and secure first place. Tsuki grips the rope with a serious expression while Mina stares at him, wondering if he's ignoring her but deciding not to care. Vince motivates his team, telling them to climb to the top and that the girl must ring the bell and lower the banner when they're done. The girl beside him says she trusts him, and another encourages her partner to give it their all. Boniface, distracted, thinks he won't allow Tsuyoshi to win this event. The narrator orders all players to take their positions and assistants to check the ropes. Once confirmed, the match begins. Shiro holds the rope and thinks it feels light. His supreme physique makes him far stronger. However, he reasons that moving too fast would seem suspicious, so he decides to gradually increase speed to secure first place at the end. The crowd cheers, rooting for Vince and Kurozu. Boniface thinks first place no longer matters. His only goal now is to prevent Tsuyoshi from winning. The moment is near, and once he uses the item, no fighter, no matter how strong, will withstand the coming headache. He grips the rope with one hand and activates the device with the other, eager to see him fall. The system announces that the mental interference P2P, an advanced psychic level item, emits a powerful shockwave causing intense pain in the target's head. It's a dangerous, forbidden artifact banned from the market. The audience roars as students strain to pull the rope, complaining it's getting heavier. Vince laughs, calling them weak, telling them to look at him. His partner replies that since they're in first place, they should keep going. The protagonist activates his supreme physique, strengthening his arms, and thinks he'll maintain steady speed until the right moment, when he'll accelerate and overtake everyone at once. Mina struggles to stay composed, telling him to pull with all his strength, thinking she can't hesitate now. Tsuki senses something strange and realizes she really was planning something. An assistant warns the girl up top to stop moving so much. It's dangerous. Watching from afar, Billy smiles in satisfaction, thinking this is exactly what he expected from her, to volunteer and sabotage the enemy no matter what it cost. Mina thinks it serves him right, until something catches her attention. Looking down, she sees Shiro's eyes filled with rage and a murderous aura as he asks if she's done causing trouble. She's startled by his cold gaze, feeling he could actually kill her right there. The narrator announces the match has entered its final phase, urging everyone to give their all for the school's honor and glory. Boniface, still pulling, thinks he's close to winning, calling Tsuyoshi a foolish, arrogant brat. He recalls secretly setting the boy as the item's target before the match began and, pressing the button, can't wait to see him suffer and secure his victory. As soon as the artifact activates, pressure surges, and players clutch their heads in agony. Boniface panics as the effect spreads, asking why its range is so wide, crying that his own head feels like it's splitting open. He realizes something's wrong. The item Billy's father sent isn't what it seemed. The protagonist looks around, confused, until the system alerts. Psychic shock detected. Mental protection mode activated. Assistants begin collapsing to the ground, and the girls being lifted are about to fall. The audience panics, not understanding what's happening, shouting that everyone's disappearing, even the assistants. The girls are in danger, and if they fall from that height, they won't survive. No one can help them. The principal orders someone to save them, even if they can only reach one, but others say they're too far and won't make it in time. Mina, terrified, realizes she's about to fall, but Tsuyoshi holds the rope tightly, stopping her from plummeting. Frightened, Mina asks if he's stopped and tries to understand who caused all this, realizing it was Tsuki himself. Shiro thinks there's no avoiding it. If things stay as they are, the girls will die. He commands the system to activate the supreme physique and maximize the explosive power in both legs. A loud roar echoes as the protagonist launches himself forward, determined to grab all the ropes at once. He won't let any of the girls fall. The crowd gasps as he halts every elevator by himself. Tsuyoshi grips each rope and vows not to let any slip. The combined weight of all those lifts is enormous, and he channels every ounce of his supreme physique's power into his arms. The girls scream for him not to give up, saying they believe in him. Mina watches, shocked, realizing he's holding them all alone. The judges remark that each lift weighs around 50 kilograms, and there are over 10 of them, not counting the girl's weight. His strength is insane, yet he still holds on. Tsuki feels the crushing weight, his hands tearing, but he doesn't yield. The president watches silently, astonished, thinking he's witnessing someone destined to become a legendary hero. No matter what, he must recruit him into the elite hero corps. The staff rush to help, pulling the ropes to ease the strain. They thank Tsuyoshi, telling him he was incredible. One asks if he wants to rest, but he replies the match isn't over yet. He promised to take first place in every event. Mina, breathless, asks if he's really going to continue, thinking he must be exhausted, but also realizing what she's seeing is unbelievable. Tsuyoshi keeps pulling the rope with all the strength left in him. His arms burn. Cramps threaten to paralyze him, but he thinks he must endure. He must win. The crowd shouts, cheering him on. Karina, moved to tears, encourages him to give it everything he's got. The cheers grow louder, everyone rooting for him. Even exhausted and gasping for air, Tsuyoshi pulls once more. The bell rings, signaling that all that's left is for the girl to lower the flag. Billy, desperate, screams for her not to do it, saying if she lowers it, they'll lose first place and everything will be over. Mina looks down, sees Tsuyoshi still holding firm, and decides to act. She pulls the banner, ignoring Billy's shouts. The protagonist smiles as the flag is completely lowered. The audience erupts in celebration, shouting his name and applauding him. The narrator announces first place goes to Tsuyoshi of Seishin High. The classmates who once mocked him are left speechless by the result. Vivian cheers, and Karina, overwhelmed, is filled with pride for her brother. In the guild and faction stands, representatives remark that they haven't seen such a promising talent in years, and that they must gather every bit of information about him immediately. They can't let another faction recruit him first. At the Blue Cobra Gang's headquarters, a subordinate reports to the boss that this boy is causing trouble for the young master, and that even the earlier incident was caused by a tool he gave to one of the participants. The boss watches coldly and says, "They're making an enemy out of such a genius. Madness." He orders them to withdraw, saying that boy is beyond their reach, and adds that he needs to have a talk with the young master. Back at the competition, a system voice congratulates the school not only for winning the championship, but also for revealing an exceptional hero. The principal thanks them, saying winning Future Star is a historic achievement for their institution. At that moment, a staff member approaches with a report. The principal asks if there's a problem, and the man replies that they've found a participant carrying a mental interference P2P device. He explains the earlier chaos was caused by that device, which had been modified, making it extremely dangerous. The president reacts in shock, asking if that isn't a prohibited item. The principal asks if the person involved is a student and requests their name. The staff member answers that it's Boniface from Kurozu High, their main representative. At first, they thought it was a mistake, but now Boniface has already been detained. He then asks if he may take charge of the investigation. Suzuki orders the team to continue investigating and says he'll contact Kurozu directly later. The principal sighs in relief, saying he's glad none of his own students were involved. He feared for a moment that the results might be revoked. Later, the protagonist is drinking something when the president approaches, saying he arrived just in time. The principal praises him, calling him the school's star, saying he did an incredible job and that from now on he'll have full institutional support. He assures him that if he ever needs anything, he can ask directly, and announces that both he and his sister will have all fees and tuition completely waived. Tsuyoshi thanks him for the generosity but says he doesn't need special treatment. Then, Sukuzi, representing the Hero School Association, formally invites him to join the elite hero team, explaining that although there's no precedent for a high school student being accepted, he fully qualifies. He asks Tsuyoshi to consider the offer and adds that, as the future star champion, he'll also receive a cash prize and a private unit in the mansion of the #1 hero located in an upscale area. The protagonist is shocked and asks if he's really getting a mansion. The principal thinks to himself that the president is frighteningly efficient. Recruiting a genius like this is a major victory, no wonder he's so eager. Meanwhile, Mina is walking upstairs when someone roughly grabs her arm. It's Billy, her boyfriend. She complains that he's hurting her, and he, furious, asks why she lowered the banner, how she could let that guy win, reminding her that she promised to help him defeat Tsuyoshi, calling both her and Boniface useless. Mina replies firmly that Tsuyoshi saved her life and everyone else's, and without him, she'd be in the hospital right now. Billy yells that it doesn't matter, that Tsuyoshi is stealing all the attention and insults her in rage. Mina stares back, pushes him, and says it's over, that she's ending things and he should never talk to her again. This makes him even angrier, and he raises his hand to hit her, still shouting insults. Mina stands firm and tells him to go ahead, but if he does, he'll never get near anyone again. Just as he's about to strike her, someone grabs his arm. It's Tsuyoshi. He glares and says so it was him behind everything. Billy shouts for him to let go and demands to know what he thinks he's doing. Mina blushes in embarrassment at seeing him there. Tsuki says he didn't want to get involved, but now that he knows Billy was behind the incident, he has no choice, asking if he realizes how many people could have been hurt if he hadn't intervened, because this went beyond a school rivalry. It was a matter of life or destruction. Billy replies that he's the son of the young boss of the Blue Cobra gang and threatens that if Tsuyoshi doesn't let go, he'll make him pay with his life. Shiro strikes him with a clean blow, saying stupidity can't be cured. Billy is thrown back, loses a tooth, and runs off yelling that Tsuyoshi will regret it and he'll make him pay double. Vivian arrives and asks her friend if she's okay, saying Billy's been going crazy looking for her, then asks what Tsuyoshi is doing there. He replies that even though Mina lowered the banner, he's not expecting gratitude because he still hasn't forgiven her for what she did to his sister. He starts to walk away, but Mina calls out to him. Tsuki looks back and asks if she still needs something. Vivian, confused, asks what's going on, and Mina kneels, apologizing for how she treated Karina. She says she truly regrets it and begs for forgiveness. Vivian asks what caused such a sudden change while Shiro just stares silently. Mina swears she'll never bully Karina again, nor hurt anyone, and begs again for his forgiveness, saying even her partner should apologize too. Vivian sighs and says it's okay, also offering her apology. Tsuyoshi responds that even with the apology, what she did to his sister, causing pain and injury, doesn't disappear. He explains that saying sorry doesn't erase the past, asking if someone cut her, a simple apology would make the wound vanish. Both girls fall silent. He then steps closer and says he's heard her apology and she can stand up now. Later, in the locker room, Tsuki changes clothes and thinks to himself that soon he'll go home with his sister. He reflects that the next day he'll receive the cash prize and the new mansion, which even has an elevator, and imagines how much Karina will love it. Suddenly, someone bangs on the door. He opens it to find Rei and his friends rolling up their sleeves. Shiro asks what's going on and if they really plan to do this. To his surprise, they all kneel before him, apologizing for treating him like a servant all this time. The protagonist sighs, thinking everyone seems to be bowing to him today. As he walks through the school gates, he's greeted by applause and cheers from classmates who say he was incredible and that they completely respect him now, especially after the final event. They joke that they almost fell in love with him and that his long jump was insane. Even Boniface turned pale. Tsuyoshi finds it all annoying, while Karina smiles and says he's becoming way too popular. Mina starts running, telling Tsuyoshi to run too, because Billy is coming with his gang. Suddenly, someone shoves her aside, cursing and yelling at her to move. Billy appears, shouting that they shouldn't underestimate him, that even without his father, he still has plenty of allies, and that he can fight Tsuyoshi himself, telling him to stop acting tough just because he's a kid, saying he'll end him right there. Lee asks if that's really the son of the young Blue Cobra boss, and if Tsuyoshi actually made an enemy out of someone like him, saying he's on a different level And since he respects that, he'll back him up. Shiro says it's fine not to get involved, just to look after his sister. After today, there's no reason to hide anymore. It's obvious he's a hero, and he'll show the difference between their leagues. The protagonist unleashes his intense mana. Billy tells his men not to panic, that he'll double their pay, that he still has many on his side. Tsuyoshi releases his immense, overwhelming power, blasting the men around and sending them flying. Billy yells at his men to stop standing around and attack all at once. One of them snarls, saying not to underestimate them. The system announces that the physique has been activated. A large man attacks, thinking he's landed a blow, but when he looks, his iron bar is completely bent. Tsuyoshi steps forward with his fist clenched and says it's a shame. Shiro attacks with terrifying force, creating a crushing pressure around him. The protagonist keeps striking down everyone in his path. Ray says it's incredible, he really is their leader, and his partner adds that at this rate he could dominate every high school group. Karina thinks he's become someone completely different, and her friend beside her says her brother is so cool and wonders what kind of girl he likes. All the men fall to the ground, causing heavy impacts. Tsuyoshi asks if there are any left, raises his weapon, and says he'll finish this once and for all. Lightning bursts out, spreading everywhere, reaching far into the distance. A hooded man on a rooftop comments that the intensity and precision of his power are astounding, that Tsuyoshi's ability is on another level. An old man beside him says he's remarkable, possibly the most talented rank D hero they've ever seen, and that they need to recruit him into the final Glory Guild. The hooded man replies, no way, the Angry Dragon faction hasn't fought over talent in years, but this time they won't back down. He says that during the boys' awakening test, there was an anomaly in the data and a total blackout in the area which he suspects was caused by him, an extraordinary talent. The old man says he's already made waves this year, winning the Future Star event and preventing a major disaster, something not just anyone could do. And with the Supernova tournament approaching, he's exactly the kind of talent everyone's after. This year's Supernova will be more intense than ever. The rankings will directly affect resource distribution, and even the Hero Alliance is sending its strongest newcomers, a greedy organization. In other words, every guild and faction eligible for Supernova is desperately searching for promising rookies. And now that Tsuyoshi's abilities are clear, their goal is within reach. The old man vanishes, and the hooded figure says he's cunning and will surely meet this boy in person. The hooded man flies off. Elsewhere, the protagonist uses his Thunderfall current skill and tells everyone to get down. Lightning strikes the men, and Billy mutters if this is the difference between an ordinary person and a hero. Tsuyoshi defeats everyone and walks toward Billy, attacking him. Billy screams but realizes he wasn't hit, and Tsuyoshi tells him to disappear and never show up there again. Billy gets up and runs off. Mina approaches and asks if he's okay, and Tsuyoshi thanks her for warning him earlier. She says it was nothing. The other students nearby say they should form a group together, that they'd be unstoppable. The protagonist tells everyone to just go home. Later, Tsuyoshi walks with his sister, and she says he's gotten so strong that even their classmates are jealous. Tsuyoshi replies that it's both good and bad. Power attracts attention, and not all of it is welcome. He mentions that the president of the Hero School Association gave them a 10 million Inez bonus and an apartment. Karina asks about the 10 million and the apartment, wondering if he's serious. Tsuyoshi says yes, he's not lying. After all, it came from the school's Hero Association president, and jokes that if the apartment has an elevator, she won't have to climb stairs every day anymore. Karina laughs and says he's always thinking of her, thanking him warmly. The protagonist smiles and says she's his sister. Taking care of her is his responsibility, so there's no need to thank him. Then someone calls out to him. It's the president, asking if he has a moment since he'd like to get to know him better and discuss the upcoming Supernova tournament. At Tsuyoshi's house, someone approaches and offers tea to the president. Sukuzi thanks him and asks if he's always lived there with his sister. Tsuyoshi replies that yes, ever since their parents passed away, he's lived there with her, though he adds that the stairs are very difficult for her because of her legs, and asks if the mansion mentioned earlier really has an elevator. The president confirms it does and explains that he actually came to check the moving date, saying that if Tsuyoshi wishes, they can move in as soon as the next day. The mansion is fully equipped and ready. Tsuyoshi thanks him for the concern but says they can wait until they're completely prepared. In a lower tone, Sukuzi asks what happened to his sister's legs. The protagonist explains that she was injured by darkness long ago and that their parents also lost their lives in that same incident. His sister's legs were crushed and 98% of her nerve cells were damaged, leaving almost no chance of recovery. Even so, he says she's incredibly strong and continues to fight to live her life to the fullest. The president expresses his sympathy and remarks that darkness has brought tragedy to many families, but mentions having heard that the golden elixir of rebirth will be auctioned next month. If they can obtain it, there's a real chance her legs could be healed. Shocked, Tsuyoshi asks if he's serious, And Sukuzi confirms but explains there are two requirements to participate in the auction. The system displays the description of the golden elixir of rebirth, and the president continues saying the first requirement is to have the status of a rank C hero. Tsuyoshi, anxious, asks what the second is and tells him to say it quickly. Sukuzi replies that the participant must also have at least 1 billion ines in capital. The protagonist is stunned by the amount, and the president explains that all high-level auctions have strict criteria based on status and financial power. He says Tsuyoshi could qualify for rank C hero status by placing in the top 3 of the Supernova tournament, which would allow him to request promotion. However, as for the funds, even as president of the Hero School Association, he can't offer that kind of help, since the amount far exceeds the usual 10 million ines cash prize. He comments that money isn't everything, but in this case, it's something Tsuyoshi truly needs. The young man starts thinking about how to earn 1 billion ines in just a month. He remembers telling his partner from the other world that the potion worked wonders, even if it tasted terrible, and thinks that if he could combine it with modern capsules, it might just work. He realizes that while this world has convenient capsules, the potions from the other world have far superior effects, and if he could recreate them here, he might actually raise 1 billion ines within a month. Sukuzi notices the silence and asks what's wrong, but Tsuyoshi says it's nothing, only confirming if placing among the top 3 in the tournament would indeed let him apply for rank C hero status. The president confirms and explains that the Supernova tournament is a prestigious event among rank C and Class D heroes, drawing massive attention. He says guilds and factions with eligible members, including the Hero Alliance, send their strongest candidates, and that strong performances grant greater influence over dungeon resource distribution, which is vital. Tsuyoshi says he understands and declares he'll register right away. Sukuzi, surprised by his urgency, asks if he's serious, warning that it's not like a school competition and could be dangerous. Shiro answers that the risk doesn't matter, he's ready, and asks where to register. The president explains it's at the Hero Alliance headquarters and says he'll arrange a car immediately since there's no time to waste. Karina, standing nearby, asks what just happened. At the Hero Alliance headquarters, Tsuyoshi arrives and remarks how huge the place is, asking why he was called there. Sukuzi answers that it's a matter of mutual benefit. As president of the School Hero Association, he's under great pressure to produce results. It's been a full year since they've discovered any promising talent, while outside guilds and factions are offering much better opportunities to gifted youths. He explains that many heroes dislike the strict rules of official organizations and prefer the freedom of independent factions. Tsuyoshi says he understands and promises to do his best not to disappoint him. Later, at the official registration, the secretary informs them that currently he doesn't meet the requirements to enter the Supernova tournament. The president says he thought one of the 3 remaining slots was still open and asks what's going on. The secretary confirms that 1 substitute slot remains but explains that Tsuyoshi doesn't have the required system record to qualify. She says that to participate in the Supernova tournament, one must have placed in the top 3 of at least 2 public dungeons. After checking his data, she found that aside from a single test dungeon, he has no other records, so he doesn't meet the conditions. Sukuzi sighs and admits he was careless, noting that the tournament is only a week away. He says competition in the public dungeons is extremely fierce, and achieving a top 3 ranking in 2 of them in such a short time is practically impossible. Tsuyoshi interrupts, telling him to calm down and asks what exactly he means. The president explains there are 6 public dungeons, 3 rank C, 2 rank D, and 1 rank B, considered the most challenging. To qualify for the Supernova tournament, he and his team must rank in the top 3 in any 2 of those 6. However, many competitors aim for the same goal and competition is fierce with little time left. Forming a strong team also takes preparation. Even so, Shiro declares he'll secure a top 3 position in at least 2 public dungeons before the tournament. The president asks if he's serious, and the secretary exclaims that's insane and soars saws. It can't be done. Tsuyoshi then says he's leaving right now and tells them to keep the last slot open for him, promising they'll soon see whether he's a fool or not. He immediately activates Unlimited Passage, thinking this is the perfect time to head to the other world. He decides to retrieve the formulas from that world and level up to 15 before returning. In the other world, in Carnio, the city of the genius Kevin, Tsuyoshi thinks he'll conquer all 6 dungeons alone. The system issues a warning, informing him that due to a stability issue, he can't remain in the other world for more than 3 days. If he exceeds that limit, he'll be trapped permanently and unable to return. Shiro grumbles that of all times, this had to happen now, but insists he'll manage it. He has only 72 hours and leveling from 12 to 15 in that time will be hard but doable. He concludes that things are about to get much more complicated. The next morning, Sakura appears and greets him with a good morning. Tsuyoshi replies that it's been a while and says things are about to get lively again. Sakura agrees and says she'll start preparing right away. As they walk through the city, Tsuyoshi comments that it's as bustling as ever, fitting for Kevin's city. Sakura agrees and explains that Kevin is currently hosting a refinement tournament with extravagant prizes, attracting young shamans and adventurers seeking rare medicines. Tsuyoshi observes that adventurers must be after good potions and asks what the prizes are. Sakura says she checked earlier and that since Kevin himself is hosting, the rewards are incredible. Third place earns a basic potion formula, second place grants a direct training session, a normal potion formula, and a level-up potion formula, while first place wins the right to become Kevin's direct disciple along with one basic potion formula and two level-up formulas. She explains these formulas are extremely valuable. A single basic one can sell for 300 gold coins. Shiro repeats aloud that the prizes are formulas and thinks it's perfect. If he can get several, he could recreate everything back in his own world and reach the billion Inas he needs. Sakura confirms and emphasizes that first place includes the primary basic formula and two level-up ones, then asks if he's interested. The protagonist answers that of course he'll enter and win the refinement tournament. Sakura, surprised, says she thought he came just to meet Kevin. Tsuyoshi replies that he can't just walk up and ask for formulas. That would be shameful, and he prefers to earn them fairly, deciding to register. Sakura thinks he's really entering the refinement tournament and concludes that his plans are going to get delayed once again. At the tournament registration counter, a girl glares at him and calls him a weak human, asking what he's doing there. Tsuyoshi asks who she is. The girl, Fulin, replies that she sat next to him during the shaman exam and lost first place because of him. Tsuyoshi says he remembers and explains that he came to join the tournament, asking how to register. Fulin scoffs and says he's completely clueless. The refinement tournament isn't like that exam, and even blue shamans are competing this time. She explains that her senior, a talented blue shaman, will also participate and asks if he isn't ashamed to lose miserably, telling him he should quit before embarrassing himself. She insists he not ignore her and declares that she'll personally guide him there. The protagonist looks around and realizes that's the registration counter, calling Sakura to go with him. At that moment, a voice complains that Fulin is being too noisy. Tsuyoshi smiles, and Vincent immediately recognizes him, asking how he dares show his face there again. Fulin calls him a weak human and asks if he knows her senior, saying he only acts so arrogantly because he's the master's top disciple. Tsuyoshi confirms that he knows him. Vincent reminds him that he promised to drive him out of Carnio and says that now he's come to hand himself over. The shaman summons his subordinates, who approach quickly, asking what they should do. Fulin steps in, telling them to stop. That guy might look weak, but he's not a villain. He's just trying to enter the tournament. Vincent tells her to shut up, saying she's disappointed him as much as the human, and that he'll deal with them both at once. Tsuyoshi replies that if that's how it is, then it's self-defense. Inside the tournament registration office, he asks Sakura to stay out of the fight. He doesn't need her to dirty her hands. Fulin asks if he really intends to fight all of them alone. A weapon-carrying orc laughs, saying not to show off in front of girls when he doesn't have real strength, calling him pathetic. A muscular man adds that he should get lost while he still can. Vincent's allies declare that their master's enemies are their enemies too, and that they'll show what happens to those who challenge their group. A voice cuts through the tension, asking if he really plans to do this here. Vincent says he'll personally take care of that idiot, asking if he really thinks a mere human can enter a refinement tournament. In a mocking tone, he adds that the half-beast girl can do whatever she wants, sneering with disdain. Sakura watches silently with a serious look. A boar beast man laughs, saying she really is a half-beast and too ugly to be of interest, but points at Fulin and says she looks much more fun to play with. Fulin, furious, calls him disgusting and says she'll report everything to the master. Vincent replies that she shouldn't worry. He'll handle the master himself. Fulin thinks to herself that he's always abusing his position as the senior disciple to do whatever he pleases. The boar says it's fine. He'll have fun with the girl after finishing off that human. Tsuyoshi tells her not to worry, that neither that brute nor her senior will get away. The boar freezes, wondering if he really intends to take on all of them alone. Tsuyoshi moves at high speed. The boar tries to block but feels an overwhelming force. The protagonist merely says it's a pity. The system announces, Supreme Physique activated, arms enhanced. The impact is massive, sending the orc staggering back in fear. Fulin watches in shock at his power, and Sakura remarks that her master's strength is beyond imagination. Vincent watches, dumbfounded, realizing that not even Gilletta, with his high rank and power, could touch that human. He wonders who this man really is, and decides he must turn the tide, even if it costs his life. The boar struggles with all his might, but Tsuyoshi's power is crushing. More notifications appear. A wave of terrifying aura has been released. Nearby enemies are intimidated. Counterattack strength increased. Thunder resonance detected. Vincent yells for Giletti to attack, telling him not to be afraid and promising his safety. The boar growls that he understands. Tsuyoshi glares and releases an even more intense power. The boar realizes the space around them is warping, an isolated area created through advanced techniques. The pressure becomes unbearable and the protagonist activates Thunder Ambush. The boar realizes there's no way to defend or retaliate, thinking he's finished. Suddenly, blue flames erupt and completely neutralize Tsuyoshi's ability. He stares in surprise at that terrifying energy. A voice echoes, ordering everyone to stop causing trouble and reminding them that the tournament is about to begin, commanding the disciples not to stir up chaos at the entrance. It's Kevin. He approaches, saying they're bringing shame upon all shamans. Vincent, terrified, says he didn't know it was him and tries to justify himself. The genius shaman asks why he's even here instead of preparing for the tournament. Fulin runs up to him, saying that Vincent was intimidating her. Sakura observes quietly, thinking that Kevin has finally appeared, while Tsuyoshi wonders if he was the one behind the blue flames that nullified his attack. Vincent tries to explain that he was only disciplining that rude human and the girl in her place. Kevin stares at him and asks if he truly believes he has the right to discipline anyone right now, saying he must think too highly of himself. Vincent trembles and insists that he'd never dare and begs forgiveness. Kevin asks what the orcs are still doing there, and orders them to leave immediately. The boar apologizes for causing trouble and leaves with the others. Then, the genius shaman turns to Fulin and asks what his disciple is doing there, again after failing the shaman exam. Fulin hurriedly says she didn't do anything. She was just guiding the human shaman who defeated her in that exam to the refinement tournament. Kevin, surprised, asks if the human shaman who defeated her is also entering the tournament. Tsuyoshi says he didn't expect to meet him here and explains that he came with a recommendation from President Doug. He shows a signed letter saying that upon learning about the refinement tournament, he decided to take part. Kevin reads the letter and comments that it's indeed a recommendation from President Doug, saying he understands the situation. He adds that since it's from such a respected senior, he won't treat Tsuyoshi carelessly but with proper respect and asks him to follow. Then he orders his disciple to prepare the materials for the tournament and warns him not to embarrass him in front of his top student. Vincent immediately agrees, saying he'll do his best. Tsuyoshi discreetly glances aside looking for Sakura, and Kevin remarks that according to the letter, Tsuyoshi was afflicted by darkness and is using forbidden elixirs to suppress its symptoms. He says maintaining body and mind stability under such conditions is remarkable and asks if he's been refining any special type of potion. Tsuyoshi explains that he might have just been lucky or naturally resistant, but admits he was reckless. He ventured alone into the Dark Zone on a mission involving a request from President Doug and ended up taking the shaman exam on impulse. Kevin, astonished, asks if he truly entered the Dark Zone alone, and Tsuyoshi confirms, explaining that though he's a warrior, he decided to try the exam and ended up defeating Fulin. The genius shaman then asks how long he has studied refinement and who his mentor was. Tsuyoshi replies that he never studied formally and never had a mentor. He just followed his instincts. Kevin remains silent for a moment, thinking that it's something only a human could say, yet impossible. Could this man truly be a genius greater than himself? Out loud, he says he understands and that it's impressive, inviting him to come along, determined to witness that rare talent firsthand, for he cannot allow anyone greater than himself to exist. As they walk, Kevin explains that President Doug introduced him because he believes Tsuyoshi possesses the laws of earth and wind, and that the potion he refined carries the power of those laws, which might even purge the darkness from his body. Tsuyoshi confirms and says he's counting on him. They reach a door. Kevin opens it, revealing his refinement chamber, and explains that he loves collecting herbs and researching new effects, proudly stating that no one understands herbs better than him. Tsuyoshi looks around and says the refinement platform is incredible, asking if it also enhances the results of the process. Kevin replies modestly that it's decent, but inwardly thinks he might be wasting time. The human can't even distinguish premium herbs or grasp the value of an advanced platform. He concludes silently that if that's the extent of his understanding, then he's nothing special. Still, he says he's never considered himself inferior to anyone in refinement, especially after obtaining the laws of earth and wind. He then asks Tsuyoshi to let him take a drop of plasma to examine his condition. Tsuyoshi cuts his hand and lets a drop fall into a dish. Kevin releases his mana, and the protagonist observes the greenish-blue flow of energy. It must be the fusion of the earth and wind laws. The mana intensifies, and Kevin thinks there are indeed traces of darkness embedded in his body, but he's astonished that Tsuyoshi remains perfectly stable despite it. The shadowy aura has penetrated deeply. Any other adventurer would have gone mad long ago. Tsuyoshi asks if his condition is really that severe, and Kevin replies that now it's clear. Potions won't be enough anymore. He'll have to use the power of the laws to purge the darkness completely, and he tells him to turn around. Tsuyoshi apologizes for the trouble. Kevin raises his hand and summons a magic circle. Tsuyoshi feels a sharp pain and thinks his body is starting to burn, while Kevin realizes the darkness is more stubborn than he expected, and that he needs to use more power to eradicate it. He says he'll inject more energy but warns it will hurt. Tsuyoshi confirms he can handle it. Kevin then releases even more mana, and the magical pressure spreads throughout the room. The protagonist feels the pain coursing through his entire body but thinks it's nothing compared to what he's endured before. Kevin watches, thinking that even he couldn't withstand this kind of purification without potions, and that Tsuyoshi must be treating the pain as part of his training, telling him to speak up if it becomes unbearable. Tsuyoshi feels the pain intensify, but activates his supreme physique and begins resisting better. Kevin's eyes widen in shock as he senses a strange power within Tsuyoshi, resisting the force of his laws. Something unbelievable. He thinks this human could be dangerous and decides to take precautions. The system announces, uses the immense magical power of the caster to implant a mark on the target's body. Once activated, the seal detonates, resulting in the target's eradication. Kevin thinks the erasure is complete and says aloud that it's finished, that all traces of darkness have been removed, and asks how he's feeling. Tsuyoshi thinks that, as expected, Kevin managed to purge that stubborn aura with ease. It must be the incredible power of the laws of earth and wind. The protagonist reflects on the 12 laws of earth and wind, imagining that what Kevin possesses must be the 12th of the legendary laws of ruin, and wonders what the first one might be and what kind of power it would hold. He says he feels better now and sincerely thanks him, offering gold coins as a reward, but the genius shaman replies that it isn't necessary since President Doug recommended him, and it's only natural to help. He mentions having heard from Fulin that the protagonist is interested in joining the refining tournament and asks if he still wants to compete. Tsuyoshi excitedly confirms and asks if it's possible, and Kevin says that since he ranked first in the shaman exam, he's naturally qualified, explaining that the tournament is about to begin and if he doesn't need any special preparation, he can enter as he is. However, he makes it clear that even with Doug's recommendation, nothing will be easy, and that not even his own disciple, the blue shaman Vicent, will receive special treatment. Tsuki replies that just being able to participate is enough, and that he doesn't expect any favors, and Kevin remarks that entering without preparation is exactly what he'd expect from someone who defeated Fulin, wishing him luck and encouraging him to show his talent to everyone, then inviting him to come along since the tournament is starting. At the main local tournament, Fulin says she trusts him to follow her guidance, and that he must obey her instructions properly, informing him that the registration process is complete. She asks about the woman who was with him and if she abandoned him, and Shiro thanks her and replies that his partner probably has matters to take care of, but would never abandon him. Fulin gets irritated and tells him not to say her name so casually, since only her master can call her that, and the protagonist says he understands. As they walk, Fulin comments that the participants in this tournament are all confident young people and that it won't be as simple as the basic evaluations from before, emphasizing that even her seniors, the blue shamans, are more talented and that he has no chance. But it will still be a valuable learning experience. Tsuyoshi asks if she will participate, and she replies that she's just the master's disciple, a white shaman, and nothing more. Fulin adds that her master said if she didn't get first place in the exam, she'd lose her qualification, and that her senpai is also competing, so it wouldn't look good if Kevin's disciples monopolized the top ranks, but that's fine. There will be other opportunities. Tsuki apologizes, saying he didn't mean to imply anything, and Fulin replies that it's fine, that a loss is a loss, admitting that he's truly impressive. Shiro smiles. They head to another area where Fulin shows him the refining platform prepared for him, saying it's his, so he mustn't break or waste it, and that he has to clean it afterward. The protagonist promises to be careful. Fulin explains that the tournament is elimination-based, and that half of the participants will be cut in the first round, warning that he's weak, but that since he's using her platform, he shouldn't embarrass her. Tsuyoshi replies that he'll do his best. People in the stands comment about the shaman, saying that even peculiar types like him are entering this noble refining tournament, assuming he's there just to watch, and that it's a waste of space. Guessing he used his connections with the registration official, Fulin tells him not to mind them, since for most people, the mere presence of a human there is already strange, and adds that the strongest participants are the blue shamans. Even if they're rivals, observing them carefully could be useful. Tsuki understands and thanks her until the narrator announces that the refining tournament is about to begin and that participants should get ready, saying that the first test will be the herb examination. In this round, they must demonstrate their basic skills as shamans by selecting the proper herbs for potions. Participant Drax comments that it's impossible for anyone there not to know the ingredients and thinks that this won't be a simple selection contest but a test of judgment, as a great shaman must have discernment. Among the competitors, only a few blue shamans can rival him, and the biggest threat will likely be Vicent, Kevin's genius disciple, a specialist in final refinement who must have learned many secrets from his master. As for the white shamans, he believes they're no match for him. Drax is interrupted by a voice apologizing and irritably asks if the person was running through that huge area and where he was looking, and the protagonist replies that it was his fault since he was distracted trying to find his spot. Drax asks if he's the human everyone's talking about as a participant, says he's a warrior, not a shaman, finds it amusing, and taunts that he'll probably only get a consolation prize. Vicent approaches and says he's only there because he knows the professor and should have stayed focused on killing monsters instead of showing up just to make a fool of himself. Drax insists, questioning whether he got in through connections, and declaring that he would feel ashamed since potion refinement isn't something achieved with brute strength. And Shiro snaps back that if it weren't for the setting, he would have already punched him. The two warn him not to cause a scene and to watch his attitude or he could lose his qualification. Tsuyoshi steps away, saying that's exactly why he should be thankful for the rules, to just wait and see, and not come crying in the end. The elf announces the start of the first round, the herb exam, and explains the rules. Participants must declare the name of the potion, identify the necessary ingredients, and collect them within the time limit. Failure to gather everything in time results in disqualification, and scores are based on the quality of the chosen ingredients. People wearing the same uniform march in rows carrying baskets, commenting that the challenge was created by Kevin himself, promising it will be exciting, reminding that they must both identify and judge ingredient quality, and wondering who will dominate the first stage. Fulin worries whether that weakling will be alright, since although his exam performance was impressive, facing experienced opponents, the blue shamans, is a different story. Beside her, the Beastman says it's to be expected of him, that the refining tournament is extraordinary, and that he's pleased his disciple Drax is participating, as it'll be a valuable experience. Kevin says he wanted to give talented shamans a chance to display their skills. The Count asks who he has his eye on and mentions having heard that his top disciple is exceptional. The genius shaman replies that Vicent is indeed talented, but what truly matters is proving it in the tournament, while Drax, on the other hand, is a promising newcomer among the blues. The Beastman thanks him and says he's heard that a human is competing, adding that he's never seen a human shaman before. Kevin confirms it's Tsuyoshi, recommended by President Doug, a warrior who wasn't even trained as a shaman. But not only did he take the exam as a human, he actually defeated his disciple and ranked first, which makes him curious. The Count notes that a human without shaman training taking first place sounds absurd, saying Doug might be mistaken, but if it's true, even he will pay attention. In the arena, people approach carrying two types of herbs, and the protagonist wonders if all the ingredients are already prepared, since it wouldn't be surprising to see half eliminated right from the first round. The baskets contain enough ingredients for only half the competitors, meaning many won't find what they need. And since potions require several items, it's necessary to pick the right ones from different baskets. Rushing and grabbing at random or wasting time searching both lead to disqualification. It's exciting and much harder than the shaman exam. The challenge is to choose quickly and accurately. It's time to use the Divine Eye. The elf announces the name of the potion, Refreshing Potion for Beginners. The orcs sprint forward and Suki thinks they're fast, as expected from official blue shamans who have memorized all the ingredients of basic potions. As for him, he'll rely on the Divine Eye. The analysis indicates that the Refreshing Potion for Beginners requires 3 ingredients: fire spirit grass, wood core, and dried mucata vine. Shiro runs, thinking it's just 3 items. Upon reaching the front, the protagonist sees people fighting over ingredients and fears he's arrived too late. Vicent boasts that he could do this with his eyes closed, and Drax says it's way too easy. Tsuyoshi observes from the side and concludes it's not bad. It seems the blue shamans aren't just showing off, but there's no way he'll lose here. It's time to show a warrior's strength. The first ingredient is in sight, his target being the shaman in the first row. Vicent notices the technique, says it's a wave ability, and questions whether the foolish human is causing a commotion because he's about to lose. The Beastman seated asks what he's planning to do and if that's a warrior skill, and Kevin wonders what the meaning of that move is. The orc looks up, startled as the surroundings suddenly darken. The protagonist silently approaches one of them from behind, and the frightened orc asks what he's doing. Tsuyoshi cancels the ability, thinking there's no need to push further. This will be enough. The system notifies that the Divine Eye is highlighting the highest quality fire spirit grass with a glowing mark, and Suki thanks it mentally. The Beast Man, intrigued, comments that he's using a warrior's ability to move quickly toward the ingredients and then canceling it, finding that amusing and interesting. Kevin is also impressed, wondering whether he can truly identify the correct ingredients or if it's just luck. Shortly after, the system notifies that Tsuyoshi has obtained the highest quality wood core and dried vine as well. The narrator announces the end of the time limit, saying it's now time to evaluate the accuracy and quality of the ingredients gathered by the participants. She explains that the ingredients required for the refreshing potion for beginners are fire spirit grass, wood core, and mukata vine. The evaluators begin their inspection, and the first declares a competitor's ingredient selection incorrect, disqualifying him. They move on to others and say those are wrong as well until reaching Drax, whose selection is correct with an overall quality of 84 out of 100. An excellent score. Drax gets excited, and Kevin praises him, saying that's what's expected from the Count's disciples, highlighting his speed and precision, while the Beastman remarks that it's not bad at all. The evaluator proceeds to Vicent and announces that his ingredients are also correct, with a total quality of 94 out of 100, considered exceptional. Vicent smiles confidently, saying that in a match like this, no one but him can take first place. The Count is impressed, saying the genius disciple lives up to his name, and Kevin thanks him, noting that with that score, it's clear he'll lead the round. From afar, Fulin watches, thinking that the weak human better make it through. The evaluator then reaches Tsuyoshi's selection, confirms the ingredients are correct, and starts analyzing the quality, but hesitates when a light suddenly appears. Shocked, he asks if the measuring device is working properly. Kevin, impatient, tells him to stop hesitating and reveal the result already. The evaluator announces that the total quality is 100 out of 100, perfect quality. The masters are stunned, and the audience starts murmuring in disbelief that Vicent and Drax actually lost to him. Fulin says it's impressive, while Suki thinks that the Divine Eye worked flawlessly and that the result is perfect, feeling excited for the next challenge. The other participants are speechless, saying it's unbelievable that someone could obtain perfect ingredients in that situation. The evaluator states that all scores are measured strictly by the analyzer and that there's no mistake whatsoever. The Count comments that the human seems to have extraordinary talent for ingredient selection and wonders how skilled he might be in other areas, and Kevin stands up, saying he's curious as well. The elf announces the start of the second round of the refining tournament, instructing the remaining participants to return to their refining platforms as they must now produce an intermediate invisibility potion, and everyone eagerly awaits to see their abilities. Fulin approaches Shiro and praises him, saying he did very well earlier and explaining that the second round is entirely about refinement, an essential skill that tests a shaman's most important qualities. The protagonist agrees, remarking that this was also the focus of the previous round. Fulin asks about his staff and orders him to bring it immediately since he can't begin without one. Tsuyoshi realizes he forgot it and thinks that at first, President Doug had lent him a staff out of pity, but now, with most of his attributes aligned to the warrior class, if refinement requires too much mana, he'll definitely run out. Fulin gets irritated, asking how he could forget something like that and still become a shaman. Tsuki thinks this really is a problem. Fulin sighs, looks aside, hands him her own staff, and says he's lucky she's here. Shiro thanks her and says that with her staff and refining platform, he'll definitely win. Fulin steps away, saying he'd better win, while the narrator announces it's time to crush the ingredients and begin refining, reminding everyone that there's only one attempt, and the time limit is 30 minutes. People comment that the challenge is extremely difficult since intermediate invisibility potions are complex and only blue shamans usually handle them. The Beastman observes that the limited materials and time make it even more demanding, and Kevin says that to win a refining tournament, one must handle such pressure well, thinking that everyone will have to get it right on the first try and that he'll be watching Tsuyoshi closely to see whether his earlier success was mere luck or genuine talent. The narrator declares it's time to begin. Drax approaches the herbs, Vicent steps forward too, and the protagonist does the same, thanking the attendant as he receives the tray. The person in front, embarrassed, says it's nothing, just their job. The narrator announces that the 30 minutes start now. Kevin comments that this test will show who can stay calm and operate precisely under pressure, since those lacking skill or mental strength will quickly make mistakes. Soon after, one of the participants panics, pours too much mana, and destroys the ingredients. A bear shatters his tray in frustration and accuses the woman of having altered the materials before bringing them, but she nervously denies it. Drax comments that even shamans can be fools, as refinement is sacred to them, and Vicent, intrigued, says the process is incredibly fascinating. Both then begin their refinement. Drax thinks that grinding the ingredients means reducing them to powder using one's own mana, and that the stronger and more precise the energy, the finer the result will be. Vycent reflects that the final and most critical stage is fusion, and that the mana capacity within one's body is the decisive factor. Drax senses his rival's powerful mana wave and concludes that, as expected of Kevin's disciple, that strength surpasses 1,000. The Beastman comments on the intensity, saying that his disciple had been hiding his talent, impressed to realize that it may indeed exceed 1,000, and declares that with such numbers and skill, he's only a few years away from attaining Red Shaman status. Kevin agrees, saying Vicent's talent is a gift of nature, but notes that he still lacks mental maturity. The Count asks where Tsuyoshi is, since he doesn't see him in action, and the genius shaman replies that he can't sense any presence from him until he spots him standing still, seemingly motionless. The Beastman says that if he doesn't act soon, he'll lose too much time, and Kevin observes that he can't even feel a single mana wave coming from him. Tsuki thinks that this round seems to be between Drax and Vicent, whose mana capacities are 888 and 1060, while his own is only 510. He calculates that Drax can produce a grade C potion and Vicent a grade B one, as expected from Kevin's disciple, since intermediate potions are no joke. Fulin shouts that 20 minutes remain and tells him to stop daydreaming, but the woman beside her complains that she shouldn't interrupt him. Shiro agrees inwardly, thinking it's time to act since, as a warrior, his mana is insufficient. He begins to release energy and Drax notices the mana wave, saying it's no better than that of an average white shaman. Vicent remarks that he was impressive in the first round but must have just been lucky. The Beastman asks if that's serious and if the boy's entire mana wave has stalled, concluding that his capacity must not even reach 600, which is shameful for someone talented at ingredient selection. Kevin thinks he may have overestimated the boy and that if this is all he's got, he's not worth taking seriously, though he still respects his courage to participate. Fulin wonders if that's really all the mana he has. Drax decides it's time to use the technique his master taught him, specifically for the tournament. He releases flames from his mouth with advanced mana amplification and mentally provokes Vicent, saying that he thinks he can only refine a grade C potion, but this time will be different. The mana intensifies and the audience is amazed, asking if that's real and how it's possible to create an intermediate grade B invisibility potion. A bright light floods the area and Drax, wearing a confident smile, declares that the result is an almost perfect potion and challenges anyone to surpass him. The Beastman observes the result and thinks it's nearly perfect, concluding that even Kevin's own disciple will only be able to produce a mediocre grade B potion this time. He imagines victory in this tournament will belong to his apprentice, since securing first place in this round will make his total score unbeatable, finally preventing Kevin from maintaining his usual dominance. The genius shaman analyzes the technique and recognizes that advanced mana amplification is an extreme skill that sacrifices one's life force in exchange for power, something no ordinary shaman or sorcerer would dare use, realizing the Count truly invested heavily in his disciple. Even so, he thinks advanced magic is still just advanced magic, and wonders if his opponent really believes he can win with a mere grade B potion, reflecting that he himself is prepared for this, and that his disciple will show everyone what true talent means. Vicent senses something, smiles confidently, and begins releasing his mana, activating the Phoenix's law of earthly flame. The Count is astonished, recognizing the blue flame and saying it was extracted from the laws of earth and wind, something extremely rare. Kevin confirms he gave that flame to his disciple some time ago, and that he can use it however he wishes, recalling that it's infused with the power of the laws and took 7 days to extract even a small portion, but that it will preserve his dignity. Vicent recalls his master's instructions to add the flame during fusion, and believes the power of the laws will instantly raise his mana capacity, swearing he will not lose no matter what. The energy surges, and the audience is left speechless, commenting that it's a large-scale spiritual phenomenon, and wondering if it's another grade B potion, astonished by the supernatural strength being unleashed. Vicent laughs and declares it's an intermediate invisibility potion, asking if there's anyone there capable of crafting a superior one. The protagonist observes everything and realizes that both of them had been hiding secret techniques to force their potions to reach a higher tier, concluding that if he holds back his own power, he won't be able to defeat them. The system asks if he wishes to activate the Supreme Physique to increase mana capacity, and Tsuyoshi thinks it's fine, deciding to use it to push his power to the limit. The Supreme Physique activates and a blinding light fills the area. Lightning begins to manifest and the crowd reacts in shock, saying it's the third consecutive phenomenon, but far more intense than the previous two. Fulin watches in disbelief, commenting that the mana waves of that weakling have become stronger than ever, recognizing it as a supernatural phenomenon and wondering how much mana he truly possesses. Vicent senses the change and, astonished, thinks that not long ago his capacity was only average, yet now it's increased absurdly, wondering if he's using some forbidden technique, as no known mana amplification could reach such a level. Not even the laws of earth and wind could cause this. Drax, equally stunned, asks if such a supernatural phenomenon can really exist. The air fills with crackling sounds and Kevin, alarmed, asks what's happening, while the Beastman says it can't be real, calling it unbelievable. The genius shaman observes the scene and concludes it resembles an S-grade supernatural phenomenon. The system explains that an S-grade phenomenon is the highest form of magical event, capable of resonating with heaven and earth, physically manifesting and attracting a powerful divine punishment, usually occurring during the creation of S-grade potions. The system reports that mana calibration for pulverizing the ingredients has been completed, and that the release can begin, confirming that pulverization was achieved at a 100% rate. The protagonist begins the fusion, and the Beastman, horrified, shouts that it's impossible since a divine lightning punishment without preparation causes devastating damage. Kevin comments that the rarity and difficulty of refining S-grade potions come precisely from that risk, as the refiner must possess both exceptional skill and mana to withstand the divine punishment generated in the process. He adds that normally, a special potion is taken beforehand to endure the impact and wonders if the boy intends to destroy himself. The system warns that a major lightning strike is imminent and asks if he wants to use the Divine King's hammer to absorb all the damage. Tsuyoshi thinks he intended to resist the lightning only with the supreme physique, but if the hammer can also absorb the energy, the refinement will be even easier. The Divine King's hammer emits sparks, but he realizes there's no danger and decides to proceed. The powerful mana continues flowing and both masters are left stunned, feeling an oppressive, overwhelming aura. The pressure in the air intensifies and the system confirms that the Divine King's hammer has completely absorbed the lightning. Tsuki decides to store the hammer and mentally commands the fusion to begin. Shiro releases power into the vial, a burst of light explodes, and the process concludes successfully. The system issues notifications stating that the intermediate invisibility potion has been refined successfully and that its quality has been rated grade 5. Kevin watches in astonishment, realizing it's an S-grade intermediate potion, something that should only be possible through full mastery of the laws of earth and wind. He wonders how a human like that could possess more talent than himself, unable to accept it. The Beastman exclaims that the human must have cheated, and the Count leaps up to join him in investigating. The two storm forward in outrage, the Beastman insisting it's impossible for a mere white shaman to create an S-grade potion. Vicent accuses Shiro of cheating and demands to know what dirty trick he used, claiming not even his own master could achieve that result easily. The crowd erupts, shouting that he's a fraud and calling it disgraceful for a human to join a refining tournament. Fulin furiously steps in, declaring that he didn't cheat, that he proved his ability in the shaman exam, and that she can personally attest to it. The elf suggests letting Master Kevin decide. The protagonist asks if they're truly accusing him of treachery and answers that he merely used his own power like everyone else, telling them to investigate all they want since he's used to such suspicion. The Beastman demands to know if he used any improper method, recalling that both masters monitored his mana wave and it never exceeded 600, making it impossible for him to craft an S-grade potion. He challenges Tsuyoshi to take a mana measurement test, saying that if he's telling the truth, he should prove it, demanding an answer. Tsuyoshi reflects that if he can't maintain the amplification, everyone will assume he cheated, but decides there's no reason to hide anything and agrees to the test, as long as it ends the argument. The Beastman says he'll verify whether the ability is genuine and begins the procedure. The Count summons a magic circle and asks him to release his mana to reveal his true level. Tsuki warns him to measure it properly. The energy is released and a blinding light floods the entire place. The Beastman watches in shock as the power steadily rises, and then suddenly surges violently, wondering what the boy's real limit is. Shiro declares that he has released 100% of his mana. The Count's hand trembles, the air grows suffocatingly heavy, and a metallic sound echoes as the circle shatters into pieces. The Beastman's eyes widen in disbelief. The protagonist asks if they are satisfied now and whether that's enough to prove his magical level. Kevin approaches, visibly impressed, apologizes for doubting him, and admits it's the first time he's seen such talent, asking for understanding for not believing right away. He confesses that before such youth and power, even he feels overshadowed, acknowledging Tsuyoshi as a true prodigy. Tsuyoshi replies that he's honored. The genius shaman declares that there's no longer any reason to question his performance, and that the S-grade intermediate potion is proof enough to proclaim him the tournament's winner, asking if everyone agrees. The Beastman answers there's nothing to discuss. Kevin asks if anyone still objects, saying that if so, they may stand up and challenge him. Drax and Vicent both admit defeat. The genius shaman concludes that it's settled and proclaims Tsuki as the champion of the tournament. Fulin, stunned, covers her mouth and says it's unbelievable, asking if he really did it. Shiro looks at her and thanks her, and Fulin, embarrassed, says it's only because she helped him. Kevin averts his gaze, thinking that a young human capable of creating an S-grade potion is someone impossible not to admire, acknowledging that he's truly remarkable, but wonders if he's really lost and how far that boy might grow. He decides, however, that he'll use all his connections and power to make sure Tsuyoshi never leaves the city alive, planning to end his life there. Fulin approaches and hands him the prize, saying that for winning the tournament, he must accept it. As for a shaman, such a reward is worthy of any sacrifice. The protagonist understands, and the system displays new messages. Formula for a basic circulatory stimulant potion, formula for a nutritional tonic potion, and formula for an advanced mana recharge potion. Tsuyoshi thinks that with those formulas, he could make a fortune in his world, earn the 1 billion yen entry fee and the auction commission on his own, and asks Fulin if she's really thought carefully about what she's refusing, since becoming Master Kevin's apprentice would be a tremendous opportunity. He says she has refining talent, adequate mana capacity, and that if she studied under his guidance, with time and the right connections, she could become a formidable shaman. Tsuki calmly replies that it's all right, that he's a warrior, and even if he were to become a shaman, he'd rather follow his own path, something that suits him better. Fulin asks if he's really leaving and where he plans to go. Shiro answers that his body has healed, and since there's no longer a reason to stay, he'll rest a bit, find Sakura, and then leave. He thinks to himself that now, with the formulas in hand, he'll return to his world, make a fortune, reach the billion yen mark, and come back. Fulin comments that he talks a lot about that girl and asks what she really means to him. The protagonist replies that she's a friend and comrade, someone who probably distanced herself for some reason but will return soon. Fulin says she understands and asks him not to leave before seeing her again, as there's something she wants to give him. Tsuyoshi asks what it is and why she can't just give it now. Fulin replies that he'll understand when the time comes and that she'll see him later, turning quickly away while he wonders why she suddenly got upset. Back in the inn room, Shiro thinks he's never had the time to properly examine the infinite ring. Ever since he bought it, he's been constantly on the move. The system issues a warning saying that, due to debugging instability, he cannot remain in that world for more than 3 days, and that exceeding the limit will prevent him from returning to the original world. Additionally, he won't be able to use the limitless passage again until 3 days pass in his own world. The protagonist remarks that he can only stay there 3 days at a time and must wait the same duration before returning. Finding it curious and concluding that he'll need to plan his actions carefully, he asks what debugging means but decides it doesn't matter for now. More notifications appear indicating that a wooden box has been stored in the inventory of divine senses. Tsuyoshi laughs and says things are getting interesting, and that as long as he can take the 3 formulas and the billion yen, that's more than enough. A bright light then envelops him. In the real world, the president greets him, saying the mansion isn't as luxurious as the hero's villa, but that he's prepared the best room possible for him. Karina is impressed, and Tsuki thanks her, saying the mansion is even more incredible than he imagined. Karina comments that the place is dazzling, beyond any expectation, and asks if he's really going to live there. Suzuki explains that the Hero Alliance spares no expense, that every cent is worth it, and says that his little sister should feel comfortable as well, asking if they need anything else. Shiro replies that actually he'd like to turn one of the rooms into a small laboratory to try crafting potions. The president shows interest, asks about the potions, and comments that such work requires knowledge and experience, but if that's what he wants, they can convert a room and install the necessary equipment, assuring that everything will be ready by the end of the afternoon. The protagonist thanks him, saying it will help a lot, already planning to start that same night. Outside, ants carry small objects, and elsewhere in the city, 2 men from the Blue Snake gang watch. One of them asks if the kid even knows where he is, saying that if he were lost, he'd get beaten up without complaining. Tsuyoshi replies that he knows exactly where he is, that he has business with the Blue Snake gang and wants to talk to the boss about a refund. The guards mock him, asking if he thinks he's tough just because he came to return money, and tell him that if he wants to enter, he'd better be prepared. They ask his name, and Tsuki answers calmly. People nearby start moving aside as a voice orders them to make way, saying he's arrived. A man appears, saying they've been expecting him and that the boss sent him personally to escort him. Shiro recognizes him and wonders what's going on. The man asks him to follow and goes to inform the boss of his arrival. The Blue Snake gang leader greets him, saying it's good he managed to come, and Shiro comments that the place is livelier than he expected. He hands over the money, saying it's the 600,000 yen from the loan with interest, asking them to check it. The leader replies that he didn't need to be so formal. He could have sent the money through someone else, but appreciates the effort and decides to introduce him to the others. He points to the man beside him, saying that's Blue, his second in command, and the other is Mad Wolf, the president. Tsuyoshi activates the Divine Eye and sees their combat power levels: 2,300, 11,200, and 14,100. He smiles, thinking it's not bad at all. Tsuyoshi studies the three men and asks what exactly this gathering is about. The bosses glance at each other, surprised, and the gang leader realizes that he managed to perceive all three combat levels at once, concluding that he must possess some kind of special item, something extremely rare and expensive, practically unattainable for an ordinary person. He stares at him with growing interest, thinking the boy is truly an enigma. He then decides to get straight to the point, saying that both the Blue Snake gang and Mad Wolf seem to owe him a favor, and that they'd both like to put the past behind them and move forward as allies, asking what he thinks. Tsuki senses something in the change of tone. The large man steps forward and apologizes for his son's rudeness, saying he sent him to another city to be properly disciplined and assuring that he won't cause trouble again, hoping for forgiveness. The president adds that his men also acted disrespectfully, though without his direct orders, and takes full responsibility. He adds that the spatial ring Tsuyoshi had contained a tracking spell, but that the enchantment has now been removed, assuring him it's safe to use. Shiro connects the dots and realizes that the three who attacked him before his encounter with Mad Wolf were probably linked to them. He recalls that the spatial ring he took from the mage must have belonged to them and had the tracking spell, realizing he'd been careless. He then calmly says that he's already settled matters with Billy at school and doesn't care what punishment he gets, since the insane wolf members who tried to kill him have already been defeated, and they should know that. He states that since everything's resolved, he considers the issue closed. The guild leader agrees, satisfied, saying it's good to hear that. The protagonist comments that he doesn't like owing favors and that repaying debts is only natural. He accepts the money but feels intrigued by the sudden change in their attitude, as he's never liked dealing with gangs or guilds. The gang leader explains that word of his accomplishments in Future Star has spread, and that there's not a single influential person who hasn't heard of him. On top of that, the president is trying to recruit him, and everyone recognizes him as a rising star. He says that's why every local faction and guild is desperate to form ties with him. The president adds that, since they're smaller groups, none of them want conflict with a genius of his level. The second-in-command agrees and says that, since they're speaking so frankly, they can consider themselves comrades from now on. Tsuyoshi comments that he had no idea he was so famous, and thinks that if that's how things are in that region, it's fine. At least he won't have to deal with any more trouble for a while. Sometime later, the gang leader invites him to visit again, and the second-in-command says he'll always be welcome there. Tsuki thanks them, saying it was a great reception. Later, Shiro thinks that everything is settled now and that it's time to get back to work, to start refining some potions. Somewhere else, he walks into a shop, and the clerk mentions that certain herbs have been scarce lately and that stock is running low, suggesting he take advantage while he can. The protagonist politely says he'd like to buy some ingredients for potion making. The clerk allows him to take whatever he needs from the main stockroom, thinking the boy seems a bit too insistent. Tsuyoshi looks around and says that won't be enough, stating he's heard this is the largest potion ingredient shop in the region, and that he'll take all the items listed on the paper he hands over. The clerk takes the list, eyes widening, and asks if he really means all 15 types of ingredients, wanting to know if he's serious or joking. Tsuki replies he's completely serious. Shiro opens a box and asks if this will be sufficient, revealing 9 million yen in cash, adding that he'd also like to establish a long-term supply contract. The clerk becomes ecstatic, thinking that if it's true, this kid is an incredible VIP client since buying all 15 types would cost at least 6 million yen. After fully repaying his debt to the Blue Snake gang, including interest, Tsuyoshi still has about 9 million left. Based on calculations from the Divine Eye, that should be enough to buy the initial potion ingredients, though he has other plans as well. The clerk invites him to sit and says he'll personally prepare the ingredients needed for the first potion while hearing more about the business. He asks his assistant to fetch everything on the list from the warehouse and pack it up. The assistant, surprised, confirms if it's really all that and says it'll take some time. When she returns, the clerk asks if he intends to buy all 15 types again next month and explains that stock is replenished weekly, asking how he plans to pay. The protagonist asks how much today's ingredients will cost. The clerk replies that the total would be about 6.6 million yen, but since it's a large order, he'll round the amount and asks if that's acceptable. Tsuyoshi places the money on the counter and says that's 9 million yen, explaining that the remaining 2.4 million will serve as a deposit for the current month and that the clerk can handle it, assuring he'll pay the full balance by the end of the month. He adds that, if necessary, they can sign a written contract already prepared, specifying that throughout the entire period, the supplier must maintain the same prices and not sell to anyone else, since that's clearly stated in the document. The clerk says there's no problem with those terms, that the deposit is more than enough, and emphasizes that prices for the 15 ingredients tend to remain stable since their shop is traditional and doesn't change prices recklessly. Tsuki says he's looking forward to doing business and thinks that with the ingredients in hand, he can start experimenting that very night. He also figures the price of ingredients will rise in the future, so with the contract secured, he won't need to worry. The next day, upon entering the apartment, Shiro looks around and comments that the laboratory is well built and quite good. Karina says she heard that the president personally covered a large part of the expenses and that they really should thank him. She admits she never imagined her brother knew how to make potions and asks what he plans to do in that lab. The protagonist answers that, of course, he'll be the one using it and asks that they plan to repay the president for all his favors, adding that the time has come and that the reason he built that laboratory is to fulfill a promise he made before. He promised to bring back her smile like in the old days. Karina asks what he means by that, but Tsuyoshi avoids the subject, saying it's nothing and that she just needs to wait and see when everything's ready, asking her to leave so he can focus. He closes the door and apologizes, saying he needs to concentrate. Inside the laboratory, Tsuki raises his hand and says, "It's time to begin." The system issues notifications saying he has retrieved a wooden box from the inventory of divine senses and taken pre-packaged potion ingredients from the spatial ring. Shiro notes that he'll need 3 essential ingredients for the basic circulatory stimulant, while the other 2 potions require distinct components. He admires the divine eye, which automatically analyzes the ideal ingredients of this world and even teaches the refining process. The system notifies that the analysis is in progress, and the protagonist explains that in the final stage, he will mix the antgrass extract with the green vine extract in a 13:1 ratio. Then he'll heat the mixture, saying that although the equipment is simple, it will be enough for now. Tsuyoshi notes that in that world, the traditional refining process would end there, and one could already test the effects, but heating might cause chemical instability, making the success rate unreliable. However, he'll use his shamanic techniques to accelerate the fusion and infuse mana, which will drastically raise the success rate and enhance the medicinal effects. He can finally use the basic set he bought before returning, having left the Divine King's hammer at the inn in the other world to free up space. He begins the fusion, applying the refinement technique that only he can perform in that world. Science and magic intertwine, and the system announces that the fusion is complete. Tsuki examines the result and says the first batch is ready. Time to test its effectiveness. A circulatory stimulant, it looks good. He takes it, and the system confirms a 100% refinement rate. The circulatory stimulant increases resistance and reduces incoming damage by 12% for 10 minutes. The protagonist is impressed and comments that the effects are incredible, far superior to the common capsules of that world. None of them come close to such a supernatural formula. However, the taste is awful, so he decides to condense them into capsules. 2 worlds, countless possibilities await him. Determined, he begins mass-producing the basic circulatory stimulant, planning to sell it for 6,000 yen and test the market's response. If everything goes well, his plan will unfold perfectly. The next day, at the entrance of a C-rank cave, adventurers chat, saying the exploration will be tough. The place offers good loot but is far too vast, and since they can only afford mediocre capsules, they'll have to be cautious. The system notifies that the cloak and mask Tsuyoshi wears conceal his identity and make his face indistinguishable, common gear among merchants who prefer to remain anonymous. Hiding his face, Tsuyoshi pushes a cart and remarks that this spot will do nicely since the cave attracts most of the region's adventurers. A young man notices him and laughs, saying he must be another wandering merchant trying to sell capsules, and the warrior beside him replies that capsule production is monopolized by 3 major corporations, making it much safer to buy from official stores. Tsuki looks around and says that if they're dissatisfied with ordinary capsules, they can try his new power capsules, a pack of 6 units, perfect for adventurers, and that the first one can step up for service. The archer asks curiously if it's a new release from one of the 3 major groups, and the bald man answers no, since he frequents specialized shops and would know if something new had launched. The archer comments that normally no one buys capsules from strangers and asks if he's claiming his product is stronger than the big 3s, demanding to know the type, price, and effects. Shiro calmly explains that it's a basic circulatory stimulant, a capsule that helps recover HP and stamina while reducing damage under attack. He says more details are on the box. Each contains 6 capsules and costs 24,000 yen with a limit of 10 boxes per person per day. An adventurer scoffs, repeating the price, saying 6 capsules for 24,000 is absurd. The big 3 stimulants cost 20,000 for 10 capsules, and declares it must be a joke, ordering him to leave. People around laugh, calling it blatant fraud, saying the shady product costs more than the major corporations and that it's a scam, adding that sooner or later some hero will get angry and smash his stand. The protagonist laughs and says he has free samples, and that if the adventurer isn't satisfied with the results, he can go ahead and smash the stand. But if he's impressed, he'll have to buy a full box. The adventurer widens his eyes, saying he'll try one, but if it's poor quality, he won't forgive him, reaching out to take the pill. The crowd burst into laughter, saying they'll watch his embarrassment, joking that only a rich hero would pay 24,000 yen for that. The adventurer swallows the pill and the system notifies HP and stamina recovery increased by 45%, damage taken reduced by 12%, duration 10 minutes. Tsuyoshi announces that the capsule boosts recovery and endurance by 45% and reduces damage by 12% for 10 minutes, asking if they now understand the product's worth. The knight beside him widens his eyes and asks if that's really true, saying that if it is, it's far superior to the products from the 3 major corporations. The others begin murmuring that the resistance and recovery effects are several times stronger. The impressed adventurer quietly asks if he can buy a full box and confirms if the limit is 10 per person, saying that's his hero certificate and that he can pay for all 10 right now. Tsuki processes his card. The system confirms the deduction of 240,000 yen from the hero certificate, and he hands over the 10 boxes. The archer, thrilled, thanks him and asks if he'll be back tomorrow and at what time, while the crowd rushes forward, chasing after the archer and demanding the same. Shiro announces that there are still 5 free samples left, and those who remain try them. As soon as they feel the difference, they're stunned and hand over money, each requesting 10 boxes. The crowd grows restless, and the protagonist asks everyone to form a line, reminding them that the limit is 10 boxes per person. Shortly after, in the same place, several people speak hurriedly on the phone, telling others to rush over and buy as much as possible since stock is limited, saying that anyone who gets a box will make a fortune, ordering their teams to purchase as many as they can for resale. Tsuyoshi watches with satisfaction, thinking that everything is unfolding exactly as planned. He knows he won't reach the 1 billion yen entry threshold with this business alone, but the capsule perfectly serves as the first phase of his plan. With incredible effects and limited supply, a fanatic following will soon form, and when that happens, the big 3 will come after him. The lines grow longer as everyone tries to buy boxes of pills. Meanwhile, at Red Tier Pharmaceuticals, one of the 3 largest pharmaceutical companies, inside the production review room, a young man reports that that week the prices of the 3 leading products, including theirs, have dropped by half in the market. Everyone knows this is a direct consequence of the appearance of the new dark capsules of the same type. It's already been confirmed that these new products do not belong to any of the other 2 major companies. The 3 affected items are the circulatory stimulant capsules, nutritional capsules, and mana recharge capsules. The company has redirected a large portion of its resources to try to obtain them, but it's hard to believe that these mysterious new capsules have, in such a short time, become the most sought-after items among all heroes. Moreover, after more detailed analysis, it was found that these capsules could only have been produced by a group with extremely advanced technological expertise. The quality was so high that no one could understand why they were called dark capsules. Soon after, new internal reports confirmed that they were being manufactured by small, independent workshops, or even by individuals, and not by major corporations or specialized laboratories. The young man continues the report, explaining that it's clear the 3 types, the circulatory stimulant, nutritional, and mana recharge, were made by the same group, as they share identical production methods and exceptional efficiency. He adds with some relief that at least they don't belong to rival companies, because if they did, those rivals would have already taken over the market completely. Even with state-of-the-art equipment, Red Tier's machines cannot determine the exact composition or ingredients used. It's impossible to identify who the genius behind them is, or why no one knew of their existence until now. Suddenly, someone enters the room saying that if these dark capsules truly exist and surpass current products so drastically, then the ones from the 3 major companies must be considered outright failures. Everyone immediately stands and bows upon seeing who entered. President Misa, accompanied by her loyal butler Tommy. She asks if they've managed to identify the group responsible for the production and states that the two rival companies must already be moving to resolve the situation. With a cold expression and firm voice, Misa declares that Red Tier cannot fall behind. The staff explains that there are still no solid leads on the manufacturer, that the point of sale changes daily, and that tracking them has been nearly impossible, but they assure her that a large-scale investigation is already underway and that they'll report any discoveries as soon as possible. The president replies impatiently that this is far too slow, reminding them that the company is entering a critical phase and orders them to prepare the car immediately. Without wasting a second, she leaves the room, determined to take action personally. Meanwhile, at the entrance of a distant dungeon, chaos spreads. Adventurers shout that they'll pay 10 times the standard price, fighting over the last 3 available boxes, shoving one another. One exclaims that things are out of control, that competition has tripled, and that now people are offering up to 30 times the original price for a single box, asking who the mysterious creator of these capsules is, the one who's taken the market by storm. His partner replies that whoever it is must possess extraordinary pharmaceutical knowledge, as the potency of those medicines is at a level the world has never seen before. Somewhere else, a hooded figure thinks that a week has passed and everything is going according to plan. The bait has been set, and now all that's left is to wait for the prey. A voice says she'll pay 100 times the sale price for herself, startling 2 young men nearby. It's the president, who adds that if he's willing, she'll pay 100 times the value just to buy 10 minutes of his precious time, asking what he thinks. The protagonist smiles inwardly, realizing he's hooked a big fish. Inside the car, Misa thanks him for granting her 10 minutes, and says it's best that they introduce themselves properly. She introduces herself by name, explaining that she's the president of Red Tier and a pharmaceutical scientist. Tsuyoshi says it's a pleasure to meet her, and thinks it's surprising that the president of one of the 3 largest pharmaceutical companies is so young. Her voice sounds youthful, even while she conceals her identity. He had assumed she would be middle-aged at least, and wonders who she truly is. Misa says she'll get straight to the point. She wants to buy the formula for the 3 capsule types he's been selling. Tsuki replies that the price is 10 billion yen. The president's eyes widen at the amount, saying that's far too much, beyond their budget, and asks if he doesn't need to discuss it with his associates, since Red Tier came all this way to show sincerity. The maximum they can offer is 3 billion yen, and even for formulas of that caliber, that's already a considerable sum. She thinks he's trying to inflate the price, reasoning that with 10 million yen she could buy 50 mid-grade formulas, and wonders if he's the leader of the group. Shiro answers that he's not, that the price truly is 10 billion yen, not a yen more, not a yen less, and that he has no associates because he created all 3 capsules himself. He asks if she realizes that these capsules would give her company a massive competitive advantage in the market, and if Red Tier isn't currently facing the greatest crisis in its history. The president is startled to hear he has no team and thinks that if that's true, then this boy is a pharmaceutical genius. She asks about the so-called crisis and what exactly he means. The protagonist shows a chart on his phone and explains that the 3 major pharmaceutical corporations make up nearly the entire capsule market. But according to the data he's obtained, Red Tier's market share has dropped from a peak of 26% to just 12% over the past 23 years. This is because their products have lost competitiveness, inferior in both efficacy and value, and can't keep up with Oyama and Tatsumi, who continue to grow in both quality and pricing. Misa wonders if he prepared all of this in advance and even predicted she would come because, as he said, Red Tier is facing its worst crisis, and its market share continues to shrink. She asks what else he means by that. Tsuyoshi explains that she must already know that the superior performance of his capsules has reshaped the market, and that if Red Tier obtains the production rights for these 3 formulas, it could dominate the entire sector. Furthermore, both Oyama and Tatsumi have also expressed interest in purchasing his formula, and he asks if she still thinks 10 billion yen is too expensive. The president takes a sip of her wine, thinking that his profit analysis is a direct threat, a highly effective negotiation tactic, and that if he truly is as young as he appears, he's a monstrous genius. She finally says, it's fine, 10 billion yen it is. But since they're conducting an honest transaction, she'd at least like to know his name. Tsuki thinks he's kept his identity hidden to avoid unnecessary complications for now, but since she'll be the only one to know, there's no harm in revealing it. He agrees, asking only that she keep it confidential. Shiro removes his hood and introduces himself, stating his name and saying he looks forward to working with her. Misa is visibly surprised by how young he is. The 2 shake hands. The butler steps forward with a card, saying it's already been linked to his information and that he may accept it. They step out of the car and the protagonist thanks them. Tommy then asks Misa if she truly intends to give away 10 billion yen, since that's an absurd amount. The president replies that yes, it's indeed an enormous investment, but after seeing his face, she's certain those 10 billion yen are the best investment they could ever make. He possesses extraordinary pharmaceutical formulation skills despite his youth, and who knows how much stronger he'll become in the future. A genius like that must be secured at all costs. If this deal succeeds, he could become Red Tier's savior. Tommy says he trusts her judgment. She's always been wise and decisive since her youth, which is why her father entrusted her with the company without hesitation. Misa tells him to stop with the flattery. They've secured the formula, now it's time to launch a counteroffensive. She orders him to return to the company immediately and summon all the executives. They must define their next major marketing strategy at once. At the cafe, a voice asks how he managed it. The president is shocked, wanting to know how Tsuyoshi secured 10 billion yen in just 1 week. The protagonist quietly tells him to lower his voice since everyone around is staring, whispering if they really heard 10 billion. Tsuyoshi shows his partner the card and says it just so happened he had a valuable formula and made a small business deal, explaining that the card now holds 10 billion yen and asks if he can reserve his spot at the auction. Suzuki, stunned, jokes that next time he wants to tag along on one of those small deals, adding that Suki is becoming more and more of an enigma. Suki replies that this fulfills one of the conditions to enter the auction, but for the second condition, he needs to obtain C-rank hero status, which means finishing among the top 3 in the Supernova tournament, and asks if he can apply for promotion to rank C. The president says he thought Tsuyoshi had given up, and explains that to enter the Supernova tournament, one must rank in the top 3 at least twice in public access dungeons. He asks Tsuki not to take it personally, since registration for the tournament closes tomorrow, and to reach the top 3 he'd need to update his ranking several times across multiple days, making it impossible to qualify in time. Shiro says one day will be enough and asks if he can take him to a public dungeon tomorrow morning. Later that night, at the mansion, Karina lies on her bed saying she's going to sleep early, finding the bed wonderfully soft. Tsuyoshi smiles, closes her door gently, and heads to his room saying that tomorrow the president will take him to the public cave, and he needs to grow stronger before that. He's been stuck at level 12 for far too long and needs to level up. The system suddenly notifies an alert. Unlimited passage activated. He says he'll bid for the golden rebirth for his sister after returning. More notifications appear, confirming that the unlimited passage has opened and that, due to unstable debugging, he cannot remain in the other world for more than 3 days. Tsuki mutters that he'll get his sister's legs back no matter what. Then, in the other world, Shiro searches for his partner, asking if she hasn't returned yet, saying he'll plan a leveling strategy for the next 3 days once she's back. In this world, he can't do much without her and assumes she must have heard that he won the refining tournament, so she'll probably return by morning. But he wonders where she went and if she has friends nearby. Suddenly, crows begin to gather, cawing loudly until they sense something and flap away. The protagonist instantly looks in their direction, and a massive explosion erupts. As the smoke clears, Tsuyoshi wonders if it was a surprise attack using magic. And who could have done it? A blue light approaches, and a woman with wings speaks, saying she thought he'd be finished in 1 hit. Seeing him dodge, she admits she underestimated him and that capturing him will be a little harder than expected. Tsuki wonders what's going on and why they think he's the target, suspecting they might be Eliminator Guild assassins from before. The winged woman says he has beautiful eyes. A voice behind her orders them to attack together. A hooded, masked man lunges forward, and Shiro blocks the strike, thinking the man must be a level 30 Eliminator with a combat power of around 30,500. He realizes that if it weren't for his supreme physique, he would have been hit. The Eliminator presses harder and the winged woman notices something. The protagonist is thrown back, thinking that fighting 2 higher-level enemies at once in such a confined area is a serious disadvantage. Tsuyoshi leaps, landing firmly, and activates the supreme physique. The 2 Eliminators stare him down. Tsuki realizes they intend to kill him and wonders if they were hired by someone, concluding that he can't afford to drop his guard. He says he doesn't remember ever fighting them. The winged woman tells him not to worry, saying they're only hired hands and that his bad luck is the only reason he's their target. The Eliminator demands he answer, asking how he avoided his blind strikes, which have a 100% hit rate, saying he's supposed to be just a level 12 warrior, yet his movements and endurance don't match that at all. The winged woman adds that he also escaped her previous attack and says it's fine. Once they capture him, their mission will be done. Sounds of impact echo as the 2 attack simultaneously, but Shiro blocks them again. Both are shocked, wondering if he really deflected their strikes twice. The protagonist, sword in hand, asks if they really thought he would surrender quietly, and Tsuyoshi activates his Thunder Chain Descent ability. The enemies recognize the skill, and the winged woman raises a magic shield as the Eliminator comments on the thunder chains, saying that if his level were just a bit higher, he might escape unharmed. But unfortunately, at only level 12, fighting back will bring him nothing but pain. The Eliminator advances with his Lightning Tempest skill, and the woman strikes from behind. Tsuki is hit and wonders if fighting two higher-level enemies is truly impossible. The Eliminator says it's a miracle he's lasted this long, and the winged woman insists he should just drop his sword and surrender quietly. Shiro asks who would obey and whether he should use the Divine King's hammer, even if it means risking his life. Alert notifications appear indicating the hammer is being summoned. The winged woman brings a hand to her face, sensing the growing energy, and the Eliminator asks if the pressure is rising. The protagonist is surrounded by terrifying mana aura, and a voice echoes asking if he's hiding something. Tsuyoshi recognizes the voice as Kevin approaches, saying to let the secret explode. The genius shaman attacks him from behind, wounding him severely. Tsuki falls to the ground, surprised to see him. That night, Kevin says that by removing the darkness from the boy's body, he made the right decision to incorporate the secret within him, that mysterious energy radiating from his chest, and asks if that is the source of his incredible talent. Shiro asks if everything he did was a lie. The genius shaman laughs, calling him naive in this cruel continent, saying he thought the boy pretended to be harmless but was a complete fool. The winged woman comments she never expected Master Kevin himself would come out and witness this, and the Eliminator states that with those wounds, the boy won't escape. Kevin thanks the two for their help, saying it's customary to reward them with materials. They reply that of course the materials are ready and will be sent later. The system notifies that the Boundary Breaker potion is an extremely rare elixir, made from nearly impossible to obtain materials, considered a treasure among adventurers. Kevin thinks that merely promising such a potion is enough to turn fools into his pawns, and says not to fight because the secret is embedded in the boy's chest. He left him alive when he was completely defenseless. The injured protagonist asks why he did that, since he never harmed him. The genius shaman answers that his refining talent is a threat to their existence, and therefore must be eliminated. If anyone is to blame, blame himself for lacking the power to protect himself. Tsuyoshi laughs and calls it ridiculous, taunting the great master, the so-called genius, as a coward. Kevin's eyes widen as he releases a wave of mana, saying he will finish and torture him. The pressure rises until Fulin appears and begs him to let the boy go. The genius shaman asks if she followed him here. Fulin replies that someone like her master should not stoop to fighting someone so insignificant, asks what the boy did, and says she will apologize on his behalf. Kevin, surprised by her compassion for a human, says she's too young to understand and that she's not involved, ordering her to leave now or face severe punishment. Fulin hesitates, tries to speak, but is thrown aside, and the genius declares that no matter who appears, this will be the boy's last day alive. More notifications pop up about annihilation, a cruel spell that floods the target's brain with magic until it is destroyed from within. Fulin screams for him to stop, and the Eliminator says annihilation will utterly destroy him, splitting the brain to pieces before he dies in agony, while the winged woman shrugs that it's none of her business, and that any fool who challenges someone as powerful as the master is simply unlucky. The protagonist asks if that's so. Tsuyoshi moves, and the system notifies, alert, divine selection system update in progress. 10% of the surrounding energy absorbed to repair the user's body. The pressure increases further. The genius shaman aims his staff at him, but a powerful energy begins to emanate from Tsuki's body. Kevin wonders what is happening and how his magic was absorbed in an instant. The winged woman asks if he's still alive and how that's possible. Fulin, wounded, watches in surprise, and Shiro says it's thanks to her, who bought him enough time. More notifications arrive. The divine selection system detects a life-threatening situation and initiates a version update to repair the damage, and the protagonist thinks that, thanks to this, his body managed to recover. During the process, the system must continuously absorb energy, and if interrupted, it will fail and revert him to a charred corpse from a divine lightning strike. Tsuyoshi summons the Divine King's hammer and says bluntly there's no choice. Either he dies, or even if his body is destroyed, he will take everyone there with him. The hammer is summoned, and new notifications state that due to insufficient level and conditions, the artifact's true power cannot be fully unleashed. Forced activation will drain tremendous energy and cause severe damage. Kevin realizes what's happening and thinks that the boy's mind and body are being torn apart by an overwhelming, unstable yet unbelievably powerful energy. He wonders how Tsuyoshi is doing that and what kind of hammer it is. The two Eliminators sense the danger and shout that the kid isn't normal, deciding to attack together. The winged woman says the magical waves are being distorted by him and that they can't wait any longer. The system warns that 10% of the Divine King's hammer's energy has been released and that body damage calculations are changing. Tsuki, wrapped in a terrifying aura, says he's turning disaster into fortune since the hammer destroys his body while the system, during its update, tries to repair it, and that he'll reduce everything to dust. Kevin raises his staff, activating an energy shield. The Eliminator calls him a fool, saying that no matter how strong he is, there's no way to break through a double barrier. Shiro charges again, and all three are stunned. The protagonist's appearance has completely changed, radiating a crushing energy, and he says he already warned them he would tear them apart. Elsewhere, someone injured crawls near a forest and a figure appears among the trees. A voice tells her to spare him. Sakura replies by asking if she should spare him like she spared his father back then. The orc tries to justify himself, saying he wasn't her mentor and always thought she died with the former Beast King. With a cold gaze and murderous intent, Sakura says that even if he wasn't the mastermind, he was still an accomplice, that all the names are written down, and that she'll take revenge on everyone who insulted and hurt her father. The orc tries to defend himself, saying he was threatened by the rival of her father, the father of the current Beast King, who forced him under threat of death. Sakura tells him not to worry, that his companions will soon follow. The orc raises his weapon and says that if she truly wishes to kill him, she must also be ready to die, reminding her of the deep wound on her chest from their last fight. Sakura unsheathes her sword, uses her Flower Storm ability, and strikes. The orc falls to the ground, murmuring that she truly mastered her father's technique, and Sakura replies that the rest of them should simply wait their turn. She never expected to find him while planning to eliminate Kevin, the former gatekeeper who secretly opened the door and allowed the infiltration. He was weak but fast. It took time to catch him, but no one who betrayed her father escaped. Suddenly, she senses something and wonders if it's a presence, moving quickly as she realizes her master is in danger. Elsewhere, the protagonist stands surrounded by overwhelming energy, feeling unbearable pain, his bones breaking and his soul burning. He wonders how powerful the Divine King's hammer truly is, and whether the divine selection system can repair such damage, because if it reaches 100%, his body will be completely destroyed. The Eliminator, terrified, asks who that brat is and what kind of pressure that is. The winged woman says it's impossible for him to be level 12 and demands to know his real level. Kevin shouts that they're idiots, saying it's just a special ability and asking if they don't see that he's taking continuous damage. He explains that it's probably a technique that sacrifices one's own life. Nothing impressive. A wave of mana erupts, and the Eliminator approaches with his weapon, saying he'll torture him. Tsuyoshi smiles even though he can barely move. The system notifies that the Divine King's hammer is the supreme artifact that governs lightning, and that those who wield it can unleash lethal, silent electric currents around them. Any enemy approaching without high electric resistance will be instantly paralyzed. Tsuki looks up and asks if the enemy has any last wishes. The Eliminator is struck, and the system notifies that the enemy has been defeated, asking if he wishes to use the opponent's energy to update the system. Shiro answers yes. Kevin, watching, warns to avoid close combat because something's wrong with the surrounding energy. The winged woman realizes her companion was taken down in a single blow, says there's no way that boy is just level 12, and immediately surrenders, saying she doesn't need any potion. The protagonist laughs and asks if she wasn't trying to kill him just moments ago. Tsuyoshi advances and says that even if she surrenders now, it's too late. The Eliminator barely understands what she's seeing and wonders how his speed compares to lightning. Before she can react, she's struck head-on and hurled away. The system issues a new alert: body damage approaching the limit. Kevin thinks that his original plan was to have the others restrain Tsuyoshi so he could attack at the right moment, but realizes that damned boy is now trying to use that twisted power to drag him down with him. The genius shaman smirks with disdain and activates the laws of earth, wind, and thunder, asking if the boy truly believes he can drag a genius like him into the abyss. He says he cannot and that he knows nothing of the true power of the laws. Tsuki recognizes that these three laws are inscribed at the end of the legendary Law of Ruin, which carries a destructive power inherited from ancient times. Kevin comments that it's impressive for someone to force him to use the power of the laws and releases a colossal wave of energy. The ground fractures and the atmosphere twists. Shiro stares into the raging storm of power and asks if he should take it seriously, telling him to watch and see what he's capable of. The system warns that it's attempting to release more power from the Divine King's hammer, and that body damage is nearing the limit of collapse. The protagonist says that this is the power of the laws and that he'll sacrifice his own life to strengthen the hammer further. New notifications report that 30% of the Divine King's hammer's power has been forcibly released. Body damage has reached 93%, and collapse will occur in 30 seconds. A colossal vortex of energy fills the sky, thunder tearing through the air. Far away, townsfolk look on in terror. A child shouts for his grandfather to get inside, and the old man, trembling, says he recognizes that thunder, his great-grandfather once spoke of it, the same sound that echoed when the divine king of the Beastmen tribe descended upon the earth. Meanwhile, in battle, Kevin continues to release intense energy, thinking that the insolent spirit is defying the impossible at level 12. He says he must eliminate him and extract the secret technique residing in his body, mocking him and asking if he truly believes a technique can stand against the power of the law of ruin. He orders him to look at his pitiful body, says it's useless to resist, and that he should feel honored to die beneath the power of a divine law. The system warns again that the forced release of 30% of the hammer's power has raised body damage to 93, with 30 seconds left before total collapse. Fulin is thrown far away, and new alerts show damage climbing to 94 with 26 seconds remaining. Kevin notices his disciple being struck and says it's her fault for coming, thinking he must finish off the human now and that the spell can no longer be stopped, not even by her. The genius shaman keeps attacking, and the protagonist moves swiftly to shield Fulin. She screams that something is approaching from behind him. The entire battlefield begins to collapse under Kevin's overwhelming power, the impact causing catastrophic devastation. The shaman declares that even with an infinite body, he won't leave unscathed, that this is the end. Tsuyoshi stands over Fulin, shielding her from the blast. The pressure intensifies, and Kevin, astonished, asks if the persistence of the boy's law is growing stronger. The attacks continue, but Suki begins to overpower him, and Kevin, in disbelief, asks if he really broke the power of the law, saying it's impossible for someone at level 12 and that his energy is unnatural and terrifying. Shiro strikes again, and Kevin realizes, shocked, that his law has been shattered. Fulin, dazed, asks if he's alright, and Tsuyoshi, gravely wounded, only smiles. The system reports body damage at 96%, with 16 seconds until total collapse. Tsuki lunges once more, and Kevin wonders how he can still move after that blow, certain his body should have already given out. Shiro activates the weapon Nullification Amplification ability, which during combat allows him to nullify or destroy the opponent's weapon depending on power and conditions. The protagonist says he's had enough, and Kevin tries to retreat, telling him to wait, but realizes too late that he's too fast. The shaman is slammed into the ground, the impact shaking the earth violently. Dazed, Kevin tries to comprehend what happened, asking if the boy made him forget and nullified his staff, wondering who that kid really is. Tsuyoshi stands before him, replying coldly that whether shaman or mage, he shouldn't think he can beat a warrior in close combat, saying that if he wants an end, he'll tear flesh from bone, even if it costs his own life. The power of the law ends here. The genius shaman, enraged, asks if he intends to drag him to death along with him, saying that even if the staff is gone, the power of the laws doesn't depend on a physical medium. Kevin summons a colossal serpent shrouded in ancient energy flames, and Suki responds by summoning his own companion. The two beasts clash, and Shiro declares he shouldn't think this will be enough to face the Thunder Dragon. A roar echoes, and in a flash, the serpent is split in half by a slicing electric surge. The genius shaman, face frozen in shock, wonders if he's truly losing. Tsuyoshi unleashes a flurry of attacks exploding toward Kevin, engulfing everything in a storm of energy and thunder. Fulin screams for her master, but a blinding light engulfs the entire field as the protagonist, his body tearing apart from within, realizes his limit has already been surpassed. Guys, if you enjoyed the video, leave a like, comment, and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss new content. Thank you.